make a living.
They also give many drivers the work they need through food delivery. This is a unique idea, and we need more people like Albert who come up with smart solutions fast.
Ahlan, my name is Ayman.
Ayman grew up in a family that loved education. His dad was a university teacher. His mom was a high school teacher. But Ayman hated education.
The system boxed me in. What I learned there had nothing to do with real life.
He always dreamed about making education better.
So many youth in Egypt graduate, but still they can't find a job.
He wanted to fix this by transforming education. So he founded Sprints. Sprints is a better way to learn online. Here, you can get the skills you need to get hired in high tech. And until you get the job, everything is free.
We have programs for refugees and people with disabilities. We try to help everyone.
Ayman has transformed from someone who hated education to someone who is educating thousands. He hopes to win this competition and impact millions across Africa.
This is my third time competing, and this year my motto is go big or go home.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Bola.
Bola is from Benin, and in her early 20s, she moved to France. She missed her family a lot, so she would send them gifts.
I always wanted to send everything that I got in France back to my family.
She sent food, clothes, phones, but there was one thing she couldn't send.
Medical care.
See, when her father got sick back in Benin, she felt helpless. In France, she had a lot of health options for medical care, but her father didn't, and he wasn't the only one.
Millions of people in Africa don't have access to insurance and basic health care.
So that's why she started Susu. Here's how it works. People living in a different country, just like Bola, can buy health insurance plans for their families back home. Susu helps them get access to world-class remote doctors, especially if there are no doctors where they live. And the Susu app helps them pay for doctor bills and make a custom health plan.
No matter where you live, you should be able to get the same standard of healthcare.
Thanks to Bola, families around the world can now send the gift of a lifetime: health.
Hello, I'm Ntabi Singh Musia.
Ntabi Singh grew up in South Africa, and that's where she first experienced the problem of light. See, sometimes there was no light because they had power cuts.
If there was a power cut, I would have to study by candlelight because we didn't have a generator.
When she started working across the continent, she realized that the majority of people don't have access to electricity.
Over 50% of Africans today don't have access to electricity.
So, together with her co-founders, she decided to start Easy Solar. They distribute and install solar solutions that provide electricity to over 1 million people across Sierra Leone and Liberia. They provide standalone solar solutions, not just to help turn on the lights, but to help people go to school, run businesses, and work online. There's so much opportunity with electricity.
Electricity is the foundation of modern life. It's a basic right that enables almost everything today, from agriculture, fintech, education, healthcare, and so much more.
Thanks to Ntabi Singh, millions of people can now see a brighter future.
Welcome to the Jack Ma's Foundation Africa's Business Hero Show.
Take this PPT away.
10 entrepreneurs from the African continent for a share of $1 million in shared money.
So why do you need the money from here? What is the mission of your company? How did you fund your business?
Anything is possible, and greatness can come from unexpected places.
These are not dreams. This is a reality in the making.
This motto will not work. Last century, the bigger the better. This century business, the smaller the better.
And I live for the day that every African child can access water in their homes.
Are those your shoes?
Yes.
Take them off and let me have a look.
I see on the stage it says Africa's Business Heroes.
But no matter what happens here today, you are going to go places.
And the first to place.
Hamjambo, I'm Thomas.
Growing up, Thomas spent all day working on a farm in Kenya.
I would work hours and hours every day because I needed to earn money for my family.
Some years, Thomas would work really hard, but his family wouldn't make money.
When there's bad weather, pests and diseases, plants die and farmers have no way to make money.
This was a big problem and Thomas wanted to help.
I wanted to make life easier for farmers, to give them a safety net.
And that's why he decided to start Pula. Pula is an insurance company for farmers.
Basically, if a farmer loses crops from a bad season, Pula gives them money to replace the lost income.
Yes, farmers won't get punished for bad weather because Pula helps them.
Farmers are the reason we all have food, so it is important that we help them to be able to earn a living.
This is a genius solution. If we can have life insurance, car insurance, flood insurance, then why can't we have farmers insurance?
My name is Christina.
Christina may look like a normal founder, but where she lives, she's extraordinary.
Every time I tell people that I am the boss, they go, what?
She lives in a place where most women own no property or a bank account.
We are one of the bottom 50 countries for equal pay.
Yet Christina has made a whole business helping smallholder farmers and their families in remote villages earn money. And she is the founder and COO.
It was very difficult getting started. I wanted to help women living the farthest away from opportunities. And that meant going to places where nobody else would.
Riding alone on her motorbike through rough and dusty roads just to help local farmers.
It's scary to be the first person to do something, but I have to try, not just for myself, but for other women.
Today, Christina's company, Soma Life, supports tens of thousands of Shia farmers living in rural areas by helping them sell their crops and gain opportunities. And Christina is only getting started.
I want to say to my fellow Ghanaian women that it's time to change our story, and I entered this competition for you.
Hello, bonjour, salam alaikum. My name is Ismail.
Ismail grew up in Rabat, Morocco, with his mother, his father, and his shopkeeper.
Every single house in Morocco has a tiny grocery store in its street. These stores are part of our daily life. They are family.
Yes, Ismail grew up greeting the local shop owner every morning. He would celebrate good grades with candy from the shop, and he would come to the shop whenever he wanted to chat. But ever since mega stores opened up, things have changed. Small shops have had trouble making money.
They became in danger because the product they were selling were too expensive and took longer to arrive.
Ismail and his wife wanted to fix this, so they founded
Sherry is an app that lets small shop owners buy their inventory online.
It is faster and cheaper for local owners than having to haggle with many different suppliers. And most importantly, the app gives them the same tools that big business owners have. We need more people like Ismail to help the local shops in Africa thrive.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Muhammad Ali.
7 years ago, Ali's life changed forever when his daughter almost lost her life to this, a plug.
Electricity spikes are silent threats. They can hurt your fridge, your TV, and even your family.
Yes, sadly, this issue hurts children across Africa. And when Ali found this out, he knew that he had to fix it. So he made
iLock.
iLock makes plugs and other products to keep your home safe.
This socket here is child-proof, fire-resistant, and it has a switch to lock the plug and prevent it from being removed accidentally.
Before this, there was no locking socket in the world.
But now, we cover 50% of the Egyptian market.
And Ali dreams of expanding even more so that he can give safe power to all of Africa.
African time isn't what you think it is. Forget what you've heard about Africa being behind the rest of the world, constantly running behind schedule, because African time isn't what you think it is. This is the Africa we know. A fast and imaginative Africa, a connected Africa, a game-changing, economy-building, groundbreaking Africa, a future-focused Africa, an Africa built by Africans. Built by entrepreneur heroes who are here to show up and show others here to bring a new meaning to the phrase African time. Here to change the face of Africa. On time, in time, and ahead of our time. This is our time. It's African time, and if you think it's your time to show how your business is making an impact, then enter the competition now on africabusinessheroes.org.
Amadi, my name is Neto.
Dr. Neto is from Nigeria, and for years, he worked as a doctor helping patients until one day when he saw a big problem. People were afraid to go to the doctor, not because of this or this. They were afraid because of this. Money. See, going to the doctor, getting medicine, all of this is really expensive. And because of this, many people don't go at all, putting their health at risk. So that's why Dr. Neto decided to start
Wella Health.
Wella Health offers health insurance, but it's much cheaper than regular insurance.
We call it micro-insurance.
Wella Health covers basic care for things like malaria, typhoid, heart health, and diabetes. You pay a tiny bit every month so that when you get sick, you can afford the doctor you need.
We are a health-first company. Money should never stop anybody from going to see a doctor.
Today, Wella Health is helping thousands of people in Nigeria, and soon it will be all across Africa. We need more people like Dr. Neto because nobody should ever let a lack of money make them afraid of the doctor.
Aware, I'm Theo.
Theo comes from Alexandra Township in South Africa.
Growing up here was tough, but I'm the leader that I am today because I'm from here.
Theo grew up and left the township. He started to work abroad.
I lived abroad for some time, but at a certain point, I had to decide whether I'm going to be the only one living here comfortably or I'm going to come back home and bring about a solution to my community.
He decided to take a risk and move back.
I started from the bottom, selling from my car trunk. It was really tough at the beginning.
But 8 years later, Theo's shoe brand, Batu, is a big success and he's able to give back.
I left one job that supported me and my family, and I started a business that supported 400 more families.
Batu shoes are rooted in his home.
We are making African fashion global while we're owning where we come from. And I think that's about time.
This man digitalized retail distribution tracking process in 10 African countries. Now, he has generated over $5 million in revenue.
I'm Jambo. I'm Alexander. I'm from Kenya.
But how did it all begin? Well, it started with a frustrated manager of a sweets manufacturing company. He didn't know what his sales agents were doing or where his money was going. That's when Alexander saw this huge problem in the retail industry and decided to create a solution. Sweets Manufacturing Company became Alexander's first client.
Imagine a manager with 100 field sales agents selling to over 50,000 retailers with no idea who's selling what, where, or how much they've earned.
Using his computer science skills, Alexander and his team built a platform called
Solutech.
Solutech gives sales teams the tools to track every visit, every product sold, and every dollar earned, all in real time.
From this data, we generate powerful insights and reports, helping companies to sell more and sell better.
10 years in, Solutech has been serving over 100 companies, including Coca-Cola, Pepsi, and P&G in 10 countries across Africa. And that's the story of how Alexander created the backbone of retail distribution and completely changed the way companies sell products in Africa.
It is saying, my name is Clement, and I'm bringing the world to Africa one delivery at a time.
When Clements lived in the US, he was frustrated every time he sent items back home to Ghana. International shipping costs were too high and packages often got lost.
It was a nightmare. Africa felt disconnected from the rest of the world.
So Clement started an international logistics company just for Africans and called it
Aquantuo.
Aquantuo has warehouses around the world to make global shopping accessible for Africans. Customers can buy from Walmart or Taobao, ship them to Aquantuo's local warehouses, and Aquantuo team handles the rest. In 8 African countries, Aquantuo provides a complete service including shipping, customs, and door-to-door delivery entirely in-house. Today, Clement's solution has connected the world to over 14,000 people and businesses in Africa. And that's the story of how Clement is bridging continents and empowering African cross-border commerce one package at a time.
Welcome to the finale of Africa's Business Heroes 2021. It is African time.
We see entrepreneurs that continue to come to this competition with so much passion.
To build businesses that will help to shape and change Africa's future.
Just go and change the world and make it better.
More people gaining access to clean drinking water.
Improved cook stoves using recycled metal.
My name is Violet, and I eat my skincare.
I love to try some of the skincare products just to taste it.
I like your courage.
Seems like your model could be competing with some of the free platforms.
And each time, like a phoenix, you grow to greater and greater heights.
In my view, probably you want to rethink that organizational chart.
If you could help me understand, how does your business make money?
African creatives never get the value for the work that they do.
First, from 10 absorbing pitches, only 3 heroes remain. Who will win?
We have solved Africa's rock-cracking problem.
And one of the most challenging aspects in STEM education is lab work.
ENDA is proudly Kenya's and Africa's first performance running footwear brand.
Do your shoes come in a 42.5? Because I'm a 42.5. Khadija, we have your daughter here. Farida, you've got 10 seconds to cheer your mom on.
Mom, go, mommy, go, yeah!
Shall I just go ahead and just mention who's winning?
That would be awesome.
Hang on, Ikenna, I want some palm nut. Where can I get some of these palm nuts? Ikenna, Navalayo, Khadija. Congratulations to you, Navalayo, for being in the 3rd position.
I'm super grateful for this moment. I'll never experience it again in my life, and I'm taking it all in.
Ikenna and Khadija want to know exactly how tonight ends. Congratulations to you, Ikenna. See your relief.
This is an exceptional moment. I'm so proud to have gotten 2nd after such a long and arduous competition.
I would like to announce the 1st place winner, Khadija Al-Bedwi.
We've been working so hard to get here, and I'm so thankful for the judges and for Africa Business Heroes for giving me this opportunity. Africa will rise.
Africa will rise.
The real value is as we change the story of the continent, as we create the value that is needed in order to feed, to educate, to empower, and to build the right solutions for a continent of so many people.
This woman is fixing the beauty industry in Africa.
Hi, I'm Hadil, and I'm the founder of Joviality.
Hadil has always had a sensitive skin. Many beauty products left her feeling irritated. To find out what's wrong with them, Hadil studied pharmacy, and she learned everything about cosmetic formulation.
Beauty products have harsh chemicals that can cause damage to your skin, hair, and nails.
That's when she started Joviality. Hadil and her team handpicked the purest ingredients from Africa's nature and used her pharmaceutical knowledge to turn them into 120 different beauty products that are safest for us and offer long-term results.
Our first product was the nourishing nail oil made with olive and almond oil. It was very popular and everyone loved it.
Today, with over 14 branches across Egypt and worldwide reach through e-commerce, Joviality is empowering over 1 million Africans to feel confident in their skin and hair.
What I wanted was for Africa to be the leading continent in the natural beauty industry using the incredible resources that we have right here.
Hadil's goal is to position Africa as a global leader in natural beauty. This man is fixing healthcare in Senegal and he's not even a doctor.
Salam alaikum. I'm Andre from Senegal. I'm saving people by saving time in the care journey.
Recently, Henry has successfully raised $1 million to expand his dream, and here's how it all began. Years ago, Henry lost his stepmother because the hospital couldn't access her medical records in time.
Her medical records were scattered across multiple clinics, and we wasted hours repeating the same question and test over and over.
This is a huge problem in Senegal, and Henry decided to fix this. With his background in software engineering, he and his friend built a digital health platform called Eon. Eon puts all patient records in one place. Each time a patient visits a clinic, no matter where they are, their data is entered into Eon. From then on, any doctor anywhere can see any patient's history, prescriptions, and even previous diagnoses. During COVID-19, his solution was so effective that the government of Senegal used it to connect hospitals and labs, tracking cases and controlling the spread across the country. Today, Eon has helped over 500,000 patients in Senegal get faster and better medical care. Henry's incredible work proves the power of technology to bridge health gaps and save countless lives. This woman is using this nut to change African beauty.
Hi, I'm Maxima Cimenta and I'm from Uganda.
Growing up, Maxima was told that her natural afro hair wasn't beautiful.
Afro hair is often braided, straightened, or cut because it's considered messy and unprofessional in its natural state.
When she went to hair salons, there were no products to treat her curly hair. All the available products were from the US and Europe, made for Caucasian and Asian hair. That's why Maxima decided to change this with her own company, Livara. She learned that the shea tree, which grows across West and East Africa, produces shea butter that is perfect for afro hair.
Shea butter is rich in moisture and it can soften and soothe our curly, frizzy hair.
So Maxima partnered with 50,000 local farmers in northern Uganda, harvested the nuts, and made hair care products specifically for African women and kids. Thanks to them, millions of women can now embrace their natural hair. And that's the story of how Maxima is using shea nuts to transform African beauty.
This man is turning dreams into thriving African businesses in just 24 hours.
Hi, I'm Mina and I'm from Egypt.
Mina grew up hearing stories of his grandfather's small shop in Egypt, where selling molasses paved a bright future for his family abroad. After years away, Mina returned to East Africa and met countless people with big business dreams. But the problem was they didn't have enough money to grow, and getting a loan was nearly impossible.
They remind me of my grandfathers. They work hard, have big dreams, and just need a little bit of help to achieve their goals.
So, Mina came up with a solution. He co-founded Numida. Numida is a mobile app that lets people borrow money to grow their businesses in just 24 hours. No banks, no paperwork, no waiting lines. Today, Numida has funded over 80,000 small businesses and provided more than $90 million in working capital to business owners in Uganda and Kenya, and they are on a mission to fund 1 million small businesses by 2030, empowering 1 million dreams to transform lives across Africa.
Hi, judges. At that moment, when they're on stage, from a human perspective, I think they're anxious and they're nervous.
So many people are talking about climate changes.
But from a hero perspective, I think they're very proud.
Join us to adopt solar energy solutions. Thank you.
Because out of tens of thousands of applications, they have come this far.
We are making food sustainability in Africa.
Hello, Africa! You're welcome to the Grand Finale of Africa's Business Heroes, and I'm your host, Anita Erskine, coming to you live from the beautiful Johannesburg, right here in South Africa.
Looking at all the ideas coming from all the competitors shows the depth of the African entrepreneurial spirit.
My dream is to create more jobs.
People with disabilities, every single one of them just needs this kind of support.
Our beaches are getting flooded during the rainy seasons every morning.
It's very important for us to become profitable, but we're very deliberate about creating more impact in the community.
I find that our judges are the godfathers and the godmothers.
It's a proud day for me, and I'm proud of every single one of you.
Our continent is in better hands as a result of the work that all of you are doing.
You made a very compelling argument for the mission, and I think you're a very strong evangelist for the cause.
You've been profitable from day one. How do you then show me the growth in this? Because your numbers don't tell me that at all.
You have 74 million people reaching your online channels, which is remarkable. But you may have an issue in terms of how you convert that reach into revenue.
You've actually raised a lot of money. Tell us, why are you here?
Is this what you guys do at work all day, every day?
Every day. When you invest in motherhood, you invest in the larger economies and the entire world.
Wow.
This is a ponytail. In my village, when you want to show that you've won the battle, you have to bring back the ponytail. That's why my grandfather told me, take the ponytail and bring back what we are looking for.
Did I scare you?
Yes, you
Oh, I'm
scared
so
me.
sorry,
Yeah.
my dear, but your time was
Look
up.
how big you are.
Hey, look at how small you are.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry, my dear.
My leadership style is to empower people to take leadership, that they can feel that they're part of the organization and part of the big dream.
They call me the mama bear. I'm a very empathetic leader.
The team, they inspire me to wake up every day and work really hard to make this work.
In third place is Nadia of the business Rahed College.
Don't stop believing. Change is the only constant, and you can always get there.
The second place winner is Tesh Mbabu.
I'm really a visionary, I'm a dreamer. I'm always looking at how things can be better in the world, and that's why we started this business.
Elia Timotheo from EF Foods Farm, Tanzania, as the overall winner.
This is to show the young people, men and women in Tanzania, that entrepreneurship is the way to feed Africa.
Well, that's it, guys. And don't forget, next year we celebrate the big 5th anniversary of Africa's Business Heroes. Keep all those entrepreneurs in your prayers as we build Africa together. And don't forget, it's African time.
Bawoni, I'm Mobolaji, and I'm the founder of Pure Life Pharmacy.
At just 12 years old, Mobolaji suffered a brain injury. Her family in Nigeria had to travel from pharmacy to pharmacy to look for the right medicine and struggled with aftercare support.
It wasn't just me, but for millions of Nigerians, pharmacies are the first point of care, and these infrastructures have been highly unempowered.
For over 80% of Nigerians, pharmacies are the first point of call, but most of these places are just stores selling pills. With only one hospital bed for every 2,000 people in Nigeria and not many safe medicines, Mobolaji knew things had to change. Pure Life is a new kind of pharmacy. Here, you can consult a doctor, get lab test reports, and buy medicines that are safe. At Pure Life Pharmacy, patients have liberty to choose from online, physical, and home care options with aggregated healthcare under one platform successfully. Pure Life has synergized access to 200 doctors, 100 labs, and 500 pharmacies in Nigeria. Today, Pure Life is serving over 6 million Nigerians in 12 states.
Pure Life.
Thanks to Pure Life, pharmacies are no longer just shops selling pills. They're turning into platforms to access primary healthcare in Nigeria.
This doctor is saving millions of lives through her phone.
Marhaba, I'm Dr. Rasha Rodi. I'm leading the safe digital transformation of healthcare in Egypt using smartphones.
It all started 7 years ago when Russia's best friend was diagnosed with thyroid cancer. They searched through thousands of pharmacies in Egypt but couldn't find the right medicine. When they finally ordered it, the wrong medicine showed up. That's when Russia realized.
This is not just my friend's problem. Millions of people in Egypt are suffering from the same issue.
So Russia and her best friend decided to fix it. They built an app called Shifa. Shifa means cure in Arabic. It connects 1,000 plus pharmacies in Egypt, turning a fragmented system into something big, organized, and convenient. Thanks to this, now patients can quickly find the nearest pharmacy and order medicine they need right from their phone. And in just 2 hours, it is delivered to their doorstep. Today, 1 million people are using Shifa for free to access good medications and stay healthy without even leaving their homes. With this solution, Dr. Russia is revolutionizing the way people access medicine, proving that technology can be a powerful tool for the most positive impact.
Assalamu alaikum, I'm Dr. Salma and I'm fighting for clean water access for all Moroccans.
Growing up in Morocco, Dr. Salma saw a huge problem in her father's village. They didn't have enough clean water to drink or to grow crops, and dirty wastewater flowing into rivers spread diseases.
In Morocco, more than 15 million people do not have access to clean water. And in the last 40 years, we are living the worst water crisis.
That's why she worked hard to find a solution with
Green Water.
Dr. Salma and her team designed a new system that purifies wastewater using solar energy and these filtering bricks. When dirty water flows in, it's filtered by layers of gravel, sand, and these special bricks. And this dirty water becomes this clean, safe water. Thanks to Dr. Salma, over 60,000 Moroccans in rural villages can now access clean and safe water. More than 400 million liters of wastewater has been treated and reused to grow more than 80,000 tons of food. And that's how Dr. Salma is turning the dirtiest water into positive impact in Morocco.
This woman did the impossible. She grew coffee where no one could.
Hi, I'm Ticia and I'm from Congo.
You see, 30 years ago, Congo produced 120,000 tons of coffee every year. But over time, coffee production in Congo fell. That's why Ticia decided to grow coffee in her city. But everybody said,
impossible. This city is too hot, too low, too flat to grow coffee.
She kept trying until she grew the first coffee tree in her city. She started selling coffee to 5-star hotels, restaurants, and even to other countries. She also built coffee carts to sell the same high-quality coffee in her streets.
Because everyone deserves to taste the best coffee.
Her incredible work made her a top 10 finalist at ABH. Today, her dream is to brew a greater story for Congo, one coffee bean at a time.
That's very much core of what it's like to be an entrepreneur. You fall down, but you have to climb back up. We're back. We're back.
This woman is fixing power outages. This man is saving farms. And this guy is saving people. And they flew all the way here to Rwanda for one special event.
Hello from Africa!
Who are they? Why are they here? Well, I came all the way here to find out.
Is it our time?
See, these people saw big opportunities in their country.
It is difficult for women in remote villages to earn money.
University students were not able to find jobs.
We couldn't find specialized care for my dad.
So they decided to solve problems with
business!
Yes, he built a company to give people jobs. He built a company to give people better health care. These people used business to help others, and that's why they are
Africa's business heroes!
Yes, this is a competition like no other.
Ultimately, we want to lift 1 million farmers above the poverty line.
Your network is your net worth.
About 1 million people are powering their lives every day with the Easy Solar system.
Each hero was questioned by our judges.
How are you educating them to be able to engage with your platform?
Wow, your passion is contagious.
Big part of being successful in life is showing up. Yeah. And you actually showed up.
Then, together, they chose our winners.
All the money in the world, all the success anywhere else didn't matter if my mom and people that looked like me couldn't get great health care. And it was an easy decision to make, and I came back.
Now each one is proof that when you create a business to make impact, you can inspire a whole continent.
The time does not belong to our grandfathers. It does not belong to our great-grandfathers anymore. The time belongs to us and the future of Africa.
We have the diligence, we have the grit, we have the resilience. We do not give up. That's how we're still here.
The people that come to ABH events are real people looking to solve real problems or trying to help each other. That's what I love about being here.
I think that the choice of the name is very much the right one, because to go through a list of 20,000, you need to have a lot of resilience and courage. So they are definitely heroes of the day.
as an entrepreneur, this event is very helpful.
This is going to be exciting.
The drive, the innovation, the commitment to creativity, finding solutions to our problems that nobody else will know.
FAIR is digitizing the entire supply chain through a patient-centric, data-driven, comprehensive approach.
When we started Numida, we set out to build the best working capital product for small business owners across the continent.
We process, we package locally, and we sell globally.
I just want to say that you're solving a critical leg of the healthcare.
And I think that if we're going to build African businesses, we need to really set our standards globally, not only locally.
I think the next stage of growth for you is really to own the market.
We combine science and nature to create safe, effective, all-natural beauty products.
We then arrange international shipping to Africa, take care of the customs clearance, and deliver the product to the door.
Thanks to our pharmacy platform, we are providing fast and simple access to the full range of primary healthcare services that Nigerians need.
We make safe, natural, amazing hair care products and services for people of color, powered by Shea Butter, Africa's own resource.
In the third place, Alexander Oyambo.
We help the field sales agents sell more and efficiently by leveraging powerful insights that help them drive conversation and collect a lot of data that give Eva and her team end-to-end real-time visibility for their day-to-day and strategic decision-making.
Second place, Dr. Salma Budrani.
Our secret sauce is this patented filtering bricks. We developed a catalyst that remove also the most persistent pollutants, and all that is done without energy, and no one else is doing that.
The 2024 ABH winner, Ali Ousmane from Senegal!
This is an example of impact of a connected health system. During COVID-19, we helped the government to handle more than 21,000 medical files. We digitalized the 3 biggest hospitals in the country and connect them in real time to laboratories. That helped us to win the national call. And now EON is the national health information system of Senegal that would allow to each Senegalese to have their medical records available anytime, anywhere with one unique health number.
It's our time! I wanna let you know, siku njimora, muruzi mfuni kumbugo.
Last March, a friend of mine who once stood on this stage told me, "This is more than just a competition." That call led me to a crowded roadshow in Nairobi, and that's how my ABH journey began, becoming one of 32,000 applicants chasing a dream.
After round one judging, I received a call from one of the ABH team members congratulating me on making it to top 50. At that moment, I realized that they had a humanly touch, and they just didn't believe in my dreams, they also believed in our plans.
Round two interview felt less like interrogation, but more like a strategic discussions, where the judges were not just asking me questions, but were trying to understand our impact, and they provided invaluable advice to help us tell our story better. Thank you.
As a business person, I thought I was ready for the due diligence, but the numerous follow-ups were not only to check the numbers, but to make sure that our story was fully understood. The program was rigorous, but we became a better business.
When the ABH team came to Egypt, they did not just review documents in the office. They met our customers and shared meals with them, because that's how we see the trust we have built together. And the real due diligence is always done on the ground.
Heading to the semi-finals in a new country, my luggage almost didn't make it in the car. Then I stood before the judges who challenged our science, and they were convinced that our feed could nourish the industry.
In Dakar, my city became our home. I welcomed my new 19 brothers and sisters to the lighthouse. Watching the city lights below, we all see the Africa we fight for and will build together.
In every step of the way, from the initial application last year to the semi-finals in Dakar, this has shown me strength that only challenge can shape. And as we get to the peak of this journey here in Kigali, standing here, seeing my friends and colleagues travel from around the world to stand with me has given me a strong perspective and purpose. Thank you.
This is my second time for applying to ABH. After not making it to the top 10 last year, I was extremely disappointed. The ABH team have been amazing to convince me, and they guided me to apply again, and here I am today, stronger.
Standing on this stage in my home country, Kigali, I feel this than more than a stage. Being among top 10, I feel more than responsibility to inspire new dreamers, young generation, that everything is possible and we can build Africa we want from today. I thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, how many times did I call you? 3 times. Give a wild and a round applause for our heroes. Our heroes. Our heroes. Our heroes. Heroes? Wow. Wow. Your Lordship Jean Lobe, Gohar, Janet, Adrian, Sydney, Abraham, Deanna, Wycliffe, where is Deanne? Ladies and gentlemen. If you don't, for whatever reason, understand what Africa looks like, today, here, on December 13th, right now, 9:20-something a.m. in Kigali, this is the Africa we want. A round of applause. This, individuals who out of 32,000 applications stand strong, stand capable in front of you. Each and every one of you holding your dreams and holding the power of Africa in their hands. Ladies and gentlemen, stretch your hand out like this. And for those of you, stretch your hands out like this. And you are all going to say, we put the power in your hands. 3, 2, 1. We put the power in your hands. The power is in your hands. Oh, somebody's holding it. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, please, another round of applause for our illustrious, extraordinary heroes. And now you can go all the way backstage and wait for your moment. I can feel your hearts beating as you're walking past me. It is not easy, I know that. Ladies and gentlemen, 10 heroes, 7 countries, 7 industries. It has been a long and arduous trip to this moment that is filled with hope, this moment that is filled with a sense of passion and focus, and this moment that is filled with making sure that not a single man or woman, boy or girl, grandparent is left behind. Each and every one of these heroes is building a business that will carry on long after they have gone, a business that will carry on the legacy of the continent. When we say for us, by us, it is in the vision of these young men and women. When we say for Africa, by Africa, it is in the work that they do. And it is in making sure that even though they are satisfying their own dreams, that they are putting the hope of dream into each and every one of your hands. And for those of you who are watching us online, they're putting the dream into your hands. So one more time, a round of applause for our ABH 2025 Top 10 Heroes. Today, somebody will go home with $300,000. Who will that be? Okay. Somebody will also go home with $200,000. Who will that be? Oh, Lobe. Somebody will also go home with $150,000. Who could that be? You already said Diana for $300,000, sister. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the business of the day. Yesterday we had a lot of fun. Today is about business. In front of me sit 3 extraordinary, illustrious judges. Now these are the judges who are going to make sure that we deal with everything transparently, fairly, and squarely. But before that, allow me to acknowledge the organizations who have made it possible for us to be here, not only today, but throughout the year. A big and a wild round of applause for the Jack Ma Foundation. A big thank you and a round of applause for the Alibaba Philanthropy. And we want to say a big thank you to you, Rwanda Development Board. A round of applause as well. And now, the business of the day. I may be conducting it. My name is Anita Erskine, the official host of Africa's Business Heroes. But the true work will be done by these three extraordinary judges. Ladies and gentlemen, our first judge has played a key role in shaping Rwanda's financial sector and continues to drive innovation and economic growth. Her leadership has made her a respected voice in banking across this beautiful continent. This is her third consecutive year serving as the ABH Finale judge. Dr. Diane Karusisi, we are absolutely honored to have you back. Our next judge is the founder of the Chair Center Group. She is unapologetically African. She will not say sorry for believing in the continent. She will not apologizing for believing in you. She stands firm in her position as a leader and a serial entrepreneur who has fallen and risen and fallen and risen, and she now continues to rise. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the things I do know about this woman is that mentorship sits at the very core of her belly. Madame Ibuku Awosika. Oh, we thank you, we thank you, we thank you, we thank you for always showing up and showing off your love for us. Thank you. And now, the newest kid on the block. Ladies and gentlemen, he is the co-founder of Yahoo. In fact, I still have my Yahoo email, you know, and he founded it in 1995. How many of you were born at that time? Less than half the room. That's okay. It just means that I'm older than most of you. Ladies and gentlemen, this young man also, before launching the AME Cloud Ventures in 2012, today sits on many boards of Workday, Alibaba, and several private companies and foundations. He has a Stanford University trustee since 2017, and of course, including a term as board chair. Ladies and gentlemen, our newest judge, show him what it feels like to be live and wild and happy in Kigali. Please welcome Mr. Jerry Yang. Wow, Mr. Yang, you are welcome to this awesomeness. Trust me, when you sit in that chair, you will never go back. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we move to the business of the day. The rules, as some of you may know, are very simple. Rule number one. Each one of our heroes will come here onto the stage, and each has 3 minutes to pitch in front of our illustrious judges. At the end or close to the end of the 3 minutes, the first sound will play. This means they have only 20 seconds to go. And when they're absolutely out of time, they will hear this. This will be the cue that they need to move towards the judges for what I like to call the Q&A. The judges will ask them some questions that may either reflect what they have seen in the presentation or the pitch, or something outside the box, just to come to that understanding of if they are truly the businesses that we're looking for. And the judges will interact in a Q&A for 13 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, are you now ready to hear, to feel, to experience our 10 heroes? Are you ready for that? All right. Then, without further ado, it is my honor to bring on our first hero, all the way from Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, Wycliffe of Bupas.
I had to leave home early to book my up-country bus. Now I book on my phone, pick my seat, and board with scanning my rickshaw ticket with Bupas. It has helped me save time and money.
It's true, I started selling tickets using pen and paper, and this limited my income as I was only assigned to one bus. Now as an agent, I use Bupas connected systems to book tickets for various buses. This has increased my income, whereby I've been able to build a business around it.
Because Bupas are digitized ticketing, we have more business than ever. There is less crowd and double booking, so now we can expand on giving better services to our customers.
I rely on trains to travel in between cities for my trade. So when I heard I could book tickets with Bupas on my phone with no internet,
I had to try it. I found it very easy and reliable. Now, it's the only thing I use.
Ladies and gentlemen, I almost lost life-changing scholarships to Singapore and US because I couldn't find the right bus at the right time to move from my village to Nairobi City for my visa interview. That moment opened my eyes to a much bigger reality. Millions of Africans missing job, healthcare, and business opportunities because public transport is fragmented and broken. 70% of Africans use intercity transport to move people and goods. This translates to 200 million transactions a day and $40 billion market opportunity. Intercity transport operators sell tickets using pen and paper, losing an average of $1,500 a day due to fraud. They have poor business data and terrible customer experience. On the other hand, a traveler must leave home or a place of work to purchase an intercity ticket, spending 2 hours and $2 per purchase. They can compare different travel options or pay digitally. Bupass fixes this. We provide an end-to-end ticketing solution. We give bus and train operators software and hardware to use at the station. We then enable the traveler to book and pay using our app, website, and USSD, even without internet. Today, 90% of Kenya's government train tickets pass through our platform. For flights, we provide equivalent of Booking.com, but our niche here is local payment methods. We power intercity parcel services, enabling e-commerce and SMEs to send goods affordably and reliably using our bus network. 70% of super apps like M-Pesa and MTN integrate with Bupass, giving us access to more than 70 million customers at near zero acquisition costs. We've scaled from Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania, and we've acquired 2 companies in South Africa, giving us a true Pan-African presence. Our business model is software as a service, and transport operators pay us commission per ticket. We transact more than $5 million a month on our platform. Our revenue was $2.9 million last year, and we are on the track to hit $4.7 million this year. Bupass is the pioneer in Africa. Similar models have scaled and achieved impact in Asia and Europe. Backed by notable investors like Tim Draper and Google, our 56-person team knows what it takes to scale Bupass. Ladies and gentlemen, a solution to my personal problem has now saved more than $50 million, reduced CO2 emission, and created more than 1,500 jobs. Our goal is to break even next year, 10x by 2030, create 30,000 new jobs, and make Bupass a data transport company. By 2050, 4 in 10 people will be living in Africa, and we're on the track to become Africa's transport heroes to move them. Fellow heroes, the future is African, and Bupass is moving it.
Wycliffe, you now have 13 minutes with our illustrious judges. Good luck.
Hello.
Hi.
How are you, Wycliffe?
Doing great.
Is your heart beating normally?
A bit fast.
A bit fast, like your bosses that you help to sell the tickets. Okay, congratulations on getting to top 10.
Thank you.
And we're fascinated by the work you've done.
Thank you.
And it seems the ambition that you have
Thank you.
for the future. But you seem pretty set up, ready to go. You're growing, you're getting into new markets, you're already buying businesses, you've raised some fund from investors. Why are you here?
Yeah, I am here because there's still a long way to go. In Kenya, even alone, 300,000 tickets are sold every day. We sell about 30,000 tickets only, so that's barely 10% of the market. If you look at Africa, it's 200 million transactions per day. So there's a long way to go in digitalizing transport system in Africa. And we need ABH support to help us achieve that. And if you look at the next stage of growth, as I've highlighted, at first, even our tagline changes was developing digital rails for transport, because you have to raise awareness, you have to educate them, and we've done that already. Now we are connecting people. The next stage is to make Bupas as a platform for other platforms to build it on it, whether it's insurance, whether it's MTN integrating, or whether it's M-Pesa integrating. And to make Bupas as a data company so that the data we process can be used ethically in a good way to accelerate growth and customize travel for millions of Africans.
Okay. So if, assuming you win today,
yeah,
where will you apply the money to then?
Yeah, assuming we will today, we have an ambitious project. The slide is not moving, but there's a slide. We have an ambitious project of using this money to invest in data growth for Bupas. So the process we are doing is data anonymization, developing dynamic pricing to enable buses price better, and I can give you some use cases. Before Bupas, if a bus goes to get a loan, which they get a loan before they start operation, they have to go take their books, checkbooks and books, so that buses, financiers like banks can see and give them loan. Today, that has changed because the financiers or the banks have login to the bus operator system. They are able to real-time see how much transactions they are making per day, and they are able to gauge creditworthiness, and that has enabled several bus companies within Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, and South Africa grow. And the future, the goal is to reach 54 African countries and make the Bupas widespread across Africa.
Okay. My final question before I hand over to my colleagues. In your documentation, the markets you're operating in your video, yeah, you talked about most of East African market, which is where you're operating. But in your documentation, it included other markets like Nigeria and all of that. So just clarify that for me. Where exactly do you operate right now?
We operate in Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. We acquired 2 companies in South Africa. The first one operates similar model to Bupas. The second one had relationships to banks, telcos. So they have apps within M-Pesa, VodaPay, MTN, and FNB Bank. So the company we acquired had presence within West Africa. But we chose not to start the West African market because it needed more money and more scale, and hopefully we get ABH money to get there.
Thank you.
Good morning. How do you feel today?
Nervous and good.
Great.
Thank you.
So if I understood well, your business is addressing very critical issues of public transport on the continent. The first one is the fragmentation. We have so many private operators, and you're trying to offer a unified ticketing system. And the other challenge is user experience for travelers. They want to be able to buy tickets online. So my thinking, when I look at the evolution of public transport in Rwanda and across the continent, I think there'll be a lot of consolidation. Instead of having very many private operators, we'll have probably large operators. And these ones will probably be tempted to integrate vertically and have their own ticketing system. So that will mean Bupas is going to become redundant. So how do you plan to solve that? And my other question is fraud. I can imagine for these private operators, fraud is a big problem. How are you solving this?
I agree, you've captured it well, and I agree. So we deal with intercity transport operators, the ones that move from one city to another. And these are often privately owned bus operators, normally with a fleet of 50 to 100 or even 300. So they are privately owned companies. Their staff are employees or consultants to the bus company. So when we give the software to the bus company, we digitalize their operation. And that enables them to sell tickets at the station and the customer to purchase the tickets online. So the reason why they would opt for us is normally, 1, they don't have the capacity, and 2, it's better to hire a private company to do it to avoid internal fraud. And 3, we give them access to many customers. When we integrate to M-Pesa, MTN, and all those, we enable occupancy rate so they can leave on time. If it's a 9 p.m. bus, it will leave at 9 p.m. So that's the first thing. The second thing is when we give the software to transport operators, that becomes our moat. because anyone that wants to come and replace us, they have to go and replace the existing software. So that's why platforms build on us. M-Pesa, MTN, FNB, and anyone that wants to consume our API build on us. Then the third thing is government services. So for instance, during COVID, we had a request from government for contact tracing. So the government will say, I want a visibility of the system, not because of tax issues, but because I want to see if there was a case of COVID-19, we want to trace how many people were in that bus and where do they live, so that we can be able to empower and trace them, so that we can control maybe a pandemic or an outbreak. Yeah.
Okay, and how do you solve for fraud?
How do we solve for?
Fraud. How do you solve fraud?
Yeah. So let me give you a real example. So if you go for a bus operator that use pen and paper tickets, you'll buy a ticket, they'll write for you 1,000 shillings. And then on the counterfoil that goes to the operator, for reconciliation, they write 800 shillings. The system captures that price real time. So now, a ticket that is given to the customer is similar to the real-time visibility of the customer. So an operator that was losing $1,500 a day loses less. The second thing is the visibility of the system to any other person. So when the system is visible, so when a person sells a ticket, they get commission. And sometimes those commissions vary. But with the system, the operator or the owner of the bus company is able to see that this is how much commission I'm giving. So that's how the fraud is sorted. Then 3, we are registered as a data controller and a data processor. So we have all the licenses to make sure that we ethically handle our data to handle customer satisfaction.
Hi, Wycliffe. Thank you for being here today, and congratulations on being the final 10. I have more of I'll say a dumb question because I don't understand Africa as well, but in your business model, you went from a kind of a SaaS business model into now a ticket commissioning business model, if I read it correctly, from last year, 24. So where your gross margin goes from very high to now, obviously, you are in the commission business, so you have to give a lot of revenue back. So you show tremendous revenue growth, but then you have a lot of gross margin. How has that adaptation to this new business model going? Obviously, your projections seem to say that you're going to do very well, but have you run into some of the challenges to be in a kind of marketplace business? And also, I think one of the other questions I have, if you can help me, is when you have the kinds of number of tickets that you are doing, what happens to, buses inevitably are not on time, people don't make it. What happens to the people that don't end up using the tickets, or the buses that don't end up using the inventory? What happens to the cases that don't that the tickets don't fulfill? So the gross margin question, and also what happens to excess things that don't happen as planned?
Yeah. Thank you very much. So the gross margin question, we are in a SaaS business. So transport operators pay us commission per ticket. And this is to increase uptake of the system, and that's why we present the numbers we have today. So if we give system to the transport operator, it handles tickets that are sold on their station. So a customer walks in and purchases a ticket. So we get a small revenue, 5 to 10 cents per ticket. If a customer buys that ticket online, we get 8 to 10% per ticket. So there's a revenue mix in the gross margin calculation. Then on top of that, we offer ancillary services. So let's say someone buys insurance and all those kind of stuff. We get commission per ticket. And then third is we give APIs to banks and telcos. This enables us to focus on the core business, which is developing technology for intercity transport operators. So we are okay with parting with some margin to bigger MTN, Vodafone, FNB, but gives us visibility to all their customers in that platform. So that's how we do the revenue mix. So when we give the transport to two important things. We give the software at zero acquisition cost, so the customer gets and adopts. Then two, the end customer does not pay an extra transaction fee to purchase a ticket. If a ticket is 1,000 shillings at the station, it is the same 1,000 shillings you'll pay on the system, so that the transport operators pay as commission. So that model is specific to African context because African market is very price sensitive. We can't add commissions and all those. And the second question is?
So if I miss the bus or...
Yes. So if you miss the bus, it's normal terms and conditions. So if you miss an airline because you are late, there's a penalty, maybe a 20% penalty and all those. So whenever you book a ticket, there's a summary of terms and conditions. As Bupas, we are technology partners, so we don't get into the operations of the travel operations. So we just display the terms and conditions. If anything happens to you after purchase of the ticket, you miss a bus, you are late, you want to do something, you deal with the transport operator, the same way you'll buy an airline ticket. If you miss an airline ticket, you deal with Qatar Airways and so on. So that removes the liability from Bupas to become just a ticketing partner and gives the operation role to the transport operator.
Great, thank you.
We have a few seconds left, but I was just going to say, but doesn't that give you a customer management issue? Because anyhow, if they buy from you, the customer is going to think, if you buy a ticket from a travel agency and there's a problem, you call your travel agency and they work between the airline to try and find a solution for you.
Yeah, it's definitely like Expedia or Booking.com. So when you buy, we make sure that we give that feedback to the customer, the operator, but we are not liable. So we are facilitating smooth, but we don't get liable for any inconvenience from the operator.
Whew. Hey, my brother. Yeah. Come, let me feel you. No, don't hug me yet. Wait, relax. I just want to touch. Aish, for a very cold room, you are hot. Now you can hug me. Well done. Go backstage, relax, take it easy. One of the toughest things to do is stand center stage, speak to illustrious judges, and feel the heat of the room. So ladies and gentlemen, I humbly implore you, when our heroes get on stage, give them a resounding round of applause to encourage them. Let me test it right now. Encourage them. Thank you. And now from Kenya, let's take a trip to Cameroon, where Jean Lobe of Waspito is doing great things. Through Waspito, he's helping Africans access a one-stop platform for all healthcare needs, including discussion forums, online consultations, lab requests, and more, making quality healthcare services more accessible and integrated for patients. Ladies and gentlemen, with an ABH 2025 round of applause, please bring onto the stage Cameroon's Jean Lobe.
Hello, Kigali. Did you know that 500 million Africans must travel before they can get access to a medical doctor? And many of them will die even before they get the chance to speak to the doctor, including my own father. He had a heart attack in a town in Cameroon called Kumba. There was no cardiologist. Before we could get him to a cardiologist, he died on the way. Now, this got me so devastated, especially because he wanted me to be a medical doctor. But I wanted to be a DJ, you know. But this pushed me into resigning from my job at the time in order to teach myself how to code. And 2 years down the line, the result of that decision is Waspito. Now, Waspito is a platform that connects patients, providers, and payers online through a health social media. We are the only platform on earth that does instant video consultations with medical doctors. Now, what that means is there is no waiting time, no booking of appointment to talk to a doctor later. You get on Waspito now, you're talking to a doctor now. We also provide mobile labs and pharmacy services. And what that means is you stay where you are, the lab comes to you, the pharmacy comes to you as well. And we are the best health social media on the continent because we have a platform where doctors post articles around preventive care and users can ask questions and get answers in real time. We also provide B2B SaaS to insurance and corporates where we give them access to our care network and with real-time visibility on claims and billing. Our business model is pretty straightforward. We operate Waspito as a marketplace for care services, and we collect transaction fees per transaction. This ranges from 10 to 30% per transaction. We have scaled, we've iterated, we've improved efficiency to now a profitable business. With 1 million users, over 3 million interactions on the platform, $3.1 million in revenue last year, and on track to do $5 million this year. We've raised $6 million in seed round, and we plan to do a Series A of $10 million by the end of Q1 next year. And we already have a soft commitment from the World Bank of $5 million. We are present in Cameroon, Cote d'Ivoire, and very soon we'll make an entrance into Senegal and later on Rwanda. On my team, you'll find medical doctors, chartered accountants, software engineers, and business managers. Now, this team of excellent professionals form the core team driving health without a step in Africa. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Jean.
Good morning.
And congratulations for making it to the top 10.
Thank you
Looks
very
like Kigali is also very happy to have you here.
Yes, it's home. It's home from now.
Great. So I was looking at your deck last night when I was preparing for the session, and I was struck by one number. Your ownership in the business is only at 4%. It's still an early stage business. Why would you dilute your ownership to that extent when there's still so much growth ahead of you?
Okay, that's not accurate. Actually, right now, I own about 60% of the business. And 60. And then post-Series A, after the $10 million, the dilution would get me to about 41%.
Great. So I'm very happy to hear that because we all had that question. You know, what would a founder do here if he only owns 4% of the business?
Yeah. That's
now, my next question to you is, how do you differentiate Waspito from all other? It's a buzzing area. We see a lot of founders working on a solution connecting patients to doctors online. So can you explain to us what is the main differentiator and competitive advantage of Waspito?
Okay, yeah. So with most telehealth platforms, you have user engagement of less than 3%, of active users monthly, right? But what we've done differently is to look at the context of Africa, making sure we don't just copy and paste what's happening in the West. What that means is, unfortunately, in Africa, we treat our bodies like we do our cars. It's the day that you're trying to start it and it doesn't take off that you're looking for the mechanic. So that's kind of how we handle our healthcare as well. When an African wants to see a doctor, it's almost urgent already. So what we did differently is there is no booking of appointment on Waspito. Once you go to the platform right now, you can talk to a doctor immediately. You will see a list of doctors who are available to do a consultation. You click, with a few clicks, you're already talking to a doctor on video call. And then the second thing that we did to say, hey, how many times do you fall sick in a year? Like 2 or 3 times, right? And then other platforms, you need them only when you're sick. But Waspito has gone the other route of creating a health social media. This means users are there in real time. A simple example is we created a group on the platform for sexual health. That group gathered about 100,000 users within the first 3 months of creation of that group. So this means users are already used to Waspito, and when they fall sick, one point in the year, they already know that Waspito is there and they can quickly go and consult a doctor.
Is your platform translated in many local languages? Because most of the times patients want to talk to a doctor in their local language. The other question is around digital awareness and literacy. many people on the continent don't have that digital literacy. How do you expect these people to use your platform?
Okay, so in terms of languages, there's French, English, and we are working on Arabic right now in terms of the 3 main languages that will be on Waspito.
But these are not local languages?
Yes. So in terms of local languages, it's in terms of recruiting the doctors that are on the platform. So when we recruit doctors, for example, we're in Cameroon and Cote d'Ivoire right now, we make sure we have doctors that speak all the local languages. So each time there is a requirement for a specific language, then we can get that doctor to talk to the patient. So, for example, when you just go on the platform and you call any random doctor and it doesn't understand you, they'll reroute you to customer service and they'll make available the doctor that speaks your local language. In terms of literacy, now we see that many people in Africa already know how to use WhatsApp, right? So the app might be complicated for some people to download, navigate inside to be able to find a doctor. But now we've rolled out Waspito on WhatsApp as well, where you can just go there to a specific number and just type what you want or send a voice note on what you want, and the bot will assist you and guide you to get access to a doctor.
Hi, John.
Hi, Jerry.
Congratulations. I still want to know how you walked out of that video onto the stage with the same outfit. That was very cool.
Magic. It's magic.
So I think I understand the business. Again, I'm not from Africa, so a lot of this may be dumb, but the social media, you seem to have like a very strong social media presence that creates the attraction of users. And then on the other side, you are recruiting doctors for your network. And so I have basically 2 questions around user experience and such. One is how do you know that the match between the customer and the doctor is a good one? To me, I think this is very good for some kinds of minor, or I don't want to say minor, but you know, health issues that could be addressed through teleconference or televideo. But how do you deal with the match? Meaning, do I see a new doctor every time? Can I ask for the same doctor? What if I don't like the guy or the woman? Do I hang up and try a new one? How does that user experience work? And then the second thing is with regards to your cost structure, it seems like you do rely on marketing dollars. Your marketing dollars are going up over time as you have more revenue. How do you think about having the cost of acquisition, customer acquisition costs go down over time? What is the stickiness or retention mechanism? So the first one is on user experience. Second one, how do you keep the CAC small?
Okay, thank you, Jerry. So the user experience on Waspito, as we said, we have a health social media. Today, you have lots of users following doctors already that they like. These doctors are posting articles regularly on the platform. So any doctor that you like, you're already following that doctor, and that doctor would most likely be listed on your doctors when you try to do a consultation. So if you are not a user, you're not active on the platform, you don't have your best doctors already, you go to the platform, just choose doctors based on maybe your location, based on language. You will see the profile of the doctors before you start the consultation. So you have enough data to be able to make an informed decision on the doctor that you want to select. But even going to the worst case, call and then you don't like the doctor's voice, for example, right? Then you can politely say you would like to talk to another doctor. All the doctors on the platform, they are trained to understand that some users might have preferences. Now, if this happened, the doctors would just reroute your call to customer service, and then they will get to you to get more details and then get the appropriate doctor to talk to you. Now, to the second question, talking about marketing dollar, that was initially when we started Waspito. We want to make the world or Africa or the countries where we are know that we exist, right? But in terms of our customer acquisition costs, we've just found a new hack where we are partnering with insurance companies. So recently, after the announcement of our top 10, we have a major insurance company in Cameroon who is present in about 27 countries, wants us to partner with them to be able to give affordable consultations online to their clients. And this even reduces their claims around consultations. So they are capable of buying bundles. The first deal we had was a $200,000 deal where they buy family doctors for their users so they can use it unlimitedly for the whole year. So that will drive our customer acquisition costs very low, because when we go into new markets, we're going to hit the ground running because they already have thousands or hundreds of thousands of clients in these markets already.
Congratulations, Jane.
Thank you.
I'm actually half Cameroonian, so
And I'm half Nigerian.
Very interesting. So we're two of the same kind. Fantastic. Now, I'm fascinated because healthcare is a major issue. A lot of our people, and over the last 6 years, this is the 7th edition of ABH, we've had a number of health tech solutions that have won at different stages of the top 10. So I'm looking at your numbers, and because you defined the client that you're trying to reach, and if affordability, availability, and accessibility to healthcare is the factor. Consultation is $8. If I convert that, let's take Nigeria as a market. Yes. And I also know the disposable income level of Cameroon, and it's way below the Nigerian level. So if I take $8 and I translate that to 12,000 naira for a Nigerian, and the subscription is about $30, if I convert that as well, that becomes quite a substantial amount of money. And then you said in your lab test that you move the lab to the individuals. I'm trying to figure how you do that, because it seems like a more expensive approach to be able to move, and depending on the location of where the people live. And I know Cameroon a bit. I know where Kumba is. I imagine if it was my mother's village in Tinto, between Kumba and Tinto, even though they're not far, the road network doesn't make that easy. Yeah. So if you're based in Kumba, how do you move your lab into Tinto to see a client there and solve the problem? And then when I think of $138 total cost for the market, this is still an affluent cost group. So I'm trying to understand who your target market really is.
Okay, so thank you very much. I'll start with the lab, the Tinto example, right? So what we've done in Waspito is we've been able to source providers from all over Cameroon. Yes.
I'm wondering about 1,200 doctors. Where did you find them, and how did you get 1,200 doctors on your?
Okay, let me start with that. So in every country where we open up Waspito, we start with a partnership with the medical council. So we go and pitch Waspito to the medical council where all the doctors are gathered. And then they will turn around and tell the doctors that this is a solution that can be helpful to you, and then we can be able to get them on board. Now, we have online trainings every Thursday for doctors who are interested. Those who just come naturally on the platform, we train doctors every Thursday. So that's how we get them. In terms of the Tinto's example, we've sourced providers from all over Cameroon. So there's a lab at most 30 minutes from every Cameroonian right now in terms of clinics, labs, and pharmacies. So that's how we source it. And if you are in a place where there's a lab around you, within maximum 2 hours, the lab technician comes to you, collects a sample. That's what we mean by moving the lab. Just comes and collects a sample and sends you the results online. And now, even in big cities, it can be a challenge. And sometimes it's just a VIP kind of solution. Some people want to stay at home and get all the services. Most people still on the platform, about 60%, want to go themselves to the lab and want to go to the pharmacy that's nearby because they don't want to wait 1 or 2 hours. Meanwhile, they have pharmacy just nearby. Now, back to the costs. In terms of the cost per consultation, we did a mapping in terms of Cameroon. We are about 30% more affordable than the average consultation cost. So it makes more sense for a user, rather than pay a taxi or drive to a clinic to talk to a doctor, to just consult online. And then we have the family doctor package, which is less than the $30 you're talking about. This is a subscription for free generalist consultation for the whole year. So you don't have to pay each time $8 or $10, depending on the doctor you're trying to. So it's really affordable compared to the offline solutions that exist today in the markets of Cameroon and Cote d'Ivoire. And we'll be coming into Nigeria. We'll do market survey, make sure the pricing is still interesting, the doctors have a good commission from that, and Waspito can continue to be sustainable with what they get from that.
Well, Nigeria has 371 different tongues. Absolutely. So when you say you want to make every doctor be able to speak to people in their local languages, absolutely, I was just laughing because I know that it would be a tall order to do that. So I'm wondering how you've planned to solve that.
Yeah, so today, offline, these people still have to see doctors, and doctors exist. There might be very few, but they do exist. So once we do our mapping, we see where each language is, we try to get doctors that can speak those languages. We try to convince these doctors that you can even see more patients online rather than have everybody come and queue up. So it's possible offline, so digitalizing that process will even make it easier. Our main challenge will be to convince these doctors who speak all these languages to be able to come on the platform. We've been able to do that in Cameroon, we've been able to do it in Cote d'Ivoire, I think we'll be able to do it in Nigeria as well, and hopefully Rwanda.
What is your revenue sharing formula?
Yeah, so today doctors get anywhere from 70% to about 85% per consultation.
Okay.
We get just the rest of that. Good.
So, John, let me get this straight. You are a DJ?
Yes.
Did you ever become a DJ?
Yes.
A popular one?
Yeah, that's how
You
I
made
paid my
money?
university. I made some money, paid my school fees with it.
Okay, so your father would be proud of you.
Thank you very much.
Oh. Thank you so much, my brother. Thank you so much. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, from Cameroon, let's go back to Kenya. Kenya, are you in the house? All right, I see that you're there because you will enjoy this one. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring you back a hero who runs a microfinance institution which combines digital finance services with community outreach to deliver collateral-free loans, insurance, and tech-enabled support. She is none other than the wonderful Janet Kuteli of Fortune Credit.
Fortune Credit imenisaidia sana tangu tuanzane kwa kuinua biashara yangu na mboma yangu. By the way, wamenisaidia kupata loan, nikawa nachukua vitu cash.
Nilijua Fortune kupitia mama rafiki yangu, kaniambia kuna kampuni anajua mzuri wanapeana wakulima pesa.
Fortune Credit has really helped me to get this electric bike. It was quick and very fast. I got the contacts, I called the salesperson.
Walinitisha ID, wakanitisha statement, wakanitisha KRA pin, wakanitisha 2 guarantors. Waliniongeza pesa na nikaweza kuendelesha hivyo, na kati ya hiyo nikaweza kufanya kazi.
Benefits ambazo napata kutoka kwa Fortune Credit ni kama low prices kwa daily payments za bike. Alafu pia kuna insurance, tuseme bike imeharibika, Fortune Credit wananigarantii, wanaweza nitengenezea.
Kabla nijue Fortune, nilikuwa na pesa zangu na hazikuwa zinanitoshea. Kama ni kusomesha, naweza kusomesha junior.
For what? For what? On the stage. To do what?
High judges. Across Africa, 350 million people remain financially excluded. In Kenya alone, 80% of the rural population are unbanked, and women are 20% less likely to access credit than men. I know this story personally. Years ago, I almost missed out on joining high school. I watched helplessly as my mother wept on a dusty roadside in Western Kenya. Her small savings and informal loans couldn't cover my school needs. Years later, I sat behind a bank desk and saw women like her, traders, farmers, and riders denied loans. Not because they lacked ideas, but they lacked collateral, credit history, and financial statements. My mother's tears became their tears. Their pain became my mission. Every day, children miss out of school. Businesses fail. Families lose everything to medical emergencies and climate crisis. Not because they can't repay loans, but because they can't access them. In 2014, I founded Fortune Credit to give voice, access, and dignity to the underserved. My name is Janet Kuteli. We have reimagined finance. We replace collateral requirements with community trust systems. We use machine learning and alternative data to build real-time credit scores that sees value where banks see risks. We align repayments to cash flows and integrate insurance into our loans, enabling our clients to withstand shocks and remain sustainable. We combine financial literacy and capacity building for long-lasting empowerment. We don't just give loans, we build financial resilience. Our model is tech to touch, technology for speed and scale, field agents for trust and education. Our loans span agribusiness, clean energy, working capital, border, phone, and education loans.
This is not theory, it is working. My mother never got that loan 30 years ago. But today, through Fortune Credit, more than 35,000 families have. 62% are women. 50,000 farmers gotten access to quality farm inputs. 7,000 students gotten access to quality education. Our revenue has grown to $2.76 million in the year 2024, with that portfolio at risk below 10%. The opportunity is enormous. Kenya's informal sector presents 12 million potential customers, and Africa, 350 million people. Our vision is to enable 1 million clients get access to flexible and affordable loans by 2030. Why Fortune Credit? We bridge the gap that others ignore. We combine the spirit of technology with the touch of humanity. We are women-led, community-trusted, and already recognized for driving green inclusive finance. I thank my team and esteemed partners for making this dream come to pass. Join us in building the infrastructure for Africa's prosperity. Together we can prove that Africa's informal sector isn't risky. It is the greatest untapped opportunity on the planet. Thank you.
So much, Janet. And now, Jerry, may we have you start the Q&A.
Hi, Janet. Thank you. Well, there's so much to like about what you are building and what you have built, and I think it's so incredible business model to really dive into a need that you and your family started, and then of course now it's expanded to help so many small businesses. My question is around again, with like the others, I don't really understand this African model of local trust. And when you have a business like credit business, you're not taking collateral. You're also relying on external debt to finance these loans. And I think even in your deck, you talked about potential swings, whether it's currency swings in the different countries that you operate in, or if there is a natural disaster like droughts or such, where if your loans cannot be paid, how do you bridge this liquidity gap? And by the way, so that's the first question, this liquidity question. The second question is the fact that we're on the third presentation and we are hearing about AI and machine learning. It seems like this tech-to-touch idea is really creating a lot of competitive advantage and differentiation for you. But you also still need a lot of people over time to grow the business. It feels like you still need agents on the ground. And that's an expensive model. So do you see any other opportunity that technology can help you with managing the headcount growth?
Thank you very much. I'll answer the first question on lending and giving money collateral-free. One of the main objectives when you're lending is not necessarily to be able to repossess the asset that you're giving out. In our model, we have two things that we are working on. On the group lending methodology that most women in the rural areas belong to, it means that when you're giving them money, then that is the social collateral that you actually depend on. Technically, it means that the officials in that particular group become like our de facto credit officers, and that the ones will be able to actually do the first KYC confirmation before we actually do our own confirmation as an organization. In the event that there is any default, what usually happens is that we already have the early warnings, that we are supposed to work on it and know what is the cause of default before even thinking about repossession. What will happen is we've been able to structure our loans based on the cash flows, because that is one of the main reasons that actually causes default. So in that particular model, it means that the society or the group is actually giving us the social collateral. We go to the second category where we are using partners, and I want to give an example. That today, if I needed to give out electric bicycles, and I'm in partnership with a company that is manufacturing the electric bicycles, and they have contracts with any of the companies. For example, they are on a platform like Uber or Bolt. What will happen at that particular time, that is actually easy for us to be able to onboard the clients to own an income-generating asset. What it means is that you did not have an asset, but we've been able to finance you to get a productive use asset. At that particular time, automatically the asset becomes your collateral. What will happen is that you'll not only earn an income-generating asset, but you are also guaranteeing generations that they'll be socially viable going forward. On the second question, when you're talking about the volatility, we are actually cognizant of the fact that we'll be able to have the currency fluctuations knowing that we are in Africa, and the majority of our funders will come from the international market. We've been able to put in the hedging solution to be able to de-risk us from that. Over and above that, the request is, how can we be able to progress as Africa? Because you'll be able to see that many of the financiers always do crowdfunding in other countries. Why can't we be able to do it on our own continent? This particular year, we are actually looking at, can we be able to raise money, maybe through a commercial paper locally, so that we are able to minimize the cost of hedging, which also makes the cost of capital expensive to the customers that we still want to de-risk. I think I've finished the questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I find your model very interesting. In my past life, I was chairman of First Bank of Nigeria, which is the largest retail bank in West Africa. Now, the way you've handled lending to this category of people, and successfully, in a way, because you've been profitable from the onset. Now, the real question is, how do you scale this, in a sense, because you're limited by your own model? I believe your license does not allow you to collect deposits, which is why you're not collecting deposits. What is the structural cost for you to make an amendment to that, in a sense? Because how do you want to continue to raise enough capital to grow this? Otherwise, you're limited by that. I understand your cooperative model of guarantee, which works. Always works if you have the right group, because sometimes you can also get a fraudulent group, and then you're chasing them around. The other thing is, I'd like to know your NPL ratio as at now, because you look extremely successful, more than most models that are like this. So obviously it means that the way you evaluate the people using technology, and there are many models for using technology, but yours seems to work in a way that your NPL ratio will speak to its success.
Okay, thank you very much. We are actually looking at scalability. Yeah. Our model is actually scalable. You realize that initially when you started, we are purely working with field officers, and credit officers will be able to go out and do the onboarding of the clients. But over the years, for the past 2 years, they've been able to adopt technology. Okay. What are the ways that we're actually going to make sure that we are able to reach out their 1 million clients without employing 1,001 credit officers? That we want to deploy USSD. We have the web application that the customers can be able to either self-onboard themselves, or also at the same time, secondly, our model, apart from us just over-depending on the groups that we are talking about, we also have the partnership model where you have the B2B conversation. On the B2B conversation, I want to give an example where we have a particular company that is making sure that farmers have access to the market. So on that particular digital platform, what we are doing is that as an organization, Fortune Credit will be able to do the integration with this particular company that is actually offering like an e-commerce to the society. What will that be able to give us is that scoring is actually automatic. It means we'll be able to actually give limits to the traders as opposed to us going to analyze one client at any given time. Now, that is one way. That you have already gotten a B2B client, they have an exposure, they give you a platform to be able to access customers in thousands. Then the next step means that we are going to co-create a product for that particular client base. Now, what does it mean as opposed to the other traditional method where credit officers are going to the ground? At any given time, it means that we have a portfolio on all the categories that we are handling. If it's in the agri space, what is happening is that we are partnering with Agrovet to be able to know that if we need to give out the farm input loans, then we'll be able to disburse the money to the Agrovet for the farmers to be able to go and do their planting. Why are we doing that? We actually realize that for us to be able to scale, digitization will be key. But partnerships is one of the reasons why we've been able to see the growth that we've been able to experience for the past 2 years. So on each and every category that we have, that is actually playing a key role. When it comes to payment, we are lucky in Kenya that most of our clients already operate on M-Pesa. So payment is actually done automatically from where the client is seated. How will technology be able to assist us? That we are able to get the reports as and when we want to see it. And making sure that we have been able to align repayments to cash flows means that that particular trader only needs money for a week. Then that is the repayment period you are able to give them. Now, it goes to this other part on the non-performing loans. At the moment, we're at 8.6%. What are we doing to be able to make sure that we still remain in that particular category? We are cognizant of the fact that some of the products, for example, on the clean energy space, we have the e-mobility, we have access to clean cooking, clean lighting, and cooling for all. In that particular category, we've been able to get partners like GreenMax who are giving us a first loss guarantee of 30%. It means that at that particular time, our capital is actually protected in the first place. Secondly, we've been able to make sure that if we have any expenses that we need to meet, the obligations for a month, what we'll be able to do is to have a liquidity buffer. Just in case you'll be able to have any issues, then we know that as an organization, you can be able to spring forward. Now, looking at that particular model and asking, are we going to depend on borrowing for us to be able to grow the model? Partially yes, and partially no. You realize that for all the years, we've been able to save and use the retained earnings in growing the business, knowing that you don't have the capacity to be able to scale. If you continue doing what we are doing today, the model can be reflected across Africa, because the client base that we are we are serving today, the smallholder farmers, the riders, the traders, they are all over, and that is the opportunity that we're actually going for as an institution.
Thank you very much, Janet. As a banker, I understand the problem you're trying to solve for. My question to you is focus. You seem to be doing agricultural loans, asset finance with Boda, and etc., stock finance. Why don't you focus on and get specialized on one particular area and scale from there?
We cannot be able to actually specialize in one product. The solution that we are providing actually covers a majority of the population that we are looking at. The informal sector contributes more than 70% of the GDP that we have in Africa.
With the resources that you have, isn't it better to focus and specialize on one particular product and scale across the continent on that one product?
Product diversification is one of the risk mitigants. So that you are looking at how can you be able not only to give working capital or maybe the farm input loans, but you also want to make sure that those people who have suffered because of the systematic challenges that we have had, for example, you don't have an asset. So it's a right for us to be able to also enable the young people, enable the farmers to get like solar irrigation pumps and any other asset that will be able to equip them to produce more than they are doing currently. That is sustainability, because when you look at financial inclusion, holistically what we are doing as Fortune Credit is that we are catalyzing the economic growth. We are also looking at how can we be able to handle climate adaptation and build the social equity for our society.
Great. Final question. What would you do if you become the top hero today? What would you do with the money?
One of the things that I want to do with the money is that we've been educating our customers on financial literacy and capacity pillar, that we've been doing the trainings physically. If I got the money today, I would really want to invest in financial literacy and capacity building by digitizing Fortune Academy. What will we do with the money is that we'll be able to train the stakeholders and also be able to build tools that will be able to allow them to grow their businesses sustainably, because in their stability is our stability. Secondly, I know that we actually need to invest in infrastructure, that is technology, because technology will power us. Thank you.
Thank you, Janet. Hey, you know, Janet has come wearing white. It means she's come for success.
Yes, you're right.
I love it. I love it. I love it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, do you want to dance a little bit? I know today's all about business, but I'm going to break the protocol just a little bit for you. If I have about 3 dancers that I chose earlier today, where are my dancers? Dancers, where are you? I already chose you. Where are you? I can't see you. A, come up to me. And you know, this generation, they do dances you and I could never do and still succeed. Come. Come and stand next to me. Henri, toi aussi. Okay. This is a competition and it's very simple. Dancers, you will look at a video. Henri, tu es sûr? Mais c'est Gen Z, hein? This is Gen Z. You show me and you, we can do it? We should try? No problem. He says we should try. You are going to watch a video, and you are going to attempt to do the exact dance in the video. And the audience will judge. Audience, when they finish dancing, we will see who has the best applause. Is that fair? Since I will not be dancing, let me just step aside. Okay? So the video is going to play. All right. Where is it playing from? Center screen. Here it comes. Pay attention. Hey! Henri! Oh my goodness. Okay, hold on. Did you guys get it? Should we play it again for you? One more time, tech team. Play. Henri, are you sure? Let's go. Play it one more time. You are doing it individually. You are not a team. You are competing against each other. Let's go. Okay, we got it. Henri, are you with me? All right. Okay, come this way. Henri, please, my brother, come to me. You will take center stage. We will play the video and you dance to the audience, not to the video. My brother, your name is? Jamani, good luck. Center stage. Come back. Tech team, roll it. 3, 2, 1. Okay, it's okay. My brother. Ladies and gentlemen, can I have your attention? I think he can sit down. You did very well. I appreciate you. Merci de rien. You can take your seat. Next. Let's go. Fast. Let's go. 3, 2, 1. Hit it. Okay, step there for me. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Okay. All right, step aside. stage. Center stage. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to ask you to vote for the ABH Hero Dancer of the Year. Will it be, what's your name, my dear?
Kelia.
Will it be Kelia? Your name?
Cassie.
Will it be Cassie? Your name?
Henry.
Or will it be Henry? Okay, so I think to be fair, because Henri already won a huge amount of money from ABH last year, we are going to give it to the two of you. Please bring us the prize. Please bring us the prize. Thank you very much. We're good. Congratulations. Congratulations. Henri, you just get a hug from me. Thank you, my brother. You can now take your seat. Wow. Woo! I love it. Thank you for all the support. Today's about business, but that was a wonderful break. Let us get back to the business of it all, hearing from our fourth hero. Ladies and gentlemen, we now take a trip to Tanzania, where smallholder farmers are connected to B2B buyers and informal retailers through digital logistics solutions. It gives me great pleasure to bring to the stage from Kilimo Fresh, Baraka Chichenga.
Hapo zamani bana, tulikuwa tukivuna vizuri sana mazao. Lakini tunapokuwa tumefika sokoni, nusu ya mazao yote yanakuwa yameharibika. Kwa hiyo inakuwa ni hasara tu, hakuna tunachokuwa tumekipata.
Starting out as a smallholder farmer myself, I knew that too many middlemen restricted income and market access.
Kwa hiyo wakija mashambani wanaweka oda, lakini vile vile wanatupa ushauri jinsi gani tufanye ili tukujiongezea kipato kiwe kikubwa na pia tunapata pesa kwa muda ule unaotakiwa.
We then collect, sort and store produce the right way in our cold storage facilities. Till date, we have saved over 10,000 tons of food and connected over 5,000 smallholder farmers to 2,500 vendors across the country.
Na pia tunapokuwa tumevuna viazi vinawashikia wateja kwa muda unaotakiwa zaidi.
At the same time, we have reduced food prices by 15%.
Tunaendelea vizuri na maisha kupitia kilimo hiki tunachofanya na hawa ndugu zetu wa Kilimo Fresh.
Thank you. In the next few minutes, I'm going to give you an overview context of farming in Africa. Farming is difficult, but farming in Africa is very, very difficult. To give you an idea, I can look back to a time of standing in the field with a smallholder farmer in Tanzania, and he was sobbing, not because he lost a family member of the house, but because more than half of his crops were wasted. Sitting there in the field, rotting as we talked, and this challenge happened for 22 straight years. And I brought it out. It was a visceral and very powerful, moving moment to sit and be there with this man who is bigger than I am, and I'm not a small guy, sobbing uncontrollably. But this challenge happened to so many other smallholder farmers due to factors such as lack of proper storage facilities, weak transport infrastructure, as well as lack of access to the market and value addition. The challenge affects over 75% of the workforce employed in the agricultural sector, but specifically the 67% that live in rural areas. We faced similar challenges as smallholder farmers ourselves, and that is why today we're doing something about it with Kilimo Fresh, an agri-tech company that leverages technology and logistics to aggregate fresh produce from smallholder farmers and deliver to B2B and thousands of informal retailers in Tanzania. Our company was founded with the idea that food can be taken to market with zero waste. We give farmers stable prices and access to the market, while giving our customers last-mile delivery of fresh produce to their location at affordable prices. So how does this work? First, we take the produce from the smallholder farmers, and we take them to the collection centers, where we add value through cleaning, sorting, and packaging. And then we bring the produce to our packhouse facilities in Dar es Salaam, and then distribute to our customers, informal retailers, B2B and B2C. By aggregating demand and supply, we're able to increase farmers' income by 60%, reduce food waste by 85% through the use of cold chain and cold storage facilities, and we're able to bring the final price of consumer down by up to 20%. We've been operating for the past 5 years, and this year we're on track to reach over 2.5 billion in annual revenue at 26% gross margins and profitable. And this is just by distributing over 50 B2B customers, 3,000 informal retailers, as well as supporting over 3,500 smallholder farmers. Out of that, 40% are women. We are currently raising over 1.5 million in debt and equity. Half of the funds will finance the working capital, while the remaining will enhance our logistics, storage, and tech aspect of the business. The company is led by 3 co-founders, and behind those big, beautiful smiles is over 40 years combined experience in agri-tech, fintech, and business management in East and Western Africa. And most importantly, our amazing team, over 45 full-time, 17 part-time staff. We take pride that over 48% of our staff are women. Therefore, please join us in this journey as we have willing farmers, willing customers, and we are ready to innovate. Thank you.
Q&A begins with Diane.
Great. This is an amazing business. Congratulations for making it to the top 10.
Thank you so much.
And you're trying to solve for a very important problem in African agriculture.
Yes.
Post-harvest losses,
yes,
which in Rwanda is around 30%. It's lower than Tanzania, but still quite high.
Yes.
And what I like about your business is not only do you give farmers higher revenues, but also consumers get lower prices, yes, which is quite admirable. Yeah. So congratulations from getting there. Now, thank you. Your business model seems to be asset heavy because you do distribution, you do also some value addition. Exactly. So how do you scale? Because for such a business, you'll need a lot of funding to scale.
That's true.
How do you solve for that?
Okay, so I understand this requires a lot of assets in terms of storage and distribution, and our model will be a bit different as we scale. We're planning to do a mix of lease and hire. So part of the assets will be owned by our own, lease and own. Part of assets will be owned internally, part of the assets we'll hire from other service providers. And we're already doing that right now because currently we have over 10 trucks, but our need is around 35 trucks. So we're already leasing over 25 trucks from other service providers.
So when you think of scale,
yes,
you only scale in Tanzania. You don't plan on scaling across the continent because here we are looking for an African business hero, someone who can scale across the continent. So how would you solve for that?
Our vision is to promote Tanzania fresh produce to the world, not just within the boundaries. So by doing that, we started actually in Tanzania, but the bigger vision is to go outside. Right now, we are already looking for other markets. For example, we have registered a subsidiary company in France as well to promote our avocados and bananas to go to reach the European markets. But also, we are looking at markets such as, for example, Rwanda, we have partners that we are working with when it comes to mushroom. Of course, the demand is very high, so we are looking for other partners here as well to be able to work with us to be able to cater for this bigger demand. So not just within Tanzania, but we started with Tanzania, and right now, the next 2 years, the focus will be in Tanzania, but 3 to 5 years, we are going outside Tanzania and we're going global.
Hi, Baraka. Thank you very much. Like Dion said, it's very awesome to have a business that you can increase the productivity for the farmers, but also lower the cost to consumers.
Yes.
My question is around also a little bit of on the one hand, the capital intensive, but the other hand also, as you think about scaling, you talk about also potentially overseas.
Yes.
You talked about, I think in one of your slide decks, getting into products like bananas,
yes,
which has the ripened, spoiled problem.
Yes.
You talk about refrigerated cold storage. I think you're a very capable entrepreneur, but so the question is, if you think about all these different things that you want to do to scale,
yeah,
you have a potentially like a different logistics to go overseas, right? You can't drive the truck there. You have different challenges with product mix, like bananas and things like that. How do you help me understand when you have new problems like this? specifically those two, like different logistics, different products, how do you solve it, and how do you make sure that you don't lose your sort of profitability? Because right now you're very profitable, but any one of these things can really ruin your profitability. So how do you balance all these things?
Okay, so most of these, so we have different, when it comes to scaling, we have different, I call them projects, but we're not doing everything at the same time. So we do one thing after the other. For example, right now the focus is to scale within Tanzania. We are currently in Dar es Salaam, we are going to Dodoma, and we're going to Zanzibar. That's in the next a year and a half. And then after that, now we are going to go to other countries as well. So every time...
Model that works today in this a lot works for other cities in Tanzania.
Sorry?
The same model will work in other cities in Tanzania?
Yes. So when it comes to scaling, every time before we scale to any new project or any new product, we check the unit economics, we check how much it costs to expand to new product, we check how much of the resources we have, and most of the times before we bring, let's say before we hire new employees or before we bring a new truck, we find ways to use the existing resources. And that is why we're able to stay profitable from year 2 to date, because we've been trying to adopt what we call the lean operations model. So for example, you have field officers that work with smallholder farmers in harvesting potatoes. On the days they don't do potatoes, they'll do bananas. At the same time, we have trucks that are carrying potatoes on one day, and then the other day, when there are no potatoes, they'll kill bananas. So we try to use the existing assets and existing resources we have before we add any other new resources, because it's an additional cost in our operations as well. And also, another thing is we also try to automate most of our processes. When you have tech, it reduces your acquisition cost, because you can easily, let's say, get more customers, 1 million customers by just using maybe a simple online tool as compared to visiting these people physically. Same with onboarding smallholder farmers. So we use also tech to try to reduce most of our cost by automating some of the processes.
Okay, congratulations on what you've done
Thank
so
you.
far. It's clear you understand your local market. It's also clear that you have spent a reasonable amount of time, about 5 years, to perfect the model within your local market.
Yeah.
How many cities in Tanzania do you operate in, do you service right now?
All this growth is just in one city, Dar es Salaam.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's, and how many major cities are in Tanzania?
How many?
How many major cities do you have in Tanzania?
I can say around 5 to 6.
Okay, so in 5 years or so, you focused on building a successful business within one major city.
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
Okay. So if you haven't been able to readily expand the production or the model of the business to other cities within Tanzania, how does it now make sense, or what makes it easy for you to scale that across the border into other cities? Because there's a lot of hands-on engagement in this process. Successful, yes, but the scalability issue is still a question I'd like to pick up.
Sure, and thank you for a very good question. So all this growth you have seen is just in one city, distributing in one city, but we are sourcing from 5 regions. So we are sourcing produce from the southern highlands, we are sourcing from the central Tanzania, and we are sourcing from the northern part of Tanzania. Most of these bigger cities are within the proximity of these sourcing areas. So the reason we decided to do 5 years in one region, first was to understand the value chain, the distribution, how we talk to smallholder farmers, anchor partnerships with off-takers, smallholder farmers, cooperatives, etc. Then once we have a very good foundation when it comes to the farmers, networking and everything else, then it's easy to scale that to any other region we want to do. But also, all this we did with just $300,000 of the funds we raised. We were able to scale the company to 2.5 million in annual revenue and profitable. So now, imagine with additional resources, how big we can go. For example, in Zanzibar, we have already onboarded over 100 B2B customers. Zanzibar is almost 7% coral. Most of the hotels in Zanzibar are importing vegetables from nearby countries. And Dar es Salaam is just 1 hour, 30 minutes away from Zanzibar with ferry. So we can get all these smallholder farmers to get their vegetables to Zanzibar We have trained over 700 smallholder farmers to grow the kind of produce these markets want, because we work with franchises, airlines, who are very high requirement, and they pay very well. But most farmers don't grow products that meet the standard of these customers. So we spend a lot of time training the farmers, make sure they grow the right kind of products, and also anchor partnership with other organizations that train farmers to grow also organic food, to be sure that they're producing the right food for the right for the people. I mean, you eat the right food, not with the heavy pesticides. So by doing this, we spent 5 years making sure that we have a very good foundation. And now that we have all this taken care of, we are very confident we can take this to not just other regions in Tanzania, but across other countries. And just to explain a bit, we have requisitioned from one of the biggest franchises companies in Kenya and Uganda. They import vegetables worth of $30 million every year, and they're willing to sign LOI if we can guarantee them we can provide these, the quality of the products they want. And we send the samples, and they're ready to buy from us. And this is because we're able to train the farmers to grow the right products that they can be able to meet the demand of these customers.
So just tell me, what is your growth plan for the next 24 months? Taking from the learnings you've already gained over the last 5 years.
So for the next 24 months, first of all, we want to get the right certifications, because we have trained the farmers. We just need to get the auditors to come and audit the farms, and then we're going to get the right certifications to be able to ship our produce to nearby countries, including Kenya. So this is the airlines and the franchises market I'm talking about, which is, as I said, $30 million of importation. So we'll be able to cover all this market. And apart from that, the next thing is to expand to Zanzibar as well as Dodoma. In Zanzibar, we have onboarded over 100 customers, like I said. In Dodoma, we have over 5,000 informal retailers who are ready to buy from us. They're just waiting for us to be able to expand in that region. So in the next 24 months, we'll focus on that, getting the right certifications, and expansion to these main regions in Tanzania, as well as catering for this market in East Africa.
So if you got $300,000 from ABH now,
yes.
Tell me the spending pattern.
First of all, the certifications required you have to pay for the certifications, right? So we'll pay for 3 certifications, that the ones we acquire first. And the second one will go into, in the terms of CapEx, getting, for example, most of our collection centers, we are not using any refrigerated containers. So we'll get refrigerated containers in these centers, but they'll be solar powered, because we're also trying to go green. And another thing is we plan to also replace some of our motorized vehicles with electric vehicles. We are already speaking to some of the suppliers in China to get at least 5, first of all, 5 tuk-tuks, and all these will be driven by women to distribute bananas and vegetables to the informal retailers in Dar es Salaam.
Okay. Any other questions?
And also, one thing, the expansion by end of next year, we expect to have created over 800 indirect jobs and 120 direct jobs, as well as working with additional 12,000 smallholder farmers. Out of that, 44% will be women.
Thank you. Great. So we only have a few seconds left. Can you talk into the major risks to your business and how you are mitigating it?
So I would say the first major risk, of course, is smallholder farmer commitment. But for us, the way we mitigate that is by guaranteeing farmers. First of all, farmers want consistency. I was a farmer for 5 years before I started this company. So it's something that I did, and I have a first-hand experience as a smallholder farmer myself. So farmers want commitment. So if you guarantee that you show up every single day, and you guarantee them payment on time, then farmers will always be there to sell to you. And we're doing this we are paying our farmers through mobile money services, bulk payment systems. So we keep their financial records. We link them to microfinance providers. They give them access to finance to expand their farms. So by doing this, we get farmers' commitment, which is the biggest risk in these operations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Baraka. Give me a high five, my brother. Well done. Don't forget my potatoes.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, from farming to baby food, let's take you back to West Africa, specifically to Senegal, where culinary heritage and baby food merge to cut post-harvest losses and empower women across the value chain. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to bring to the stage for her 3 minutes and 13 minutes with the judges, Sini Samba of Lionceau.
Hey there! I grew up knowing I had a purpose. But today, I'm going to find out for sure. I was grown and plucked with care. I was opened and made into pulp. Then I made some friends, and together we transformed. Using science and a lot of love into yummy, nutritious baby food. Now I am sealed and ready for the journey. From the soil to the shelves. Psst, psst, pick me, and into the hands of little ones, bringing joy and nutrition. And now I know my purpose, to nourish my land and its future.
Healthy beginnings for Africa's babies, powered by local ingredients and science with a Pan-African ambition. Good morning, Kigali. I am Sini Samba, a food processing engineer who could not accept to see a broken food system in our continent. In West Africa, 1 in 3 children under 5 is stunting, a form of malnutrition that has lifelong consequences, while smallholder farmers are struggling to have access to market and are facing up to 60% of post-harvest losses. And in the market, 90% of baby food are imported and not adapted to local tastes. I decided to act by creating Le Lionceau to reimagine baby food in Africa, local, nutritious, and transformative. So we source, manufacture, and distribute highly nutritious complementary food by adding value to our African forgotten crops and indigenous ones, such as millet, baobab, fonio, all these products that are both climate smart and also nutritious. So we blend innovations and tradition into our crops gifted by our motherland, and by using advanced food processing and R&D to craft tasty, sugar and salt-free baby food while preserving our African culinary heritage. We are selling products to supermarkets, direct to customer and institution, but we have different segmentations. Fruits and vegetable purees target middle upper class, infant flour with different packaging size for both mass market and also low incomes in collaborations with institutions. Our competitors, the products are full of sugars, expensive, and not adapted to our eating local habits. We bootstrapped years, but we managed to grow by 60%, and now we are really ready to scale fast. And the market is huge. In West Africa, 60 million babies under 5, 1.2 billion in market size, and it's 7% of growth rate, which is the fastest in the food industry. And our ecosystem creates impact, both inclusive and circular, and from smallholder farmers to babies by reinvesting back to our communities. The journey has been very, very struggling, but we are so proud to manage to reach over 200,000 babies, collaborate with 3,000 smallholder farmers, and create opportunities for women and youth. Thank you so much. Murakoze.
Thank you so much, Sini. And now we start with you, Diane. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sini. Amazing idea. I really like the fact that our babies can have local produce with local tastes, because most of the times you'll see babies getting imported baby food, right. Yet when they grow to 2-3 years, they now start having local food. So this is an amazing idea. I also see that you have a profitable business. Yes. That's very good. My question to you is, when you look at the addressable market, I think you mentioned it, it's the whole of West Africa. For now, what market share are you targeting, and how do you plan to get there?
Yeah,
Today in Senegal, we are able to satisfy only 40% of the demand that we already have, the order. And in terms of markets, it represents less than 3%. And when you see the big pictures in West Africa, we are planning to scale, first of all, in Ivory Coast, Ghana, and Nigeria. And we plan to reach 15% of market shares by 2030.
So have you thought of a sort of franchisee or model where you would partner with local producers in other countries, in Côte d'Ivoire, in Mali, etc., but you keep the brand, you work on the solution, etc.?
Yeah.
And have you thought about it to scale faster?
Yeah, absolutely. This is one of our options for growing across Africa, not only in the West Africa, because from now I have a lot of demand also from Uganda, from Rwanda, and also in Central Africa. So the idea is to see who will be the best partner, both in terms of distribution, but also having the capacity to invest and to make it grow. Because when you are setting up an industry, it's really far from being easy, and we really want to rely on local partners in each country.
Amazing.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I think you're young, you're beautiful, and you've done an amazing thing trying to build for the next generation.
Thank you.
I love it when I see girls that are committed to their goals. Always exciting. Now, there was something you said when Diane asked you a question. You said you're only doing 40% of the demand even in your own local market. And I see a trend through a number of the top 10 areas. When you have the market opportunity already there, and you can see the market, the future market that you want to go, you're already a profitable business, but you need to scale much faster than you are. So there are multiple financing channels to be able to do that. Why aren't you taking opportunity? I mean, yes, you can win $300,000 from here today, but beyond that, that's not even enough for what your business requires. What solutions are you looking at? There's development bank funding, there's commercial bank funding, there's all of that. And your business has to be subject to the test of financial possibilities in order for it to be sustainable in the market and for your growth to be guaranteed.
Yeah, absolutely. Honestly, I think 2 years before, we were not yet ready because we learned a lot during this process, setting industry, trying to structure value chains. And then I think in my mindset of entrepreneur, I think I was not yet ready to say like, okay, I have a loan in my bag. Am I going to be ready to having all this stress? But since this year, we just take time to hold back and see more the big picture. And we say, wow, the market is huge. Why are we just blocking here in Senegal with all the struggle? So then we make a new market studies, and now we are discussing with different investors, and hopefully we'll open our capital for 2026.
Okay, so investor financing is one option, which is equity. Equity is actually more expensive than debt in most cases.
I know.
Yeah.
And I understood it very late, but now I understand it.
Now you do?
Yeah.
Okay. So my assignment for you would be to go back and look at your financing model for the business in terms of the market opportunities that you have stated. If it's truly what you've said, then it means that you have options to take the business beyond where you are and grow much faster and be able to determine how you take the market. And you must have the heart to carry the risk that comes with it as well. It's part of how an entrepreneur can ensure that they grow. Okay?
Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Sini, thank you. I want to know who the baby is on the on the label here. It's a very cute one. I also want to congratulate you. It's a terrific idea in a business, and it's amazing what you have already done. I think one of the questions I always ask entrepreneurs is, when you become successful, what are the risks after you become successful? And usually it comes in two forms. One is scaling, and the other one is competition. So let me ask you questions on both of them. The first on scaling, it says in your material that you are going from kind of a semi-industrial setup to a fully industrial production in order to meet the demand. How will you deal with the capital that's required to do that? That sounds expensive. And then also, I understand a part of your appeal of your product is kind of this artisanal, premium product. How will you maintain that as you go into the industrial setup? So that's the first question, if you don't mind answering that one.
Yeah, for the first questions regarding the scaling up, today we have a warehouse, and we plan to raise $3 million by the end of June 2026 to build a new factory, which will be able to multiply by 4 our capacity of production. Regarding the products, we have different segmentations. The fruits and vegetable purees are targeting more the middle upper class, and they are driving more margin for us. And then after the more mass market products, they are using the infant products. So that's why we are developing the micro doses for the more mass market and for the most vulnerable communities. And actually, we are discussing with governments and some UN agencies also for big bag packaging to rural area to impact more babies over there.
And the second question I had was competition. So do you have a way to protect, what's the way to protect bigger competitors to copy you? So if Nestle or Danone or one of these existing European guys says, oh my God, this Cindy is so successful, let's copy her, let's go buy the ingredients, let's undercut her. How do you protect against the big guys coming into learning from you and then copying you?
Yeah, this is a great question. And actually, I came working from big companies such as Danone. And then I saw that I don't have to close doors because, we can have partnership. But what makes us different is like we started very, very small. And today we have built a community of parents who are our ambassador for our brand. So they make the marketing for us. And in our recipes, if you have seen, we really invest in R&D to highlight the African recipes heritage. We have created the jollof rice, the best one, by the way, for babies from 6 months, so that they can able also to have this traditional foods for them at the early stage. And I think now we just need to scale fast because we learned a lot during the 6 years. We know what the markets needed. We have this community who give us insight to adapt and to put in the market products that the market is needed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So to me, it looks like you are only looking at the European competitors, the likes of Nestle, etc. Don't you have local competition? And what are you doing to make sure, of course, you probably have a competitive edge because you have the first move advantage, but how do you increase the distance so that when someone else in Senegal or in Côte d'Ivoire starts a similar business, you're already ahead?
Yeah, I think since we have different persons who come to me and said, I would like to do the same as you, both in Senegal but in different countries. So that's why we was looking for this franchise model. So in Senegal, the competitors for the purees, we are the only one who are doing it from now, but there are some in the infant flowers. But most of them, they are using imported products, wheat base, and they just make the packaging in Senegal and saying like it's the local one. So now I think we just need to scale, and with my team, we are mostly food processing engineer, so it is really our core of business of activity. We know how to create new foods. We are passionate about R&D, and I think we just need now to accelerate.
Tell me how you would move the goods from where you are. I get this feeling you're good at developing the product, but I don't see the fire for how to distribute and sell it to the rest of the world or the market, the West African market you have identified. Tell me what your marketing plan is and how you want to take this beyond your immediate market.
Yeah, currently we are working for biggest distributors in Senegal, for instance, like Auchan, Casino, Carrefour. They are also present in different African countries. So in countries where there's distributors with who we are already working are not present, the strategy is just to collaborate with a distributor, a large one, who is able to distribute our products the more territorial way. And the idea is really to collaborate with this different distributor and building, this community of parents around the brand, which in different African countries, we are going to use their local also product to adapt the tastes that parents used to eat when they were young, and then now they can have it into their baby. So literally the strategy is to be really grounded in the country and having distributors, partners, and a community of parents to scale the brand.
So your key distributors that you work with, do they also do market awareness for you?
Market?
Do they do marketing of the product?
Now, we do the marketing. So we take like the tête de gondole on the shelves, so we pay for that. And sometimes if they want to showcase like local partners, they come and make some videos on the company to showcase that they are also collaborating with local entrepreneurs.
What percentage of your budget do you spend on market awareness?
It's very, very less. It's around 5% because I'm driving by the demand now. So the budget, I just put it to buy more local ingredients, invest in equipment, and then later I will invest more in marketing.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Oh, no, Sini, congratulations. Oh. No, I need my hug. Congratulations. Oh. Congratulations. Congratulations. Merci beaucoup. Félicitations. All right. I want to come into the audience. Are you there? Oh, guys, what is it? Are you afraid? Are you ready for me to come down? Well, thank you very much. I need 3 entrepreneurs. Put your hand up. I will come to you. 3 very brave entrepreneurs. Where are you? 3 very, one, please come to me, sir. 3 brave entrepreneurs. Who are you? 2, sir, come to me. I want a lady. Yes, you, madam, with your hand up. No, you. I'm looking at you. Yes, come. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to do our own small mini ABH. Are you ready? Now, these wonderful entrepreneurs, maybe, I hope today they have come ready. I don't know. How ready are the 3 of you? Are you ready? Are you ready? You're absolutely ready. In fact, let me take you on the stage so you get a feel of the power of the ABH stage. Are you following me? Ladies and gentlemen, you are going to be my judges in this very important round. Each one of these entrepreneurs will have only 30 seconds to pitch their business. And at the end of the pitch, audience, it is your energy that will determine the ABH semi competitors. All right, are you ready? Are you ready? Audience, are you ready? You are my judges, are you ready? Okay, you have 30 seconds to pitch your business. After that, the audience will judge who the best ABH semi hero is. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, ABH. I'm Tony Bao from, I reside in England. I'm the CEO of Bao Afrique. That's a peer-to-peer marketplace where for the African diaspora. So I'm taking Africa out of Africa by making Africa great again. So what Bao Afrique does is just bringing home closer from all the produce from Kilmarnock and everything. It's just to bring whatever you miss from Africa to Europe at no cost, bring it home closer to you. So if you want to eat your bitter cola, anything you want from Africa, you can source it to Bao Afrique. So Bao Afrique is making Africa great. Thank you.
All right. Are you ready for the next? Okay, 30 seconds to pitch to the audience, and your 30 seconds start now.
Shamsa. I'm the founder of Now Farm. Our mission is to change this perspective of farming in Africa from from just a business to from survivor to the respected career by giving books and also hybrids. Also, we provide the training for farmers so that we can empower them to be the best farmers and feed the Africa we want in the future. Thank you.
Time. Wow, right on time. Okay, last business, you have 30 seconds, and your 30 seconds start now.
Every year, 5 billion of cigarette butts ending in the landfill, the sea, the river. So, but no one have done anything about it. And cigarette smokers, they are too lazy to go walk to a bin to dispose the cigarette butt. Today, I'm building a cigarette butt grinder, which is going to be like the size of a pen. When you finish smoking your cigarette, you put it inside of the cigarette butt grinder. Then he will grind it, pass through a filter with a chemical component that will eliminate the toxin, and then you can just drop that cigarette butt powder and anywhere else you want.
Oh, okay, 25 seconds. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to judge? Are you ready to judge? Will it be business number 1? Will it be business number 2? Or will it be business number 3? Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the ABH semi hero competition is Michael Victor. And Michael Victor will go home with a cool $50 today. Michael, congratulations. But what Michael doesn't know is that the $50 is in my purse, and I may forget to give it to him. But Michael, congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. A round of applause for them as they take their seats. Do we have any more entrepreneurs in the house? If you want to pitch, come to me in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, only 3, 7, 6. Careful. No, stop, you're late. Okay. Oh my goodness, he's back. Okay, you've got 10 seconds to pitch your business to the audience. Our judges are back. 10 seconds. Hey, wait, hold the microphone.
My name is Manele Reo,
10,
and I'm from South Africa.
9.
We produce South African-made shoes.
6.
Now, these are
5,
made by a community. We're
4,
not funded by any bags
3,
or anything.
2,
In fact, we're called a Stockville because
Time.
it's a youth community. Sharp. Thank you.
You can take your seat. 10 seconds only.
Hello.
You are late.
I'm here
10
by the name of
seconds.
the
10,
Pacific.
9,
I represent Musa
8,
Tubyina Okam and Dance, which use creative arts to change
5,
the lives of street
4,
kids who are
3,
vulnerable at Mountain
2,
Kigali.
1. Last one. 10 seconds. 10.
Thank you. My name is Ines Ishimge. I'm a CEO of Team 9R Sports Academy.
5,
We train kids
4,
by sports and
3,
self-awareness by
1.
9 reps.
Time. So, ladies and gentlemen, is it business number 3? Is it business number 1? Or is it business number... My brother, you may now take your seats. No? And we have a prize for you. We have a prize for each of you. We'll give the other group some more. This is your ABH coffee book. Please show it to the audience. Show it to the audience. Show it to the audience. Congratulations. All right, wow. I really wish I knew how to do his steps, but we need to get back to business. Ladies and gentlemen, we move on to our next entrepreneur. Now, this entrepreneur is making waves right here in Rwanda by pioneering 100% made Rwanda apparel. Calm down. By developing the entire value chain from raw cotton and fabric production, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Diane Mukasahaha of DCAM.
She built a garment factory to empower hundreds of women in Rwanda.
After 16 years in healthcare, relying on donations to help people survive, Diane wanted to move on from asking for help to empowering people to earn for themselves. So in 2018, she started DCOM, a garment manufacturing brand where women learn, earn, and grow through fashion. Through apprenticeships and hands-on training, Diane equips women and young people with the skills to design, stitch, and lead while producing high-quality garments for local and international markets.
DCOM is all about empowerment. It's about building self-reliance for individuals, for Rwanda, and for Africa as a whole.
Natangiye ntera ipasi genda nkura mva ku ipasi njya ku bwopereta mudozi njya ku supervisor navuye ku supervisor njya ku manager.
Today, DCOM employs over 400 people and 80% of them are women. DCOM is rewriting Africa's narrative from a continent waiting for opportunities to creating their own. Led by women, powered by purpose, and building an Africa that believes in its own power.
So sorry. Good morning, judges, and you're welcome in Rwanda. This is an opportunity to host ABH in my country and to stand in this position to talk about DCOM. Imagine an African woman shaped by resilience, driven by purpose. A woman who has faced a lot of hardship but decide to change all into the opportunities. With all stitches, she sells all dignity into her life, opportunity into her community, and life and hope into her nation. She's the woman who is inspiring all girls that the next big factories, next big thriving industries will be built by her own hands. That woman is resilient. She's shaping Africa that is no more waiting for donation. Inspired by her, I decided to quit my position, my job in the Ministry of Health, and start DCOM. DCOM is based here in Rwanda. That DCOM is creating space for that woman and the more million like her. DCOM is solving the issue of unemployment for youth and the women in Rwanda and will be in Africa. Why? Because Africa is considered as a dumping ground of second-hand clothing, and sadly, while Asia is considering textile as a god of their opportunity, as in Africa, we are busy importing 90% of what we use in Africa. Sadly, again, Africa is exporting our low cotton at a very cheap price, and we import it back at 4 times the price. DCOM is a solution. Since 7 years, from 2 people in my home, now we have 400 employees in the Kigali Industrial Economic Zone. DCOM is going beyond textile, is going beyond garment manufacturing. Now today, we're into the production of fabric from cotton to cloth, whereby we'll be completing the value chain here in Kigali. We have clients, those one who used to import material and clothing abroad, all are getting their product locally. We have financially, we are health, and we are profitable. And now DCOM is impacting 5 SDGs. With DCOM, ABH, we create more million women, more million heroes in this Africa. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Q&A with the judges, starting with you, Jerry.
Oh, terrific. I have to say, this is my first time in Rwanda, and to see a business like yours is really inspirational. I know it's a Saturday because all of your employees are here, apparently. So
Yes. Maybe I could ask them just to let me just listen, and then we can just celebrate after. Let me just listen, please.
No, it's wonderful.
Please. Come down, just give me like 15 minutes, and then we'll be back. Thank you.
It's a wonderful celebration of your accomplishments. So you probably didn't imagine where you would be 5 years ago. Give me a vision of where your company is 5 years from now.
5 years ago, our company will be doing Africa uniform clothing. Now, from last 5 years, we have been just specialized in training people in building that industrial method in Rwanda. And now we have found ourselves in a position that Africa, especially in Africa, we are importing a lot uniforms. So DICAM will be making fabric from East African cotton in 5 years. From even next year, we have already started. And in 5 years, we'll be completing value chain here in Rwanda. And also this new product or new plant, we multiply our workers. We are counting 3 times today of what we multiply next 5 years. Thank you.
Done for now, if you want.
Okay. Go on.
Congratulations, Diane, for making it to the top 10.
Thank you.
So I know Diane because she's a Bank of Kigali's client, and I'm very proud to see you on the stage. So my question to you, you're already accessing commercial bank funding. You already have a wide market. You have a bold vision to build a whole value chain from manufacturing the fabric all the way to garments. Why do you need this money? The 300,000. Why do you need it, and how would you spend it if you were to get it?
Good question. Actually, when you just you listen to the story of DICAM, we are from my salary. We started with less than 30,000 USD annual turnover in 5 years. So we are good in using money. We are able to multiply just few money. And these African Heroes money are huge because we still need to hire more people. We need to train them because we are borrowing new technology, new methodology into the region. So with African Business Heroes Fund, we train more people, and also we lack technology that is used by others, and that one will just help us to be more efficiency in what we do, because we're still just struggling with old method, because we just still reinvestment in what we do. And now, if we get this money, we will just move forward and we reach our vision. Even if our vision is big, but we are in a season whereby we need really more hands to show the case of how Africa is really in Africa that can just create their own jobs, their own fabric, their own material, and just supply Africans and others.
So I see that you produce a lot of uniforms. I also see the jackets, etc. What is your highest margin garment? And what will be your focus in the next 5 years? Is it focusing on uniforms? You say you want all African children to have uniforms made in Rwanda. Is it the jackets that you want to focus on? It's not clear to me what is the highest margin product and how you want to scale it.
Uniforms are different. We have corporate uniform, we have hospital and hospitality uniforms, and schools. For schools, they are affordable. I didn't even mention that DICAM this year is happy that at least having DICAM locally, we have been able to supply all refugee camps. Now students from camps are able to afford to be uniform like others. So we made around 6,000 pieces of uniform for refugee camps this year, even in school bags. So, but now, as we are now focusing on uniform, the most that is benefitable, that I can say, are medical clubs, hospitals. Now have been trusted by big hospitals, the first big hospitals in this country, because they used to import them at a very high price, and now they can get them locally. I can also inform that this year, during the outbreak of Marburg, there was a very huge demand of medical scrubs. Because they used to import them, they came to us, and then within one day, we supplied to government 5,000 pieces of medical scrubs in a day. So that just shows how, when we have a local presence of industry in Africa, we can solve more than what we expect.
Congratulations.
Thank
I mean,
you.
you were my neighbor at dinner last night, and I didn't realize just how big you are in what you do.
Oh,
So,
thank
congratulations.
you. Thank you.
Now, I'm looking at your numbers, and you know your capacity already.
Yes.
You seem to have a very open market to you, and you have the infrastructure already set up. You're already using our commercial banking money. So if the business continues to grow, I'm sure your bankers will always make money available to you. Banks are looking for opportunities always. But I'm looking at your numbers, and I'm looking at your projections. If 2024, 1.17 million. 2025, you're projecting 1.4. 2026, you're projecting 1.55. 2027, 1.7. 2028, 1.9. I don't see ambition in those numbers.
I think if you have seen about the first two lines, we are now in business to business, in B2B and B2G. And this year, we are starting to integrate production of fabric. Production of fabric means that we will just supply the garment, fabric, those ones.
I want you to understand what I'm saying. I don't doubt your capacity.
Yes.
That's not the problem.
Yes.
I do not doubt your opportunity. That's not the problem.
Yeah.
But I'm wondering where your ambition is in the numbers. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because everything you're saying to me is telling me the opportunities that you have.
Yes.
Now, that should tell me more. That should be reflected in the numbers that you have given me. But the numbers don't reflect the ambition and the opportunity.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering, what is the disconnect?
Yeah, the opportunity now become this next year, 2026, we supply more than the garment. In Rwanda, we have other factories that we will supply. Yes.
So I was reading one line differently, so that's why I was confused about your numbers.
Oh, now is it clear?
Don't worry, now it's clear.
Yeah, because I know that there is a big difference between 2025 and 2026, because the production of fabric will be free in 2026. That means there is another income generating that will be in the since starting next year.
I have clarity on that right now.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much.
So, Diane, it's clear that from 25 to 26, you plan on doubling, more than doubling your revenues, from $2 million to $4.5 million. And the main revenue-generating activity is going to be sales knitting, B2B. So this is actually selling to your own company.
Yes.
So are you planning also to sell to other garment companies?
Yes.
Because that's where the market is, and it looks like it's quite profitable.
Yeah. Last year, the has imported equivalent to 500,000 USD fabric. So next year, Decam Textile, Decam, the plant of textile manufacturing, will supply Decam garment. And additional to that, there is different people who are just like duplicating Decam's model to create the small factory in the country. So this is why Decam will just supply. And also when you consider the number of students that are just requiring a uniform, you find that in Decam, we will just supplying 700 million students just who are just starting nursery and primary school. The need of uniform only for the fabric we'll be making will just multiply our income. And now we are collaborating with Rwanda Development Bank. They're going to give us, we have already signed the preliminary contract, and then they are going to give us the investment to start the production of fabric.
So, yeah, sorry, Dion. So my question is this also around this sales knitting strategy, because it sounds like you need to also, is it true that you need to also build a new plant? You're spending some capital to build a new manufacturing plant for this new revenue? And if so, what are the challenges or the special skills or technologies that you might need for a new factory?
We have different challenges because this is like a new skill in this country, but we have a partnership with Chinese big factories and Bangladesh. Now what we do, we bring technicians from China even before, because this is also new technology. We bring technicians and train them. They train our people for 6 months. So they stay there because they want to transfer skills from abroad, from Asia to Rwanda. So they spend like 6 months with our people, and then after that time, they graduate. And I didn't even mention that Decam has a permanent training center whereby we trained 600 people in producing a garment. And now we are just starting another training session to train people to start manufacturing of fabric, because we have a challenge of just waiting 3 to 4 months, a container or 5 containers from China to start producing clothing. And also, imagine cotton from Tanzania exported to China or to other Asian country, and then we get fabric back to Rwanda. So Decam is going to cut off that just movement from getting raw material to East Africa, to Asia, and then now Decam is going to create, and it has started. We have completed already the pilot phase. Now we can produce knitted fabric here in Rwanda, 100% made in Africa, made in South Africa. And that one, we work on mindset. I also want to mention that Decam, I just have that mission of just working on mindset, depending on second hand, depending on importation, depending on donation, will not be the Decam we want, and Rwanda we want, and Africa we want for the future.
Madame. Everybody, Diane, congratulations, my dear. Now you can go and relax backstage. I know. The road is not simple, but we continue to pursue. Ladies and gentlemen, our 7th hero allows us to go back to Kenya, where African SMEs are being empowered with localized digital tools and embedded financing that transform manual processes into data-driven operations powered by AI. It gives me great pleasure from Uza Point to bring you Abraham Mbuthia.
Small businesses are the backbone of Africa's economy, but behind the counters, things aren't always easy. Many owners still rely on manual tools and inefficient systems to track sales. One missing receipt or error and the books don't add up. Filing taxes becomes an impossible task, and without it, banks can't trust their numbers. As a result, 50% of SMEs in Africa close within 5 years. Not anymore. Uza Point helps small businesses thrive by bringing sales, payment, and bookkeeping all in AI-powered digital platform. They help businesses stay tax compliant and give owners easier access to loans and growth with embedded finance and insurance. With UzaPoint, sales are fast, records are accurate, and shops run smoothly.
UzaPoint has created more than 100 direct jobs, more than 10,000 indirect jobs. 68% of the SMEs we have supported are women-led.
From black books to bright future, UzaPoint is empowering Africa's true business heroes.
Growing up, my parents ran a small retail shop in a village called Nyeri. This was more than just a business. It was how they put food on the table. But despite their hard work, the business collapsed. They drowned in debt, and neighbors started whispering about our failures. A painful reminder that our family's lifeline had slipped away. Years later, I embarked on a journey to understand how a $2 trillion sector with over 100 million SMEs contributing to about 80% of our employment and 60% of Africa's GDP was failing. 50% of SMEs in Africa failed within the first 5 years, and I had to understand why. I discovered it's because most of them operate informally. Every transaction is either in their books or in their heads, leading to 40% loss in revenues, and 70% of them miss out on loan opportunities due to unstructured financial data. That's why I built UzaPoint, a bookkeeping software for Africa's SMEs. It helps them digitize their operations, such as sales, inventory, purchases, expenses, and payments. We've also partnered with top fintechs in Africa to offer instant loans, embedded insurance, and payments integrations. In a market where black books are still our biggest competitor, UzaPoint stands out as the only digital platform that offers integrated tools, access to financial services, and AI intelligence all in one. So, software as a service is our key revenue driver. We've generated over $1 million in the last 3 years with an average profit margin of about 70%. So far, UzaPoint has transformed more than 3,500 SMEs across over 7 markets in Africa, unlocked more than 150,000 in SME financing, and powered more than $200 million in transaction volumes. Along the way, we've created more than 15,000 indirect jobs. 68% of the businesses we support are women-led, and 23% of the SMEs we've served have actually become profitable. My co-founder has 20 years experience in banking. I have 10 years experience in fintech, and we have a team of more than 30 people and a network of resellers across Africa. We are on a bold vision to serve more than 200,000 SMEs across more than 20 markets, unlock more than 1 million jobs, and build Africa's first SME campus while accelerating innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, it's not been an easy journey. I started from a bedsitter. I've lost my employees, and I've built the system 5 times before it worked. I never gave up because I don't want any other family to go through what mine did. Because to us, at UzaPoint, SMEs are the real African business heroes, fueling families, communities, and economies. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Abraham. Diane, do us the honors, and then to Jerry, and then Madame Awusika.
Wow, great. I love the ambition. I love the fact that you're already present in so many countries on the continent. So this shows that your solution is an African solution, not just a Kenyan solution.
Thank you.
Now my question to you is on partnerships. Have you considered partnerships with financial institutions that will be very interested in this data? And I feel you'll end up becoming a data company because you'll have so much data. So how are you planning on leveraging this data and actually making money from this data?
Thank you very much for that question. And indeed, UzaPoint has been built at the backbone of SMEs. And for these SMEs to thrive, we definitely need a lot of partnerships to get as many of them as possible. So one of the things we've done in the financial sector, we've partnered with fintechs and a few banks in Kenya. And for fintechs, it's basically to accelerate some of the products we are providing. So when you think of a typical SME, like one of our SMEs is actually in the crowds that we serve in Rwanda. And when you look at her journey, she started with one shop. And when she needed to expand by using UserPoint, she needed a facility from a financial institution. But the only way she could get that facility if she had structured financial data. So what we've done with SMEs and fintech is that we allow SMEs to consent to data sharing. And once they consent to data sharing, then financial institutions actually give them financing real time, and a credit score is generated. So that's just one of the ways we've actually partnered with financial institutions and banks. But other than that is also to provide insurance, because part of the problems that these businesses fail is not just financing. Part of the reasons why they fail is because maybe there's fire, maybe there's theft. How do they get themselves covered? So we've also partnered with fintechs who have also gone ahead and partnered with different institutions to actually cover them in case of loss and in case of damages. In terms of bank, I think the biggest challenge there has always been the very bureaucratical processes that are involved, but we are working with some of the institutions that also work with banks to make it very easy. A typical example will be CRBs, where we want to be, as you said, a data company, but provide it in a way that we work with CRBs so that CRBs will generate an automatic credit score for SMEs, and all financial institutions then can come and get a credit score directly through our partnerships with the CRBs. That's part of the ways we've actually are on board of becoming a data company and offering financial services. Thank you.
How do you see yourself in the next 5 years?
Wow.
How do you see yourself, but also UserPoint as in the next 5 years?
Wow. I see UserPoint in the next 5 years in about 20 markets in Africa. Part of the ways we've actually grown to those markets is not even by physically having a presence there. It's basically by the communities SMEs are in and them sharing the experiences of how UserPoint has actually transformed themselves. So we look at ourselves as having transformed more than 200,000 SMEs, serving more than 20 markets. As Abraham, I look at myself as being a key enabler for SMEs. As we said, one of the things we want to do is involve ourselves in a lot of training programs and financial education for small and medium-sized businesses. So I want to be at the core of that, where we create as many training programs for financial inclusion and education. Because as we try and get these SMEs to some of these products, the biggest barrier is getting them to adapt and understand the benefits of these solutions. So 5 years from now, I want to be at the core of financial inclusion for SMEs. And maybe just to add on to that, part of the things I've done as my own initiative as Abraham is that I've seen small businesses are not able to separate their personal finances from their business finances. Part of the initiative as an innovator, I've built a platform for them to be able to manage their personal finances in addition to business finance. So I want to be at the core of financial inclusion in Africa. Thank you.
Abraham, thank you very much. I'm a big fan of SMEs, and I'm a big fan of what the vision you have for your company. So congratulations.
Thank you.
I have a question on customer churn. What is the customer? How long? What is the retention or churn rate for a typical SME in your business? And is that something that is based on the failures of these businesses? You mentioned that SMEs fail very quick. A lot of them fail very early in Africa. Or is this kind of a product issue? And speaking of product, I think you have a very service-oriented mindset. You're trying to help these businesses. Yet I think product has everything from you're helping them with taxes, to hardware, to lending. So you have a lot of different little products to try to solve the SME problem. So maybe you could just talk to me a little bit about the churn. Is it a problem? Is it an advantage for you? And then the product mix. Do you see yourself continue to provide all these services to SMEs?
Thank you very much for that question. Yes, as you well put it, at the core of UserPoint is the backbone of Africa. And the backbone of Africa, in our view, is the SMEs. And what we are striving to do is change that narrative. Remember growing up, for me, this is something that has been a pain. And I've seen a business collapse. I've seen my family's business collapse. And I've transformed that pain to purpose. So when I went over the journey and tried to do my research to understand why those SMEs fail, I realized it's not one problem. It's actually multiple problems. And being an innovator and having studied Bachelor of Business Information and Technology, I wanted to see how I can create an infrastructure that can be able to solve multiple of those problems. So for us, we don't believe we can be able to offer financing. We don't believe we can be able to offer insurance yet. But we believe we can be able to partner with people to offer one infrastructure that will actually solve that problem. You talked about churn rate. And yes, as a software as a service, churn rate is one of our biggest challenges. However, what we've done, we've gone big on localization and creating a very nice rapport with our SMEs. Given that for us, SMEs are very passionate, and we are doing this with a lot of drive, just to make them thrive. So we work with them, despite the challenges, whether it's fire, go out there and figure out what's a solution for them, and how do we embed it as part of our infrastructure. So that said, yes, we have a variety of products, but the goal is that we want to reduce that number from 50% of SMEs failing within 5 years. We want to see that number coming down, and that is why we exist. Thank you.
Congratulations on getting to the top 10.
Thank you.
Now, please explain to me how the platform actually works. Because I'm imagining that your partnership is with multiple financial institutions, multiple insurance companies. You also want to offer training and all of that on the same platform. Now, do they only choose from the ones that are onboarded on your platform, or are they able to use your platform while staying with whatever providers they already have? And where is your income stream in all of that?
Okay. Thank you very much for that question. So for us as UserPoint, our key revenue driver is software as a service, okay? So the first entry point to these small businesses, and based on the challenges that they face, is that they typically keep manual records. Think about it as your ordinary SME. And as I said, Black Books is still our biggest competitor in this particular market. So the first thing is to move their transactions from that Black Book to a digital platform. That's the first thing we do, and that's what we offer software as a service subscription for. The second thing we do is that now you've started...
Subscription by the...
Yes.
The vendor?
Yes. Okay. Subscription by the customers. Yes. And once they use the subscription, then we are able to tell them, okay, so now you've grown your business, you've grown your transactions, you want to scale. And a typical example will be like the businesses that we've supported. So you start by one shop, but then as you grow your numbers, you need more capital. So we work with financial institutions so that within the platform, when you log in, you can be able to apply for a loan. That data is sent real time to financial institutions. A credit score is generated for you based on your transactional data, and then a loan is disbursed for you within that same day. Everything happening within our platform because it's embedded. If it's for insurance, it's as a business owner, we keep on trying to do a lot of education. As we said, financial inclusion for us is very big. We tell you, now you've built a business, you're doing $20,000. When you started using UserPoint, you're doing maybe $100 a day. So how do you mitigate your risk as a business owner to cover yourself? Then we tell them we have partnered with an insurance platform to be able to cover you as a business owner. And so that's the journey through which these businesses go through. And our goal is always to see them expand, hire more people, create more jobs, and as a ripple effect, it boosts our economy as an African continent.
So, like, how many financial institutions are on your platform right now? And
okay.
How many insurers are on your platform?
So what we've done, we've partnered with one fintech that has a Pan-African context, serving more than 5 markets. For insurance, the same thing, a fintech that has more than 6 markets in Africa.
So they're largely fintechs?
Yes, they're largely fintechs.
That are your partners?
Yes.
Traditional commercial banks are cut off from your platform right now?
Thank you for that question. So what these fintechs have done, have gone that extra mile to actually partner with some of these institutions.
Okay, so they become a secondary provider.
Exactly.
But relying on the commercial banks.
Exactly.
And
our
how does that
transactional
affect
data.
Pricing?
Well, not really, because for us, our goal is actually we make our money through software as a service.
No, not pricing to the end user.
Well, I think the pricing is still relatively okay. So if it's in terms of lending, for example, they charge about 6% interest rate per month, and they are short-term loans, most of them. So again, at the end of the day, the financing goes to the right thing, because the financial institution is able to finance where that business has a gap, as opposed to finance generally to the institution, and that gives them a higher success rate.
And what is the percentage of your customers that have taken advantage of those opportunities?
So far, we've unlocked more than 150,000 SME financing, something that we started late last year and has gotten a lot of traction. Our goal is that we offer facilities through the platform that are going to benefit. So it's basically looking at different data points as opposed to one data point. Historically, these institutions have worked with maybe payments only that are going through the banks, but for us, we are looking at how much purchases are you doing? How much expenses are you doing as a business? How much sales? How much inventory do you have? So we have more data points, and that gives them a higher success rate.
Thank you, Abraham. So the most affordable subscription for you is $350, if I've read it well.
Yes.
Which is not cheap, right? And excluding a lot of SMEs on the continent. Why don't you develop a community platform, and from there you start building up, and customers will maybe spend less than $350, because it's high for some of our SMEs.
Thank you very much. Indeed, at times for these businesses, they might think that the investment is very significant. The way we look at it is that we look at this, we tell these SMEs, number one, is that you've invested in $20,000 to set up your business. User Point is more like a padlock to help you safeguard that. But most importantly, we've worked with financial institutions to help them cover the costs of actually onboarding. For us, we're trying to build a profitable business, and that's why we offer certain rates to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Abraham. Well done, my brother. Okay. Let's do this for mommy and daddy and for the rest of the continent.
Thank you.
Well done to you. Ladies and gentlemen, we move right now to the north part of our continent of Africa, to Egypt, where our next finalist is strengthening the local food ecosystems by reducing inefficiencies and supporting SME growth. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to bring to you Gohar Saeed of Supplied.
في الاول خالص احنا ابتدينا بصينا على المنيو بتاعنا طلع فيه 20 ايتمز، ومن الايتمز دول في SKUs كتير، كنا عايزين نشوف هنجيب كل الخامات دي منين. طبعا بصينا لقينا ان في موردين كتير، ولازم الواحد يختار المورد كويس من ناحيه الجوده ومن ناحيه السعر. لقينا ان سبلايد بتوفر لنا كل الكلام ده من بورتال واحد، من بلاتفورم واحد بيدخل يطلب كل حاجه هو عايزها، ويو كان فولو اب الدليفريز، وتعرف الاوردر هيوصل لك امتى، وتعرف بالظبط هتدفع كام.
Supplying raw materials and having them in check and having them in stock all the time, I think this is a very common challenge for most of the businesses in the world. And that's what I think is a great solution that Supplied offers, is getting you the consistency of the supplies you need, of the best raw materials you need. Supplied not just gives supplies, it also gives guidance to businesses.
As an infrastructure player, we became a main component of the restaurant's ecosystem that you cannot actually imagine this scene operating without Supplied anymore. We have managed over time to serve more than 5,000 customers, which is very challenging in a place like Egypt where everything is super fast and moving very quick. But actually, when we look at our customers right now, Supplied became a very important part of their day-to-day operation. That from sourcing, software solutions to financing and everything in between. Now everyone knows that they have access to a reliable service, and what was once a financial burden became now a great opportunity to invest, where restaurants are extremely confident in what they're going to achieve.
Was the timing correct of the entrance? Yeah? So I've got 16 minutes on stage. By the time I'm done, hundreds of restaurants will have already benefited from Supplied. Because behind every dish you see, I think the pointer is not working. Because behind every dish you see, there is a supply chain that people don't usually notice. If it fails, passion is not enough. In our part of the world, food is a main component of our culture, from Cairo to Cape Town, Dakar to Nairobi, with more than 500,000 outlets spread across the continent, generating $50 billion in top line. And around 10 million families benefit from this industry. In Egypt, more than $200 million are invested every year on restaurants, contributing to around 25% of the country's GDP and employing more than 25% of the workforce. However, 88% of these restaurants remain underserved, and 90% of them will shut down in 3 years. And what was once a great opportunity will become a financial burden and another failure on the wall of unfulfilled dreams. I've lived that burden. I opened restaurants and shut them down. Say different inputs, same output. An unfair system that's designed to fail every single time. An ecosystem that's only built for the big and leaving everyone else to his struggles. Why? The challenge is clear. Restaurants are super fragmented, super scattered, expensive to acquire, serve, and retain. And the answer? Yes, technology. We had to build the infrastructure, but a digital infrastructure that supports every kitchen out there, providing different procurement solutions, logistics as a service, financing options, and access to market, knowledge, and network. Finally, a back end that supports, a back end that makes sense. And in 4 years, we delivered 5,000 outlets, $12 million in ARR, 95% tech adoption, less food waste, savings in food cost, and working capital, freed. And most important, longevity. With 75% retention rates, our restaurants survived. The industry have proven defensibility, and we have shown resilience because we believe that every restaurant owner deserves an opportunity. Let it be a coffee house or a burger concept, local street food, or a 150-year-old bakery shop, or even a recently opened fried chicken concept. We are always at the back end, cheering for them, supporting their hustles, and making it happen, one restaurant at a time. And forever, we believe in our mission. We will keep these kitchens open. And when kitchens stay open, communities feed, families live, and dreams survive. And Supplied, with your support, will forever deliver, from Cairo to the continent.
Thank you, Gohar. Jerry, if you could kindly take off. Thank you.
Wow, that's an amazing solution. I like restaurants, so that's why when I see this, I feel it's a great thing to support restaurants to be more efficient, etc., and focus on delivering good service and freeing up all the struggle that they face in the supply chain. So that's a very good business. So Gohar, your business is only 3 years old.
4.
4, okay. But you've diluted the ownership of the business and you only own 35%?
The founders collectively own 60%.
Okay. And they're still with you? All the founders are still with you?
Yes.
Great.
The point is, we raised a lot of money, some money, which was required for building the infrastructure. Building an infrastructure takes a lot of investments. So I would have done it again. I would have raised the same amount of money and diluted myself with this percentage to achieve the number that we have achieved that was not possible without these investments.
Great. So I see you are still a loss-making business, and even by end of this year, you still project to post a loss. So how are you turning over that and to post a profit next year? What is the ingredient that is going to make your business profitable?
Okay, so an average supply chain business in Egypt takes around 5 to 7 years to be profitable, regardless the big growth we are achieving. So we are still on track to be where we want to be. However, with the challenges that we have seen over the past, like I'd say 2-3 years, mainly starting 2023, we changed the dynamics of the business completely. So we went down in our EBITDA from around negative 35% by beginning of 2023 to currently negative 7%. The point is the growth that we are going to achieve within the next 6 to 9 months is actually what is going to take us to profitability. So we started changing the dynamics completely of our P&L to pivot and pave the way to getting profitable by June 2026.
Thank you.
Hi, Gohar. I guess, you know, I look at the financials and I realize one of the things that you're trying to do is go from direct shipping to drop shipping. Yes. And that's why your margin, your gross margin can improve over the next few years, because right now you're at a low gross margin, like 8%, and by 2027, you're hoping to get to 15%, doubling that number. And most of that is due to drop shipping. But then, of course, this trade-off, I think, between direct shipping and drop shipping. Direct shipping, you have to hold the inventory, you have to have working capital, whereas drop shipping is much more efficient, but maybe your customers may not feel the same high touch that you're giving them today. How do you think about that? Because it's a trade between financial profitability, but also customer service, or how are you thinking about it? Help me through that.
Great question. Thank you for this one. So actually, it goes back to the narrative that we started Supplied with. When we first started, no one ever believed in the SMEs. No one believed in the small and medium-sized restaurants. What we had to do is we had to invest all our efforts and money in proving that this market will eventually work. If you manage to get the number, if you manage to serve the big bulk of the economy, financials will follow. The point of getting or shifting from direct shipping to drop shipping is mainly around optimizing our operations cost, because we spend more or less around 3% on the operations, which is already super efficient, yet we want to reduce this. Once we have achieved the numbers, our suppliers already currently believe that this market matters. So they started accepting the fact that moving to drop shipping will eventually make sense because they want that access. However, what we have managed to build is making sure that we provide the infrastructure where the transaction is going to happen. So it's not us getting away from the equation, it's more than us providing them how to do the operations of it. Because we cracked something in Egypt that was not crackable before us. No one ever managed to supply the amount of restaurants that we are supplying, with a very, very efficient acquisition cost, with a very, very efficient operating cost. What else we are betting on is, with the number we have achieved, suppliers already started accepting the fact that they can invest more with us on additional services that does not have the same operating cost, like marketing platforms, rebates, and so on and so forth. Does that answer your question?
Okay, congratulations and well done for trying to solve a problem that looked challenging. Now, tell me, what is your optimal number of customers that you need in order for you to become profitable? And how many cities do you service right now in Egypt? Where is the concentration of your customers? And where do you see the growth in order to get to your break-even number of businesses to supply for you to become profitable?
By design of the ecosystem in Egypt, Cairo is the most concentrated areas of restaurants, with around more than 50-60% of restaurants, especially there. If we take away the hotels in the Red Sea, which is a big account, so we don't work with them right now. Where we see ourselves, something that really makes sense to the business, it's a couple of KPIs: number of accounts and share of procurement per account. So every month we continue to grow on both verticals. We grow in terms of number of acquisitions, and we make sure that we grow within our existing base of customers. Because by the time we achieve what we want to achieve, which is at least 20,000 customers, we want to make sure that at least we own from 50 to 60% share of procurement from our clients. That's how the business will eventually be profitable, and that's how we will create the dependency that our customers will be working with us based on.
Okay, your target customer base is 20,000.
Not the target. We want to grow beyond that. That's where we believe that Egypt will be like more or less saturated in our books.
And is that the point at which you will be profitable?
No. We'll be profitable actually at 6,000 restaurants, which is 1,000 restaurants more than where we are right now.
You're at 4,500.
5,000.
Yes.
Yes.
You're at 5,000 now. Yes. Okay, so 1,000 more and you will be profitable.
Yes.
Okay. How many cities do you serve in Egypt now?
We serve Greater Cairo, we serve Alexandria, we serve North Coast, which is a seasonal area. We started serving a port in the Red Sea, and we are starting to expand beyond the full shore of the Red Sea and Upper Egypt, 2026.
So is your target of 20,000 within Egypt or outside of it?
Within Egypt.
Within Egypt?
Yes.
So how do you think this is scalable outside of Egypt as a business model?
Food supply chain is a global problem. It's not an Egyptian problem. And restaurants are suffering everywhere in the world. So how is it scalable? By building the technology, by building the infrastructure that can actually be exported elsewhere. We want to build that tech infrastructure that can actually work in Kenya, in Tanzania, in Rwanda, in Cape Town, in South Africa, everywhere in the world. Yes, we might not have, I would say, the culture experience or how the country operates, but we believe that if we manage the technology, we will be able to grab partners that can eventually help us make it outside of Egypt and scale outside of Egypt.
Great. So this is sort of a marketplace for restaurants where they can buy their supplies. Do you think any other global company could disrupt you, like Amazon coming to Egypt and setting up a platform to supply restaurants? Do you think this would happen, and what would you do?
We are 5,000 restaurants ahead. So yeah, they might come.
But they have deep pockets.
They have?
Deep pockets.
And we have the market knowledge.
Good, very good. I like your confidence and your drive. You're very passionate about your business. Talk to me about your team and your other co-founders. What is the chemistry that is binding you together?
We are actually, I have on my side my co-founder Karim. He's leading the product and the tech team. He's an ex-Yahoo. We have another 35 very high qualified people leading different sectors: operations, business, tech, product, even growth. We managed to achieve what we have achieved with not a so high number of people because, again, we rely too much on technology. So like, for instance, a supplier that have 1/10 the number of accounts that we have is operating with 200 salespeople on the ground. We are operating 10 times more with 2 salespeople on the ground. Because again, everything in supply is happening digitally. Everything is happening on the product itself. We acquire customers digitally, we manage them on the product, we retain them on the product, and we upsell to them on the product. We have a team of customer support, account management, of course, but I'd say 95% of the business is coming from the customers on our application.
And how do you control quality of your supplies? Because you can imagine if you get it wrong and you deliver, I don't know, spoiled meat to a restaurant and people get sick. So how do you make sure you manage, control the quality of your supplies to restaurants?
Okay. It's all based on the type of the SKU. So we have in our facility, we have different supply chains from frozen to chilled to dry. Each SKU depending on its expiry date, it's when does it come and when does it go out. That's how we control the quality of it. We make sure that if we are onboarding a new SKU, that our operating team have the knowledge required to deliver and maintain that product. However, something is very, very important. Expiries and bad products come from inventory sitting on your warehouses for too much. Our average days on hand is 3 days. Compared to the market is at 45. So we have never seen the problem or the bottleneck where actually we have scrap stock, we have waste, because we are more likely to act like a stop for the products where we get it from all the suppliers in the market and you just dispatch it to deliver it to the customers.
Can you your pricing?
Excuse me?
Your pricing.
Yeah.
It looks to me like it's a bit low, which is why your margin is a bit low. Is there room for you to do better with it, or are you locked in at that low price level, which makes it more difficult for you to be profitable?
Yes. So I wouldn't do it with the pricing. I'd maintain our prices as competitive as it be, because again, that's how we guarantee survival of our restaurants. If we increase the prices, that means less margins for them. That will make their business more or less solid. What we are doing is actually expanding other revenue streams that can add more revenues and more margins and that actually look better on our P&L without affecting the customer. So we started adding like subscriptions for the logistics. If you are a small restaurant, if you don't have the outlet, we can store for you and we will deliver upon your request. We started going to the suppliers and asking them for marketing collaborations. I have 5,000 customers who come every day on the app. Why not market your products on my app? And that's zero cost on my side. So I wouldn't play with the pricing to, again, guarantee sustainability for our restaurants, but the base we have created is already paving the way for much more revenue streams that will help us generate more margins in terms of monetary value.
Thank you very much.
I should leave?
Yeah.
I hope that was better than my singing yesterday.
You did very well.
Thank you so much.
Go hire my running coach. Well done, my brother.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and now we have a music break. It gives me great pleasure to bring onto the stage a man whose voice is not only taking him across the continent of Africa, but of course into the world. In a few minutes, we'll bring him up on stage. But on a scale of 1 to 10, how excited are you? What did you say? Who said what? What did you say? 6, 7. Are you anxious about the top 10 heroes? Are you afraid? Are you worried? Kenya, are you in the house? Aha! So is the award this year going to Kenya? Wait. Or maybe it's going to Egypt. Is it going to Egypt? I don't know. Maybe it's going to Cameroon. Then again, perhaps maybe Senegal is better. Oh, sister, are you the only Senegalese? No worry at all. I'm one of 3 Ghanaians in the house. Or perhaps maybe, it should just go to Tanzania? I don't know. It could also come to Rwanda. But you see, in addition to into Rwanda, maybe, I don't know, maybe we go to, which country can we go to? Mention it. I know, we already said Rwanda, don't worry at all. We're right now in Rwanda, so don't worry at all. But ladies and gentlemen, ultimately it's for the African business hero. Now, let us please allow ourselves to be relaxed. I need 3 powerful dancers. Who are the best dancers in the house? 3 powerful dancers, just come to me. Don't even let me pick you because I cannot see you. The light is in my eyes. 3 wonderful dancers. You've got 10 seconds to come to me. In 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. No dancer at all? Are there no dancers in the house? Please, then come. I'm counting down again from 10. 9, come down to me. If you are the best dancer in the house, come down to me. 7, 6, 5, 4, no dancers? What? Aha, now I see you. DJ, are you ready for the best music for me, please? The best music for me? You ladies again? Are there no other dancers to compete with these champions already? Aha! Hold on. I need one more, because how many schools do we have in the house? Come, represent your school. One more school. Okay, if you're not joining us, then the competition shall go without you. DJ, tell us what sound we're going to be getting. Is that our track? Okay, hold on. Oh, we have another competitor. So do you guys want to compete together or as individual? So we're going Discovery International School against Gashora. Are you guys ready for this kind of competition? Oh, man. Okay, so Discovery, step aside. We're going to have the same track for both of them, and each competition will have, or each phase will have 1 minute to compete. You have 1 minute to do your move. Are you okay? DJ, load that. 1 minute starts now. 50 seconds. You are dancing together now. 45 seconds. 30 seconds. 15 seconds. Count down with me. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Huh? What's wrong with the music? You don't like the music? Another minute. Come on. 45 seconds. 30 seconds. And we're done. Okay, so you were waiting for a special part of the song. Discovery? You want a song called? DJ, do we have a song called Jealous? So you were waiting for a special part of the song. I get it. Center stage. My DJ, do we have the song called Jealous? Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, let's go! Volume, please. Okay, 45 seconds. 30 seconds. 15 seconds. In 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, 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 all right. So, ladies and gentlemen, is it going to be Gashora? Then I guess it may be going to Discovery International School. Congratulations, girls. Congratulations. Congratulations, girls. You won already, so you are always winners. All right? Okay, you can all take your seats. Thank you very much. Yes, you can give them a big hug. This is a powerful and durable community. All right. And now, ladies and gentlemen, with that taking us into the world of music, it gives me great pleasure to bring a true son of the soil to the stage. Please warmly welcome Kevin Kade.
Yeah, yeah. Say 1, 2, say 1, 2, everybody. Ibyo ushaka nibyo nanga wowe nyingurira anyway you want me. Are you guys ready? Say 1, 2, 1, 2. Dimanda kubana, yeah. I want to be mumeze neza tubikore. Say, 1, 2, everybody. mumeze neza mutwihangane kuri mikrofone ariko ko tubikora sibyo muri tayari say 1 2 everybody say chérie oh give me overdose reste près de moi everybody now hallelujah on ne sait jamais sura yako mimi nana oh yeah I am so down sitayenda muri tayari 1 2 3 umunazi nakumbuka se nisanze ngundu umuntu namenye nisanze ngundu umuntu nazi kwese nisanze ngundu umuntu everybody now oh nana oh nana yeah yeah nisanze 1 2 everybody tayari 1 2 Yeba Elese agenda na mashaba ay 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 numubona nusare baby ay 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 ishoti ni bumesi mumeze neza tubikore si ni Loki nanjye sombi say what let me calm down I'm losing my mind hey afite da anyera na konda nakubuvo hariya hirya 1 2 Kwese munda munda tubikore 1 2 mazi ya nyanja we twese uzangira umusa unoresha amashashi mazi ya nyanja ndakubuvo 1 2 3 shake your bamba DJ let's go basigaye banseka bakanamvuga ngo nisonega nasuma. Come give me your love, mama. Shame beauty hogoza. Them better leave me alone. Nikukajezi kamshoroza. Ndakumisinga. In your absence. Ndira ngoruhinja. Me say one, me say two, me say 1, 2. Twese mazi ya nyanja. Mazi ya nyanja we. Twese. Everybody, Uzangiru. 1, 2. Shake your bamba, shake your bamba, ba ba. Shake your bamba, bamba, bamba. Shake your bamba, bamba, bamba. Shake your bamba, me and shake your bamba, bamba. Shake your bamba, bamba, bamba. Shake your bamba, bamba, bamba. 1, 2. Yeah. Say, habari ya me too much. She's not a regular shawty, yeah. She do me VIP. She make me fall in love again. Ndamukunda sinamutendeka. Ndamubonanga itaminduka. She blow my mind and my medulla. Mwitayari, she's on my mind. Kumwacha mi siwezi. Me say wakuta haruguru. 1, 2, 3, say mazi ya nyanja, mazi ya nyanja. Muri tayari uzangira umusazi, unonesha mashashi. 1, 2. Shake your bamba, shake your bamba, ba ba. Shake your bamba, bamba, bamba. Shake your bamba, bamba, bamba. Shake your bamba, me and shake your bamba, bamba. Shake your bamba, bamba, bamba. Shake your bamba, bamba, bamba. 1, 2. Bamba, bamba. You. 1, 2, 3. Murakoze cyane.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you like Kevin Kade, please let me hear you scream. Oh, and this brings us to a wonderful, well-deserved break. It is now lunchtime. We kickstart the next part that will have 2 heroes and, of course, our top 3 announcement. After this 1-hour break, may you kindly be back in the auditorium by 1:30 for a 1:45 start. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for lunch. Okay, and what we'd like to do is, we don't want you all to rush out at the same time. So if you don't mind, let's just manage ourselves and exit through one of the exits. So kindly, calmly, let's do this very calmly and quietly. Well, not quietly, but calmly, so that we can avoid any form of accidents. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for us to go for lunch. At 1:45, we will restart with our last 2 heroes, and then we will also go into our top 3 announcement. So please, kindly, let's take our time to exit, please, kindly. We have 2 heroes after lunch, so please be sure to be back and seated and ready by 1:30 for a 1:45 p.m. start. Kindly exit the building, quietly and safely, kindly, please. Let's do this safely. Not quietly, but at least safely. Please do it gradually, so we are safe. And please be back and seated by 1:30 p.m. for a 1:45 start. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. This is the 7th Africa's Business Heroes competition live from Kigali, Rwanda. Out of 32,000 applications and rigorous levels, we've got our top 10, and we are now going to see our last 2 out of the top 10. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to take you on a trip to Tanzania, where our next finalist is making aquaculture and farming more productive and climate smart, advancing food security and rural economic empowerment. Please warmly welcome Diana Orembe of Nofi.
In nature, nothing is wasted. Life simply transforms. But in Tanzania, tons of food used to go to waste, while farmers barely made profits. That's when one woman decided to step in with science. As a child, Diana saw her uncle struggle to access better quality and affordable fish food. Growing up, she realized that nothing had changed.
So I decided to apply the science as a tool to come up with an innovative way of producing fish food.
As a microbiologist and entrepreneur, Diana solved this problem by using microbes to turn food waste into fish feed and biofertilizers. By repurposing the waste from fish feed to make biofertilizers for plants, No Feed ensures that nothing goes to waste. Today, they have upcycled more than 500 tons of food waste and empowered more than 2,000 farmers with affordable fish feed and fertilizers. From waste to nourishment and problem to possibility. No Feed feeds the fish, fish feed the world, and science makes it possible.
Hello everyone. This is a picture of me and my uncle Musa. He was a fish farmer and the man who raised me. He farmed for decades and struggled to access a better quality feed for his fish. The fish feed was very expensive, imported, and reliant on fish meal. During the university, I realized over 60% of smallholders fish farmers in Tanzania face the same reality. I found No Feed to turn abundant food waste into single-cell, protein-rich fish feed and organic biofertilizer. Why? So that no farmers struggle like my uncle. But how do we do this? I know all of you have heard about biotechnology before for production of beer or medicine. But this time, African time, it's biotechnology for production of sustainable fish food. We use fermentation technology and bacteria as a cell factory. We extract nutrients from the food waste and use it to cultivate the bacteria cells, which we then harvest and mix with other ingredients to make a complete feed for the farmed fish. And the byproduct from our fermentation process is repurposed into microbial-rich biofertilizer that nourish our soil today and improve the farmer's yield. We sell our product through a network of distributors. Our feed sells for $1.3 per kilogram with a 30% of a profit margin. Our fertilizer sells for $3 per liter with a 35% of a profit margin. So far, due to this technology, farmers are now seeing 30% increase of their profit. And on top of that, more than 500 tons of waste have been upcycled and diverted from the landfills. And 22 youths are now employed at No Feed. Last year, we closed with a revenue of $420,000, and we expect this number to increase in the coming year. But I remind you, we started from a very humble beginning in 2020 to a pilot scale in 2023. And to scale our impact, we have completed a fully built factory capable of producing more than 6,000 metric tons of sustainable feed per annum, ready to meet the rising market demand. And with the advanced machinery already in place, we are set for strong and sustainable income. This is a lab. Once active, it will accelerate our work and create more opportunities for scientists like me. And winning the prize today will be very transformational to our business. It will enable us to create 20 additional jobs, fully launch this full production facility, and positioning us to sell more than 4,000 tons of feed by 2027 and generate a revenue of $5 million. The market is very huge. We intend to capture 10% of our beachhead market in the next 5 years. And we have the right team with the right skills, passion, and talent to take this business across the globe. Thank you.
Judges, over to you.
Hello, Diane. What a cool story, and I'm really excited by the reuse of food waste and turning it into fertilizer and fish food. I wanted to ask a couple of questions. The first one is on the front end of your business, which is the intellectual property. Is it protected, and what prevents some big guy coming in and say, wow, that's a very cool thing, I'm just going to copy her?
Our technology is patentable. It's currently patent pending, and we are patenting different areas of our business, including the consortium of bacteria that we are using that can utilize the source of waste as a carbon and energy as they grow into a bigger volume of biomass, but also the technology to keep this alive outside the waste. There's cells alive outside the waste and active once applied on the organic waste, so that we can be able to scale this across Africa. We have seen how this have been done with lactobacillus that is used to ferment milk to make fermented milk, but we have also seen the use of yeast for making dough. All these are microbes that have been protected to stay inactive before being applied in a product, and they become active once applied on a product. We are kind of taking a similar approach to make sure that we will be able to protect our innovation, but also beyond that, to be able to scale it in another country where, just like where you can buy lactobacillus in Tanzania now, although it's produced in China, in Vietnamese, in Western, we want also to be able to sell these microbes that we have already worked on and proved that they can do this amazing work of fermenting this waste in another country, maybe Rwanda, maybe Nigeria, maybe Cameroon, so that, and maybe Western countries, but also license this technology to any company that wants to do this. But beyond that, let me remind you this. The fish feed company is very big for one company to take over this. For example, Tanzania right now, the feed alone market is worth more than $52 million US. And for the global markets, more than billions of money. So we need more people to tap into this, because at the end of the day, our goal is to help the farmers produce sustainably, affordably, and yeah.
Congratulations on the work you've done so far.
Thank you.
You're so young, but you've done a lot of work, so very well done.
Thank you.
Now, I'm looking at your numbers.
Yeah.
And in between 2024 and 2025,
yeah,
which is this year end,
yeah,
you're growing by 65%.
Yeah.
But between 2025 and 2026,
yeah,
your projected growth is about 158.3%.
yeah.
What will be the game changer? I'm assuming ABH is supposed to be in the mix of that somewhere. So
Yeah,
I'd like
so-
you to tell me how you envision that.
Yeah, sure. So you know what? We have a very high demand for our product. That's why we decided to scale our production facility to be able to produce in massive demand to meet this unmet demand. That's why you see right now our focus is to be able to fully launch and operationalize this new facility so that we can eat that growth of more than 100% from the 2025. Our production capacity right now is less than 30 tons a month, but you can see from this production facility, once opened, once starting to operate, we can produce more than 60,000 metric tons of feed per annum. That's a lot. That means our machinery has a capacity of more than 20 tons of feed per day. So meaning, once we will be able to push this in the market, we will be able to generate a lot of revenue and grow that massive to more than 100% compared to our growth this year and the last year.
When do you expect the new facility to become operationalized?
Yeah.
And if you were to win today,
Yes.
what will you do with the $300,000 in the mix of this?
Sure, thank you so much for your nice question. So we are expecting to finish the installation of these machineries by January 2026. Winning today will be incredible and transformational to our business, as I mentioned, because it will enable us to have a working capital to support us to start this new factory. What is limiting us right now is enough cash to be able to launch this new factory. So if we win today, we'll direct this money into working capital, ensuring that we have enough raw material for production of this big, huge amount of feed. We will fuel our capex, including the logistic investment, because we are targeting mostly last-mile farmers. Right now, we only have these 2 trucks that's helping us distributing our product. So we're going to invest into leasing more trucks and buying additional ones so that we can be able to reach more farmers at the right time and sell more product.
Okay, let's play another scenario.
Yes.
I mean, everybody that gets to the top 10 is a winner one way or the other.
Yeah, sure.
Because you would walk away with at least $100,000.
Sure.
So assuming you're not the top winner today,
yeah,
you still get $100,000 because you're in the last 10.
Yeah.
How will you still move your factory forward?
Okay, so what we are doing right now, we have already approached the Tanzania Agriculture Development Bank. We were looking for ways for us to get asset financing in terms of logistics, but we are also looking for ways to get a working capital. The discussion is still ongoing, and we hope once we're able to close this, we will be able to finance our start. But also we have a revenue coming from selling our product that will also back us going forward. Yeah. And I forgot to mention, I have 100,000K. I have 100,000K from ABH already. That one I'm also going to direct it to helping me to scale this. I have 100,000 secured. Yeah. You remember that one?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
I said so.
Yeah.
Great, great. Congratulations, Diana,
Thank
for
you so
making
much.
it to the top 10. Great business. I like the science-based products, your biofertilizer, your fish feed, science-based. I think that's great, that's powerful. My question to you, can you tell us about your main competitors and what your competitive advantage is? And because it's a science-based product, how much are you investing in your R&D to make sure you continue being competitive?
Yeah, sure. Thanks so much, Diana, for a very nice question. Our main competitors right now, over 90% of feed in Tanzania is imported. We have a demand annually of more than 36 metric tons of feed to be imported into our country. And we have a deficit of more than 450,000 metric tons of fish in the country. That make it a very huge opportunity for us to introduce our feed. But comparing us to our competitors who are selling conventional feed, our technology, first of all, is a closed-loop biotechnology platform, enabling us to produce a protein at a very lower cost. Because, you know, with the conventional feed, why the price is high, protein alone, which comes from the fish meal, accounts for over 70% of the feed total production cost. And all this is directed to the final consumer. This is smallholders farmers. That's why they're investing a lot and they can't see a return on their investment. That's our product sells for $1.3 per kilogram. And the competitors' feed sell for $2, a range of $2 to $3 per kilogram, making ours affordable and much cheaper for the farmers. Coming to the yield, our farmers using our product are able to increase their yield by 30 to 45%, depending on their location, depending on their soil. 30% is for the fish farmers, 45% is for the crop farmers. And coming back to the economic benefit to the farmers, we took this based on the feedback from the farmers, this data based on the feedback from the farmers, and based on our research. Farmers using no-feed product are able to gain extra $200 to $450 per cycle of a production. How did this get calculated? It's based on a farmer who is owning 200 square meters of a fish pond. This farmer intensively, he can put more than 1,000 fish on his farm. And if he does this unintensively, he can go up to 600 fish per cycle. And our feed conversion ratio is 1:2, meaning to produce 1 kilogram of a fish, you only need 2 kilograms of no-feed fish feed. 1 kilogram of a fish right now sells for roughly $5, and 2 kilograms of no-feed, you'll get it for $2.6, meaning a farmer can be able to get extra profit. That's another third point. But also the last point, we are competitive based on the way we are distributing our product. We are using a network of distributors. Like these distributors already have their customers. We don't have to spend a lot on acquiring new customers. We are selling to them and they convince the farmers like there is this new product. And beyond that, we are partnering with different organizations. For example, just like here, last year, we partnered with Mennonite for Economic Development Association that's headquartered in Canada. We set different demonstration plots. This was meant to ensure, to train the farmers based on our product and facilitate the farmers' adoption of this bio-based product and tell them how they're performing, and they can see it firsthand how they work.
Talk to us about it. So I asked about your R&D budget. Because it has to be a competitive advantage. Anyone can copy the technology. So how are you investing in technology and knowledge?
I was forgetting that important point. We have a research laboratory in place that is currently working. That is to improve the biometrics of our product and analysis of our product, and serving as a center for us to continue innovating around this new bio-based product. But beyond that, you see the construction of this new lab facility. This is meant to expand the microbiology lab. I'm a microbiologist by profession. I want to have a microbiology lab and create another opportunity for beyond science that we are working with now to make sure that we are having a place where we can innovate more and we can improve the biometrics of our product. So we already have a research laboratory.
Amazing. You make me want to become a fish farmer because the economics looks...
You should. Nigeria is the second leading fish farming in Africa. So Rwanda, we invite you.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
The feed now is here.
We have a lot of people to feed, so that's why.
Yeah.
But one last question.
Yeah.
Tell me how you want to move this business out of Tanzania. What is your Pan-African strategy?
My Pan-African strategy is this one. Smallholders fish farmers struggle all around Africa. And these are the people who are the backbone of the food security. If we can't back these people, at the end of the day, in the next coming decades, we won't be able to feed this growing population of Africa. When we were designing our technology, we were designing with an African smallholders fish farmer in mind, located anywhere in Africa. Our technology, if you see it, we are using food waste. Food waste is a burden for most countries in Africa, if not all of them. All these mega cities are producing a lot of waste. Tanzania, for example, more than 700,000 tons of waste go to dump site every day. Over 70% of that is organic waste that can be diverted and reintroduced into the food system. So this technology can be scaled in any country in Africa because it doesn't depend on our weather. It doesn't depend on our climate. It doesn't depend on, it's zero seasonality. And you can produce this throughout the year. And you wait. And the microbes that we are using, as you heard me saying, like we are taking the approach of lactobacillus or of yeast, which we have seen imported from Western countries and being used in another country. We want to take that approach so that we can be able to take these microbial cells, take it to Nigeria, take it to Cameroon, take it to Rwanda, and then the fermentation, beer is produced all over the countries. It's the same technology.
Oh my goodness, Diana.
So I was saying it's the same technology of production.
I love how you go, wait. Your time is up, my dear. Well done. Please take your place backstage. Oh, I had fun with that. Ladies and gentlemen, we go now to South Africa for our last hero. Now, of course, the extraordinary thing about this hero is his company is transforming clinical research with an advanced electronic research record system that makes studies faster, more reliable, and more transparent. Ladies and gentlemen, this last hero applied last year. He made it to the top 20, didn't make it to the top 10, but this year he is back. Please warmly welcome Adrian Kruger of Nuvotech.
Africa carries 25% of the world's diseases. So why aren't more medical discoveries made here? Before any medicine reaches the pharmacy, it passes a test called clinical trials. It's how we know if a drug is safe, effective, and ready for the world. Clinical trials in Africa were inefficient. Researchers used paper and manual systems. Data went missing, mistakes piled up, and many failed international standards. So Adrian Kruger and his team built Nouveau-Tech, Africa's first digital platform for clinical research. It helps researchers complete clinical trials accurately, affordably, and on time. Nouveau-Tech is the only African platform that meets both FDA and European guidelines. They have helped 400 research centers across 60 countries to develop life-saving medicines. Adrian saw what the world ignored and built what Africa needed. Today, Nouveau-Tech is helping save millions of lives across Africa.
Good afternoon, Rwanda. Good afternoon, judges. As you can see in the video, Africa accounts for roughly 25% of the world's disease burden, and we have 18% of the world's people. That is that 1 out of every 4 people that are sick are based in Africa. And we only receive about 3% of the clinical trials. And we are on a mission in Nouveau-Tech to increase that number to 5% over the next 5 years. To tell you a little bit about how this works and how the clinical trial landscape works, I need to tell you how pharmaceutical companies try and locate new research centers when they want to do a clinical trial. So they need to find the right research center that has the right experience. That is the first thing that they do. The second thing, extremely important, they need to know where the patients are. So they use disease burden data from the University of Washington and other data sources. And then the last thing, which is a big thing, they need to understand what the regulatory requirements are in these African countries. And at the moment, the manual processes here is a big burden for them. So what holds Africa back? Manual processing, big risk to funders. They are putting in an immense amount of investment into these processes, and they want the digital. The digital platforms, unfortunately, are too expensive for African researchers to use, and our regulatory authorities are still very manual, and the turnaround times for approvals just takes too long, unfortunately. So what do we offer? For researchers, we offer, first of its kind in Africa, FDA and EU validated platforms to run clinical trials in a digital way. The second thing that we do, we offer a regulatory information management system powered by AI that the regulatory authorities can use to fast-track approvals when it comes to clinical trial applications and product registrations. So from our track record, you can see we're pretty well established in the African market. In Asia, we have a lot of customers in India and the Middle East. And in South America, we have a fantastic partner there that is helping us open that specific market. So the opportunity, why bring clinical trials to Africa? Obviously, better access to healthcare. If we can improve the regulatory environment, empower them with AI tools, we can get these products registered a lot faster. There are 50,000 products waiting to be registered, and with our AI tools, we can reduce that turnaround time significantly. The last thing is, with a clinical trial, people don't know, but with it comes a lot of investment into building local capacity at the research centers where they work. They sponsor new lab equipment, they offer training to researchers, and all of that stays there after the clinical trial is concluded. So our motivation is this quote that they heard from one of our partners the other day: we might not be a patient today, but we will all be a patient one day. So help us, and as we work to make Africa a leading destination for research. Thank you.
Thank you, Adrian. Judges, over to you.
Great. Congratulations, Adrian. I think looking at your numbers, it's quite impressive. Expecting $3.5 million in sales, in total revenues this year, I think it's quite significant. Now, help me understand, because when I look at your numbers, you make most of your revenues from consulting hours?
Yes.
and not from the platform that you're selling. Can you explain to us?
Yeah, so as part of the SaaS model, we make about 45% of our money through subscription fees and license fees that we get from research centers, pharmaceutical companies that license our software to run the trials. But a lot of them have come to us and asked us if we can help them with the consulting services, so biostatistical analysis, study design, data management. So that is a part of our consulting revenue. But the biggest part of our consulting revenue is more in the division that we call public health. So there we receive consulting revenue from funders from the EU, from the German government, from the Gates Foundation. And we build these platforms like for the regulatory authorities or for ethics committees that becomes an asset that can be used across the continent. So you'll see in the coming years we are transferring that so that we get to a place where our SaaS revenue outperforms our consulting revenue.
Great. And what would you do with the $300,000 if you happen to be the winner today?
Yeah, I think we've seen over the past 2 years, we have a dedicated AI team. There is immense amounts of things, so much opportunity on the continent that we can apply AI to. Unfortunately, we are so lucky in Africa. Our genetic diversity outperforms any country globally. So we are a fantastic destination for clinical trials because if you do a clinical trial in Africa, it will most likely work for the patient population in Scandinavia, China, South America. The one thing that holds us back is our manual processing, and I think I will definitely put that $300,000 to good use to build even more AI products and get it to market faster. I think it's first to market is a super important thing at the moment, and we want to be first to market. Definitely, we use these open source LLMs. At the moment, we're using Meta's model called Llama, but now knowing about the Alibaba model, definitely something that we'll also make use of.
I think I was going to say, if you get the $300,000, you better use the Alibaba model, I think.
Of course.
What is the difference between, or maybe just explain that you have a nucleus product and a Chronos product?
Yes.
What are they for, and why do you have this?
Yeah, so on the one side, how our clinical trial works is you have to capture the medical data. So typically, like some of the people that's part of the top 10, the medical data of the patient, he or she comes in for subsequent visits, and you have to capture the data in a digital way. There's a lot of regulations to it, audit trails, all kinds of encryption. So that is Nucleus. That is the electronic research record platform, web-based, that can be deployed anywhere. The Chronos solution is more to manage the operations of a clinical trial research center or a consulting company that runs trials. So all the training records that you have, all the documentation that you need to store, you have to track the regulatory timelines, all of that happens in there. It's like an ERP for clinical trial companies. Yeah.
Congratulations for getting to the top 10.
Thank you.
And as a scientist myself, I'm increasingly proud of all the contestants who have used science to express themselves entrepreneurially. So that's fantastic. Well done.
Cool. Thank you.
Now, typically when you're thinking about research centers, you're thinking about institutions that are run based on grants or government funding and all of that. But if you're here, it's obviously because you have confidence in having an efficient economic model that makes this viable. So can you explain what that sustainable economic model is for what you do?
Yes, absolutely. So a lot of the institutions do receive grant funding so that they can buy new lab equipment, they can train their staff members. But our target market is more the commercial side of the business. So we work directly with the biotechs, with the pharmaceutical companies. So if they want to test a new vaccine, if they have a new oncology treatment that they want to bring to market, they bring US dollars and euros and British pounds into the continent, and we make use of it. So there we make our software available to the clinical trial center. We train them on how to use our software. And by far the majority of clinical research centers are still manual and paper-driven. So we are really just trying to lift their investability so that they are chosen to run a clinical trial. And the same with the regulatory agencies. If we can digitize the way how medicine regulators work, Africa as a continent, we've already seen it, will become a lot more investable because a pharmaceutical company, if they come and they want to get an approval to do a trial in the FDA, it takes 2 to 3 months. In Africa, it takes 12 to 18 months. So, and to register a product as well. So I think from a sustainability point of view, I think just accessing the commercial space, the pharmaceutical industry is how we'll keep it sustainable.
Yeah. Okay. And so what kind of investment guarantee? Because I see you have a lot of family money in it, yes, and you have a strategic partner investment. So what kind of funding will help you to be able to maximize the market opportunity that you have in a way that $300,000 will be nothing to you, so to speak?
And that's one of the reasons why I reapplied. I think the credibility and the sort of the marketing behind ABH is immense. We have had many investors reach out to us that are based from out of the global north. They see immense potential in our platforms and in our products. They strongly believe, the different ones that we've spoken to, is for them to take an investment stake in our business, but then we have to set up a local business development arm in Europe and in the US, not necessarily to run the trials there, but is to build relationships with the pharmaceutical community to bring trials to Africa. So I think by potentially taking on some investment in the new year, it will help us scale in a significant way.
Thank you, Adrian. I'm looking at your competitors, and it looks like these are all solutions or platforms developed in Europe or in the US. I'm wondering, what is the competitive advantage? Because you seem to be the only African companies providing this solution. So how are you using the African context into your solution to make it the most viable solution on the continent?
Yes, so absolutely right. We are the only ones that have done and gone down this journey in Africa. It was an immense, complex journey to get through all the regulatory requirements. But the one thing that we do offer against our competitors is that we are local. We are from Africa. We have resources based in different countries in Africa. We know what it's like, the infrastructure problems we deal with, the lack of connectivity. So that brings some kind of a competitive advantage. I think our team is the way that how we deal with our customers. It's extremely, we're proud of how we deal with our customers, definitely another advantage. And because we come from a low-cost base, South Africa, India, Brazil, where most of our staff members are based, we can keep our cost of our product actually down. So we can be very competitive when it comes to costing our product. And there we beat our EU and US competitors at the moment, but we still have such a small market share. It's a lot more we can do.
And how are you partnering with the major pharma companies that we know, Novartis and all these companies, to make sure your solution is the one that is privileged when it comes to clinical trials in Africa?
So that is the ultimate goal. So our competitors are global companies, Oracle, IBM, Thermo Fisher. They build those relationships with pharma companies. We try and do that. So we've decided to rather partner with the biotech community. Those are the up-and-coming scientists. They have one product, maybe 2 treatments, and we build slow relationships out of the US. In Europe, we have a bunch of them, and through them, we help them with one study, and then if they bring another product, they come back to us again. I think once again, what ABH has done is given us credibility. It's put our name out there. So now we are in a place where we build these partnerships, not necessarily with pharma companies. So how our industry works, pharma companies outsource about 85% of their clinical trial work to these big consulting companies. They're called contract research organizations. So IQVIA is one, Thermo is one, there's a bunch of them. So we partner up with these consulting companies, and we have about 10 partners in different regions of the world. So whenever they meet with Pfizer, Novartis, GSK, they say, oh, use Nucleus and use the biostatisticians of Nuvotech. So we're building partnerships. It's the only way we can grow. For us, we can't run an ad on LinkedIn and expect the guy from Pfizer is going to buy our software. It's really a warm introduction is the word I learned yesterday. That is the way we grow. Yeah.
You know what I love most about your strategy is the fact that you've identified the difficulty of going after the big farmers, but you've also recognized the emergence of the biotech companies as a whole new group, and you can grow together.
Yes.
And if you strategically gather a large pool of them from different parts of the world, and you become the primary provider to them, as they grow and make their breakthroughs, you grow alongside them.
Absolutely.
And that gives you a future. So that's the perfect way to approach it.
Awesome. Thank you.
Well done.
Adrian, can you help me understand a little bit more about the African market in this respect? Because it sounds like you are partnering with the CROs, who are then contracting with the pharmas to do potentially clinical trials in Africa, right?
Yes.
That's the flow. So today they don't go through. Do they just not go through clinical trials in Africa, and the drugs are released without a lot of testing in Africa? And what do you see? What do you see changes the increase? Your projections depend on increasing clinical trials in Africa. What do you see the motivation for CROs or for pharmas to really want to increase their clinical trials in Africa? What's the reason?
Yeah, at the moment they tend to go to other regions. So they use America, most of the studies run in the US or in Europe. And I think for us, that is why we're on this journey to help digitize the core infrastructure of the continent. So we're working with 4 medicine regulators already. The African Medicines Agency has recently been established right here in Rwanda. We have a fantastic partner here in Rwanda. So if we can digitize the core infrastructure and we can digitize the clinical research centers, more studies, we believe, will come to Africa. We've seen it. We speak to the pharma companies. We understand when they try and select a clinical research center, they would love to come to Africa because the patient population is here, the people who need the medicine are here, but they are so risk averse. They don't want to put their dollars here. But slowly but surely, as we're digitizing these research centers, they're very more open to bringing funding to the continent.
Great.
Great job. Amazing.
Cool.
Thank you very much, Adrian.
Awesome.
Thank you, Adrian. Second time may be the charm. You never know.
Thank you.
You never know, my brother. Well done. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the judges will exit the room to deliberate over the next few minutes. We humbly ask you to use this time also as a break, as a washroom break, as a selfie break, whatever you would like to do, but we're really strict on time. So do kindly ensure that you are back wherever you go in the next 10 minutes so that we can jumpstart right to the almost, the last part of our competition today, which will be the announcement of our top 3 and then the intimate interaction and conversation between the judges and our top 3. So for now, we've got a 10-minute break. Stretch your legs, say hello to the person sitting next to you, take a selfie, and once the judges are back, we move to the next level of ABH 2025. out of 32,000 applications, they came, they've seen, they've conquered, and no matter what they hear here today, they are the solution Africa has been waiting for. And so, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to bring these top 10 extraordinary Africans onto the stage. Please give them a round of applause. Please warmly welcome from Bupas, Wycliffe Omondi. Please welcome Waspito's Jean Lobe. Fortune Credit's Janet Kuteli. Please welcome Baraka Chijenga from Kilimo Fresh. It is with grace and gratitude we bring on Lionceau's Sini Samba. Diane Mukasahaha from DCAM. Please warmly welcome Abraham Mbuthia's Uza Point. Gohar Saeed from Supplied. Diana Orembe from Northfeed. Finally, Nuvotex Adrian Kruger. Please warmly welcome our ABH Top 10 heroes back with a round of applause. And now, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? Are you ready? Africa, are you ready? In a few minutes, we will know who will be in the top 3, advancing to a very intimate conversation right there at the round table with the judges. The top 3 will each get 10 minutes to interact with the judges, and we also give them another 2 minutes to ask the judge one very important question. And now, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to bring on Judge Diane Karusisi, Dr. Diane. We'd like to call her Dr. Diane. Please join me up on stage. Thank you very much. And Dr. Diane, before you go ahead and do what we need you to do, even above that, I think some words of encouragement stemming from how you think and what you've observed here today would be great. Dr. Karusisi, the floor is yours.
Thank you. In this cohort, we've had and we've seen 10 extraordinary entrepreneurs. We saw the diversity of the ideas, of the businesses that are shaping our continent, and we are all very, very proud of you. As we made our choices between the judges, we were looking at what solution is solving for a critical problem facing the continent. That was one important aspect. The other aspect was what you bring as a solution, but also how scalable the solution is across the continent. We didn't want a very localized solution. We want something that is going to solve problems across the continent. So we had to select 3. It was not an easy choice for us to make today. And I want to announce one of the top 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? Our esteemed judge, Dr. Diane Karusisi, is now going to announce the first out of the top 3. Judge, the floor is yours.
The first out of the top 3 ABH heroes of the Grand Finale 2025 is none other than Diana Orembe.
Ladies and gentlemen, Diana Orembe of Northfeed, step forward. Diana Orembe, Northfeed. Okay, I'm going to separate this beautiful embrace, Diana. Just step forward over there. Step forward for us. Center, just step forward. Judge, you may take your seat. Mr. Yang, if you could join me up on stage. Mr. Jerry Yang, over to you for the next in our top 3.
Thank you. 7 years ago, this ABH program began with a simple but bold belief that African entrepreneurs deserve a global platform. Along the way, ABH navigated uncertainty, disruption, even a global pandemic, and kept on going. that kind of resilience really shows. So you see all that resilience also reflected on the stage today with these entrepreneurs. It takes courage to stand here. It takes discipline to build the kind of traction that they showed. And it takes conviction to believe that your ideas can carry you through all the setbacks. I just want to say that there will be 7 of you that did not advance today, but you hear this clearly from us, that you have risen. You have advanced your own cause, but the cause of African heroes. Because out of 32,000 applicants across 54 African countries, you're in the top 10. That is not a moment that will be, that is a marker that will carry you forward far beyond this stage. And it's not just a moment today. It will be something that you will treasure with you as you go forward. As judges, as Dion said, we evaluate vision, traction, scalability, and long-term impact. And I can say without hesitation, this is one of the hardest decisions we've had to make. The finalists I'm about to announce really stood out. This founder understands their market deeply, listens to customers, and is building with a purpose and discipline, the foundations that ensure a company is built to last. So I'm ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Please go right ahead.
Great. It is my honor to announce the second entrepreneur advancing to the round table. It is Adrian Kruger in Nuvotech.
Ladies and gentlemen, Adrian Kruger of Nuvotech is the second in the top 3 to advance to the round table. And now, ladies and gentlemen, only one spot remains. We've got Diana Orembe, Adrian Kruger, and I would like to humbly and respectfully invite onto the stage Madame Ibukun Awosika to announce the third in the top 3. A round of applause for our illustrious and esteemed judge, Ibukun Awosika, as she joins us to make the final announcement for the top 3. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you very much.
Can we have some silence, please?
If we can just have some silence in the house. I know that some of you have your favorites, and you have those that you would like to see, but every one of the 10 is a winner. When you emerge as part of the 10 from 32,000 applications, you're a winner. When you know without a doubt you're going home with at least $100,000, then you're a winner. But anyhow, we have to move forward. And like my colleagues already explained, the process we do not take very lightly. So I will just announce who the third contender is. And like explained earlier, we do this with a Pan-African focus mind and a process that helps us to determine what is in the best interest of the future of our continent. So the third person to advance to the group of 3 is Abraham Bundy from Uza Point.
Abraham from Uza Point. Thank you, madam. Thank you very much. Abraham from Uza Point. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you have it, our top 3. Deanna, Adrian, and Abraham advancing to the round table. May I kindly have, please, a round of applause for our remaining 7 who are some of the strongest, most powerful, most extraordinary entrepreneurs the world will ever see. You may now take your seats while you support your colleagues. Yes, please, take your seats. Congratulations, congratulations, congratulations to each and every one of you. Adrian and Diana, you may go backstage for a sip of water. We're going alphabetically. Abraham, you get to sit in that last seat at the round table. You've got 10 minutes with the judges and 2 minutes to ask the judge one pertinent question. May I kindly ask the audience to be a little quiet at this point, because this is indeed, I would like to call it the pressure point. Judges, over to you.
Congratulations for
Thank you
getting
very
to this round. Can you explain to me what your leadership philosophy is?
Okay. So in terms of leadership, of course, growing up, we didn't get a lot of people who mentored us. But for my philosophy is to actually nurture and mentor other young people and also create hope that they can also be the best version of themselves. So in terms of policy, I believe in empowering other people because I've grown by virtue of other people believing in me. For USAPoint to be what it is today, I've benefited from a few grants like Google, Total Energies, and my co-founder who's in the crowd and has believed in me. So every time I look at young people, I always look at how can I impact them, how can I create jobs. And one of the things I've done also as Abraham and as USAPoint is having a very efficient graduate trainee programs where we nurture very young talent and empower them to be the best version of themselves.
Tell us, Abraham, when you select the top team, when you're hiring, what are the qualities that you look for? And have you had an instance where you had to let go of some of your top people, and how did you manage that?
Thank you very much for that question. So most of the times we always go for the people with the right attitude and
what is right attitude?
So first things first, it's a matter of the vision that we carry as a business. What our DNA is basically making sure that every entrepreneur can thrive. So if you come, you might be the best talent, but if you're not very passionate about the problem that you're gonna solve, then you might not be the perfect fit for us. So, but over and above that, I thrive because I have a very good team behind me, people who are excellent in their various specializations. But for me, and when I'm choosing someone, and when you're coming to the last stage of my recruitment, I look at attitude and someone we can actually build the kind of vision we have for the business and the goal of transforming the Africa that we want to see. Thank you.
Have you had to fire?
So many times.
How do you manage that?
And many times, if I would give a bit of context, it's hard, but first things first, when I started the business, I had another co-founder. And I think that was the biggest part of my challenges building this business. Because this was an end-of-year project in Strathmore where I was studying. And we had the same dream. And I think letting go of my first co-founder, just even before any other employee, that was the hardest thing. Because for him, he was looking at it as, we need to make money now. We need to make money tomorrow. And for me, I was like, this needs to create an impact. We need to transform lives. And I think that mismatch did not work for me. And so having that conversation and going through that journey of just letting him go as even one of the initial people, that was the hardest part of my journey. But over and above that, I've had other people we've employed who are not necessarily aligned. And I like the question you asked me earlier about even pricing. Part of the challenges we face, even with our CFOs, is I want to transform this business, but that business cannot pay for the product. And having those tough conversations that we are here to impact, we are here to transform. And yeah, so having some of those conversations with some of these executive leaders at times is not the easiest of things, and it makes you make the tough decisions. And that's why I said it's a matter of attitude and that drive to transform lives. Thank you.
Abraham, what do people who love working for you say about what they love you for, and what people who may have challenge with your leadership, what do they complain about?
Wow. I'll start with the latter. It's easy to start by giving myself compliments, but I'd start with the latter. I think one of the things that I've heard from so many people is that at times I drive their business very emotionally, and for me it's because of the pain that I experienced growing up. Because, as I mentioned, my family grew up and the business that was sustaining us went down. And so I'm a bit emotional when it gets to the business, and that has been one of my biggest undoings, but again, also part of the secret sauce that has made USAPoint come together and create the change that it has done in Africa. In terms of the first part, I think for me, it's always about nurturing. I am very passionate about nurturing other people, and I always say I'm a very young man. Started from a bed sitter. Now our office is slightly big. So, but that journey has not been just by virtue of what I have done. It's basically people like you looking at a young person and seeing the vision, the dreams that this person has, and believing in what they can achieve. So I reciprocate that by making sure I nurture young talent, and I think that's part of my strength.
Thank you very much. What do you consider to be the most important in your business?
So for my entire business value chain, I consider my customers and my team as part of the most...
I didn't say two. I said who?
I'd say my customers.
Why?
Because every single day I wake up to serve them. That's my purpose. Every single day I wake up. So my team comes in second because they are the drivers and the engines, and many of them have come and left, but my customers have stuck with me from day one. As part of my journey, we've not gotten any VC funding. Customers are the ones who have made us to survive this entire journey, and as tough as it has been. So I'd say the customers, they're the reason why we exist. They're the reasons why we do what we do every single day. Yes, and yeah, so customers will be my best.
Tell me what your biggest value challenge has been in your entire journey of building your business.
Wow. I think also, in terms of values, wow, I have so many. But anyway, one of the biggest one. Yes, one of the biggest one has been that pressure to compromise on your integrity.
What does that mean? Give us an example.
Well, in so many cases where it's related to data, it's related to SMEs, it's related to getting the corporates that you want. I mean, getting into that space, there's a lot of pressure every single day as an entrepreneur to break your integrity. But one of the reasons why I chose SMEs as opposed to corporates is because you interact with people who have an actual problem and will give you an actual solution, whereas corporate world, which we had tried at some point, requires you to maybe shake hands with many other people for you to get the jobs. But for us and SMEs, it's basically value-driven and solution-driven.
And so there's no scenario where you've ever had to compromise?
To the best of my ability, I can't remember.
Okay. Maybe you want to ask judges a question?
Oh my, other than why I was chosen, I'd say what's the most challenging thing, Diana, about running a bank every single day?
I think what I will probably won't agree with you is, to me, my first customers are my colleagues. Mm-hmm. And because they help me get to the ultimate customers. So I try to get a culture, a corporate culture, whereby everyone want to give his best or her best so that our customers will benefit. So to me, my first customers are my colleagues, and I have a lot of them, over 1,000. So these are the first people that I need to make sure they are equipped, they are happy, they are trained so that they can serve customers. So that's my philosophy. I really focus on the corporate culture inside the organization.
Okay, thank you very much.
You want us to answer the same questions, or you have other questions for
us? Maybe just the same respect. What has been your biggest challenge in running successful businesses?
I think it's about keeping to your values, especially in the African context. And I'm Nigerian, so sometimes in a huge country like mine with diverse systems, people, and everything, being self-aware enough to remain true to who you are, no matter the cost and what you see, is a daily battle that you must win. Because at the end, a tiny hole can sink a ship. The tiniest hole that can sink the ship of your life and of your enterprise is the whole of values. You might suffer for a short while sometimes, but ultimately it would always speak and tell you a story. So when you said that's the one thing you wouldn't want to touch, you had it right.
Thank you.
Right.
Great.
All right, Abraham from Uza Point, your roundtable session with the judges is done. You may take a seat backstage. Woo! Is your stomach hurting, my brother? Judges, I deliver to you Adrian. Adrian, we encourage you to use your last 2 minutes to ask the judges a very difficult question. Over to you, judges.
Well, Adrian, congratulations. And how does it feel this time around versus last time?
No, it's different, believe it or not. No, it's amazing being here. I think the disappointment if you don't achieve something and you're so looking forward to it, it's something that's not always easy to deal with. And afterwards, a lot of people, even that evening, people told me, listen, you have to reapply, you have to reapply. And I just thought to myself, I can't put myself through this again. But the ABH, the people here behind the scenes are just amazing. So it feels amazing to sit here. I'm so glad I reapplied.
So I understand this, you're one of the first finalists from South Africa. What does this mean for the entrepreneurial community from South Africa? What does it mean to you in terms of being part of the ABH finalists?
No, I'm a big supporter of the startup community. I've been judges at some of the events, even here in Kigali at Norsken House. I help mentor some of the early stage startups. I think in South Africa, there's so much potential we can unlock. And if I'm lucky enough to maybe win, I think I will do a lot of work to help foster that with the business schools and universities. So as people come out of varsity or they have business ideas, they must know about ABH and they must apply. So it'll be amazing for South Africa if we could be a winner.
So Adrian, we want to know here, what do people say about you when you're not in the room?
I think I'm always optimistic. I'm humble. I think people say that, and I'm hardworking. I think I like leading by example.
Only qualities?
Say again?
Only qualities?
My wife and my children might say you must use your passport less, don't travel so much and be away from home. But yeah, I try and set a good example. I live according to the values of my faith, and I try and set a good example within my group of friends. They'll also say the same thing. I'm always the guy organizing a trip or making sure everyone's on time, even here. Like I'm in the morning sending messages to people, please be on time, don't be late. But there's definitely bad things that they might say about me. I'm not sure. Yeah.
So when you think about your business, which is a great business, by the way.
Thank you.
What is that one thing that could derail you from achieving your vision?
Yeah, it's a tough landscape out there. I think we do compete against big multinationals, and if they decide and Africa becomes a spotlight, they might be able to push us out on price. But I think we've built solid partnerships, and people like doing work with us because they like the people that help them with the software and the consulting. So. Yeah, I think just being here is already enough for me. We're trying to make a positive difference. I think we have a pretty cool impact in the world. But yeah, I think competition, like I always hear these things. I follow all these startup competitions and stuff, and I always worry about the big guys maybe squeezing us. That's one thing. Maybe there's a decision for us to be acquired, and we might lose our culture that is so important to us. So that's something that I'll have to deal with maybe in the future. But for now, I think we're in a good place. Yeah.
Great, well done. Congratulations.
Thank you.
What do you consider to be your weaknesses?
My team will also tell you I tend not to say no. I tend to say yes, and often I give stuff away for free. That's now a business in the business sense. So that may be a weakness, that I don't always put the business first. I tend to put the customer first. I think from a personal perspective, I'm often I think, a little bit too hard on myself. Yeah, maybe I need to find, it's maybe one of the questions you can prepare for, this question that I'll ask, but I think sometimes I struggle to find a nice balance between work and life, and because I love both equally. My family and my work are both my two passions in life, and that's one thing I struggle with to prioritize.
So what kind of mitigants have you built around yourself to help with that?
I ask
with
these
your weaknesses.
Yes, no, so I ask these difficult questions to people like you, and I learn. So I try to constantly speak to the people around me, ask them for advice on how to have a healthy work-life balance in that sense. And I think I try to be a little bit more lighthearted so that I don't take the work, the world, everything too seriously. So that helps me diffuse a situation if I get too stressed out or I worry too much. So I try to break the tension with humor. I'm not always very good with that, but I try.
Okay, let's assume today is your 80th birthday.
Yes.
Okay, and you have to look back at the rest of your life. What would you like to see?
That's a good question. I would definitely still live in Africa. I love South Africa. I love my country. I think it'll be great to see that we have made an impact where...
No, I'm talking about you, your personal life.
Oh, if I look back?
If you look back at your life
what would
80,
I? Yes.
What would you like to see?
No, for me to leave a legacy behind, that we actually, this venture that we started actually resulted in Africa becoming a juggernaut in the clinical research space. We brought medicine to this continent that we never had. We bring cancer treatment, diabetes treatment, malaria vaccines to kids. To have that legacy behind, there's also the people that I got mentored by. They're leaving this legacy behind. So if I can do that and I can look back and I was part of that, that'll be amazing.
That's all you want to see? Just work matters? Because you just talked about the two things now.
No, I think obviously maybe having 16 to 18 great-grandchildren will be amazing. Maybe still being invited to bachelor's parties of my grandchildren, and I'll be the cool grandfather. I think it'll be pretty cool. But yeah, no, I try and live in the moment. I've experienced things in my life where in a second things can change. So yeah, I'll live in the moment. But yeah, like I would love to have a big family. Hopefully my kids are listening, and they must know they must also have more kids one day. They're still young. Don't worry too much about that now.
Interesting. Do you have any questions for us?
Yeah, I think it's for me is the work-life balance. How I see all your families here, and I know all of us have to travel a lot. So what is some practical tips of how do you keep that balance between still spending so much time with your family and with work? Do you have any practical tips that you can share, not just with me, with everyone listening?
I think you just have to remember, Adrian, it's a marathon, not a sprint. And as huge potential your business could have on the continent, and I love the question that Madam asked you, because I think when you're 80, hopefully you're the beneficiary of the work that Nouvotech has done by introducing the medicines that will keep you vibrant and having plenty of grandkids. But I think you also have to plan to create a work-life balance that allows you to achieve both your professional goals and your personal goals, and always have those goals in your mind. It's going to be difficult, but I think it's also very important not to create an environment where you feel like you're trading one versus the other all the time. I mean, inevitably, you're going to pull your passport out and your family's not going, but you have to really think about how to do the and. Take the personal goals and the professional goals and somehow make that to be sort of additive, because that really creates a better person in you, and you're not, I can tell you care about the people around you, whether it's your workers or your family, and you want to find a way to do that both.
Cool, thank you, great answer.
Yeah, I think balance is something that is very personal. What I could find, or I could think is balanced may not be balanced enough for you. So what I try to do is, because I always feel that I'm sacrificing something. When I'm at work, I'm sacrificing family time. When I'm, spending time with family, there's something that I can't do at work. So I think the key is to get fulfillment, irrespective of what you do. If you're with family, you feel, happy. When you're doing work, it needs to be fun. It needs to be, otherwise it becomes too much of a sacrifice. If it's not fun, and you're sacrificing your family for that, it becomes unbearable.
Absolutely. Awesome. Thank you.
I'll just say one thing.
Yeah.
One thing I do, schedule both into your calendar. You'll be amazed how that works.
Wonderful. I hope my wife...
Intentionality.
Thank you.
Okay, cool.
Thank you so much, judges. Thank you very much, Adrian. You can now take a seat backstage and be cool and relaxed as you always are. Ladies and gentlemen, Adrian Kruger. And now, judges, I deliver to you our third in the top three, Diana Orende.
Wow, congratulations, Diana.
Thank you so much, Diana.
So happy to have you amongst the top three.
Thank you.
Clearly, when we saw your pitch, you're a very passionate young woman, driven young woman, so that's amazing.
Thank you.
My question to you is, as a young leader, how do you keep your team together? Because it's critical to have one team that is pursuing common goals. So how do you keep your team together?
Yeah, such a good question. What I normally do is to try my best level to build a culture where each member of the team feel valued and feel appreciated and feel comfortable, feel heard. So this way, and we normally have like a weekly catch-up. So this way, it's making this part of my team members to be involved. And above all, I share the vision about the company. I remember when we were doing the research, especially the early days building the research behind our project, it was very difficult for some members of the team to believe that it will one day come to reality. So what I learned was to share the vision that we have and letting everyone know that it might not be easy to reach that goal, but we will potentially reach there, sharing some good examples like vaccination development. There are some vaccines that take more than 10 years on laboratory, but finally they will come to life. So I think that's one of the things that I've learned to do my best to make sure that my team is together.
How do you handle disagreements within the team? Because you make it sound like it's easy to have everyone aligned. So how do you manage where there are big disagreements in the team?
No, it's not easy, but it's like building how do I put it in English? Making sure that everyone knows what are we working on and why are we working on this, and trying to help everyone to feel part of this and owning this. That's what I'm normally doing.
Have you ever faced a situation where you are challenged and some of your team members don't believe it's the right thing to do?
Yes, and this was one.
Give us an example and how you.
Yeah. I'm going to give you one of the good examples. I was working with one of he was a retired man. When I was starting to build this, I kind of believed I need a professional who have been working in this industry for a while, and I believe he will help us a lot to develop this science. But this person, he was very happy when he was joining us, but he realized the age gap between me and him was kind of more than 40 years difference. The bad thing was this: when I was reminding him about our agreement to have a weekly report and gathering together, he did not like it. And I was like, why am I keep on reminding you about this weekly report? But then one day I was talking to one of the colleagues working with the man in the same department, and the colleague said, I think he shared, I feel so bad, like a young girl like you asking him for a report. But I said, it's not me who is asking him for a report, it's NoFeed who is asking him for a report. So if you treat NoFeed like a single person, it will be very difficult for anyone to work here. But anytime you see me asking for anything, just know it's not me. It's the company that's asking you to pay. And this is it's part of the agreement between you and the company. Yeah.
You know, interestingly, that was the next question I was going to ask you.
Yeah.
Because I started my first business before my 26th birthday. So I know what it is to be a young CEO and all of that, and I find that fascinating with you. And I wanted to ask you, what is your biggest challenge as a young person leading an organization of people who are, many times, sometimes older than you, and that's what happens. And if I may say something to what you just said, don't ever apologize for the position you occupy and for who you are. You're the CEO, you have the right to ask for the right answers. It's nothing to do with your age, it has nothing to do with your gender. No one has the right to make you feel you did something wrong by doing your job, okay?
That's very useful. That's very useful. Thank you, I appreciate it.
You're welcome. But tell me, your whole experience in leadership as a young person, both internally within the organization and externally dealing with customers and all of that, how has that been?
It means a lot to me. It was challenging because I'm a first-time founder in my family, founding a company. My mom has been running small shops, small stores, I don't know how that's you call them in most of your countries, since 1992, I guess. And her shop has remained that small since then until today. So, but it has helped us learn some few things and basic stuff about running a business. So me, emerging from a family that doesn't have any background about running a company, starting a company, and everything, was very difficult and required a lot from me. So what I decided to do was to try my best level to invest on my learning, like looking for different programs online, looking for coaches, looking for programs where I can attend so that I can learn from other founders, people running their family business. You know, everything is there. They have already know how to manage the accounting and everything, but this thing was so very new to me. So I invested a lot on learning, invested a lot on talking to people who have walked this path before me, and that has been very helpful. And when it was time to go to the market, I think sometimes starting small is also part of the God's grace, because it allowed me to learn a lot of a lot of good things about managing the customers. It has allowed me to learn my mistakes and think about how to correct them, especially while we still have especially when we still had a smaller number of the customer. I can imagine if someone gave me 100 million euros maybe in 2020, I don't think if I could have been existing right now. Yeah, because I was going to feel so bad. But starting small was part of the God's grace for me. Yeah.
So, Diane, I think about your experience, and you are a scientist, and now you're a CEO. You have visions and potential of being a huge, impactful company for this continent, because you're solving not only waste on the one hand, but you're also creating food security for the next generation. So with this big vision and with your background, who do you go to for advice? How do you think about learning how to be a leader or manager? You're going to be dealing with situations that you never even thought about probably a few years ago.
Yes.
Talk to us about the process of how you go about, who do you go to, when do you go to get advice and to learn and to grow to be a leader?
Yeah, thank you so much for such a nice question. Being a scientist is just one part, and being a leadership, I realize, is completely different things. Managing people is difficult, and there's a lot of things to learn in the process. And as for me, I have like different mentors, and these mentors, I've got them from different programs I've been in, and I've been blessed to also have coaches, and we have board of advisors who I normally run to. For example, when it was difficult for us to starting development of the science behind our project, I ran it to Professor Mshandete, that is currently the Vice Chancellor of Nelson Mandela University. But he was willing to help me, but Nelson Mandela is based in Arusha, I'm based in Dar es Salaam. He directed me to go back to my alma mater, University of Dar es Salaam. There I met Dr. Mahadi, and I told him, I don't have money to buy the laboratory equipment, but I have an idea that I think will be very potential for our country. But I don't know how I can access this lab. I'm no longer a student here. The first thing he told me, I can take you to the chairman of the department, Professor Kasui, by that time. He took me to him, and I explained to him and told me to come a few days later so that he can figure out how to help me. And then the next day when I came, he was like, you can access our lab, but you just will have to buy the raw materials that you want to use to do the trials. And that's how I started. So that's what, one of the few people that helped me, that I run to until today when I'm doing anything and Sans is giving me shege, so I'll just go to them. And for the leadership, the same applies. I have a few people I approach every now and then, and I try my best also to learn online. A few days ago, I was in part of the program called, I was Anna Scholarship by Commonwealth Scholarship, to take a part under their acceleration, which was run by one of the best universities in the UK, Imperial College University. And that was very useful, very, very useful for 2 weeks, full day.
Your time is actually up.
Yeah.
So, but do you have any quick question for us?
Yes, especially for you, Dr. Ibukun.
30 seconds.
Yes, I would love to learn. How do you, as a female running business, what's one thing you have learned that make you stand out, that you can tell any female entrepreneur?
Excellence has no gender.
Okay.
Okay. Just do your job.
Okay.
Do it well.
Okay.
And people have to respect you for what you do.
Okay. And to Dr. Diana, how
Thank
do
you
you
so
manage
much, Dan. I do have to remove you from your seat, otherwise I would be unfair to the other top two. I apologize, but the rules are the rules. Please, a round of applause for Diana Orembe. Woo! We have a powerful full house, and we shall remain so because we have the most extraordinary spectacle coming up in the Grand Finale award ceremony. I'm going to release the judges to go off now to do their last deliberation. When they come back, we will know whom we are crowning for ABH 2025 Grand Prize winner. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask you to enjoy yourself in your seats because we've got prizes for you coming from backstage. Don't move. By 3:45, we step into our award ceremony, and you will know whom you are screaming and crying for. We'll be right back.
They say love is blind, but I do see her for your eyes, for your eyes,
Now, if you have the power in your wristband, show me your wrist. Show me your wrist. Show me your wrist. Show me your wrist. Can you see the light of Africa? Can you see the power of Africa? Now here's what we're going to do. Wave with the wrist. Wave with the wrist. Yeah. This is the wave, the power of Africa, waving around the world, showing the world that we are here. So when I ask what time is it, you say it's African time. What time is it? It's got to be louder than that. What time is it? I love it. Ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome to the 7th ABH Grand Prize Award Ceremony. Now, I want you to give the continent of Africa, our top 10 heroes, the loudest, most powerful, the greatest round of applause. Because these heroes hold hope, they hold power, they hold their dreams and our dreams in their hands. It is our responsibility to give each and every one the necessary support, because they may be one, but they multiply tens of thousands. And as the dream of our founder is, you empower 100, you enable millions. Ladies and gentlemen, from 32,000 applications, today we have heard the voice of our top 10 heroes. Now, even though we've come to the cusp where perhaps only 3 have been selected, it is important that we highlight. It in no way means that the rest of our heroes are not great. In fact, every single hero is greater than great. And so, ladies and gentlemen, as our heroes carry greatness in their belly and as we continue to celebrate them, I think it is time to do something special. In 2018, somebody, one man, had an illusion, had a thought, had an inspiration. Setting foot here in the city of Kigali, the powerful country of Rwanda, the land of 1,000 hills, he came up with an idea. Today, you and I are inspired by that idea. Just in case you have no idea what that idea is or who that person was, I beseech you to be quiet, to be cool, to be calm, and take in the powerful words in this video.
First trip to Africa, my impressions are, wow, it's a land full of hope. Everywhere in the world, entrepreneurs are the same. They have hopes, they have dreams, they're never afraid of something they want to create. But I did not expect in Africa there are so many of them. I met them. When I see their eyes, when I talk to them, it looks like me 20 years ago. And I think this is a real entrepreneur. They believe in what they think, they believe what they're doing, and they want to make this thing big because they can help more people. This is the hope of Africa. If we can enable the entrepreneurs there, they may change Africa. I realize that I have to do something. The entrepreneurs, I think we should make them the heroes. They are brave. The team together to fight for the future. If the heroes succeed, a lot of people want to be heroes. It's giving the inspiration, the courage to all the entrepreneurs in Africa. We're not only interested in one part of Africa, we're on the whole continent. This award is for all industries in Africa, to all men, all women, different ages. This is for Africa entrepreneurs.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I have some silence? I want to hear your feet stamp on the floor. Stamp it on the floor. I want to hear it. The roar of Africa, it's got to be louder. We need the entire continent to know that something is happening here in Kigali, the roar of your feet. And you will stand up, each and every one of you will stand up. You can shake it with your hips if you like. Stand up as you continue to stamp on the floor. And ladies and gentlemen, with a powerful, African, grateful, great round of applause, acknowledge the presence of our founder, the dreamer, the one who said we can do it. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Mr. Jack Ma. Yes! Woo! This is a ceremony to remember. Where are my East Africans? Let me hear the cat call. Mr. Jack Ma, you are welcome to the party here in Kigali. And now, ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated. And ladies and gentlemen, I know there's a lot of excitement, there's a lot of buzz. Some of us have cried, some of us have screamed, but I humbly ask that we refrain from taking too many pictures. We will have time for photos. Now let's all calm down for the ceremony. And now, allow me to acknowledge the presence of some VIPs without whom this program would not be as great as it is. But before then, please let me acknowledge the people, the organizations that have made Africa's Business Heroes such a Pan-African and literal global success. Please give a round of applause to the Jack Ma Foundation. Please give another round of applause to Alibaba Philanthropy. I know, we are in Rwanda, so you're going to scream for Rwanda Development Board. And rightly so. Together, we are all powerful. I would also like to acknowledge the presence of the Executive Director International of the Jack Ma Foundation, Mr. Jason Powell. Jason, stand up and wave. We are joined tonight by Alibaba Philanthropy's president, Mr. Lee Jun-soon. Please stand up and wave. Joining us in our midst is my favorite person, the CEO of Rwanda Development Board, Jean-Guy Africa. Yesterday, he gave us immense support, and he's back again, the ambassador of the People's Republic of China to Rwanda, His Excellency Gao Wenqi. Ladies and gentlemen, all throughout the day today, we've had the pleasure of having our illustrious judges guiding the questions, the answers, and even the spirit of our top 10 heroes. Please give a resounding round of applause to the CEO of Bank of Kigali, Dr. Diane Karusisi. We also want to say a big thank you to the newest kid on the block, Mr. Jerry Yang, who is, of course, the co-founder of Yahoo, and Stanford University board chair. Mr. Jerry Yang. Of course, Madame Awusika has had to leave, but please give her a round of applause so she can hear us in the plane. Ladies and gentlemen, you are here to see, to feel, and to congratulate the top 3 and, of course, the top 10 heroes. That time has now come. But before we switch those gears, I would like to invite Mr. Jerry Yang onto the stage to say a few great words. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Jerry Yang. This belongs to you, and this belongs to you.
All right.
Your audience.
All right. Well, this is the African Business Heroes. Feels like America here. Year 7, and fittingly, the top 10 this year represent 7 countries from Africa and 7 industries: agriculture, energy, health, fintech, logistics, education, and climate solutions. 7 different paths, one shared ambition: to build real companies that solve real problems for Africa. This is my first time in Rwanda, and what a joy it is to start here in Kigali. There's something very powerful here. The city is focused, intentional, and very forward-looking. Look at this very diverse crowd, a wonderful top 10 who pitched today, and it's clear that Kigali is a place where ideas from across the continent meet here and they scale. So I was really inspired by listening to the pitches today, and I'm also convinced that the continent of Africa is at a very exciting inflection point. There is genuine opportunity here to make great leaps, and I'm very encouraged what I hear today. As you may know, I spent a lot of time in Silicon Valley and watching companies take shape. And a lot of companies fail, but some succeed. And I will certainly say this very clearly. What I've seen today on this stage is prime for success and will hold up anywhere in the world. The best entrepreneurs, whether they're in Palo Alto or Lagos, Nigeria, Nairobi or Kigali, share the same traits: a clarity of purpose, discipline and execution, and the resilience to keep going when things get really hard. They have the ability to keep their heads in the cloud while also keeping their feet firmly planted on the ground. Today, I've seen firsthand that African entrepreneurs are excellent at doing both, being visionary while remain grounded and focused on execution. Again, to all the finalists that have pitched today, congratulations. Come on, give them a round of applause. Having been around the world, I really sense a sense of excitement for Africa. Don't let people tell you that Africa is catching up. Africa is building and leaping forward. And what ABH has created over the last 7 years, thanks to Jack, is not just a competition, but it's a pipeline of great community, great entrepreneurs, an ecosystem that will pay forward for many years to come. Congratulations to each one of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yang. I can take these from you. Oh, yeah, you need this. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for Mr. Jerry Yang. A few months ago, we opened the call for applications, and we were outstanded by the number of applications, which just goes to show that entrepreneurship isn't just something people are doing because they have nothing else to do. It is something they're doing because they believe in the power of the continent. And they believe not to look at the continent's problems as challenges alone, but as opportunities. We are privileged to have had these top 10 heroes, and it would give us a greatest honor if you could take a look at the journey to this very point.
It all started with one core idea.
In Africa, there are so many young people who could be entrepreneurs. So I realized that I have to do something. The entrepreneurs, I think we should make them heroes.
From this belief, ABH was born. A competition to inspire innovation, to discover what you're capable of, so that Africa's bravest thinkers can sharpen their ideas. Across the continent's big dreamers, finding Africa's top entrepreneurs takes more than instinct. From thousands to 10, every interview, every story, every stage brings us closer to discovering Africa's brightest change makers.
And the first place, Temi Jiwa.
Shabet Lesan. The 2021 African Business Heroes winner, Khadija Al-Bedwi.
Elia Timoteo from EF Foods from Tanzania.
What we've seen changing about ABH is that on day one, you think it's about the top 10, and then you realize it's actually about the community. A community that speaks the language of innovation, built to support and lift each other up to greatness.
The main impact ABH had on my company is at the beginning when I was applying. I could not imagine. The questions in there were just helping me actually think about my business bigger and better.
Being part of ABH means a lot to me. It's the best network ever, especially that I want to scale in Africa.
The ABH community can never make you feel lonely. It is a place where you will find friendships, where you find comfort, where they always say it's lonely at the top, not when you're in the ABH community.
The entrepreneurs here at ABH show how contribution becomes power when it reaches the communities that need it the most. As Africa doubles its investment power and Rwanda leads the record growth, a powerful story of transformation is taking shape. This is a continent moving boldly into its future.
I think globally, I've met a lot of entrepreneurs. The African entrepreneurs can stack up to the global entrepreneurs pound for pound.
This is Africa Rising.
The future innovation and creativity of the world will come from here. Can we do this? Yes, we can. Must we do this? Yes, we must.
From the north to the south, from the east to the west. We are defining Africa's future today.
You will meet incredible people.
I learned a lot.
They are finally here, the 2025 Top 10 Africa's Business Heroes.
Feeling good?
Stressed.
We'll keep these kitchens open. And when kitchens stay open, communities feed, families live, and dreams survive.
When I go up there, they never disappear.
The questions were tricky, but I think I did well.
You make me want to become a fish farmer because the economics looks...
You should. Nigeria is the second leading fish farming in Africa. So Rwanda, we invite you.
Little bit pressure.
I think you're young, you're beautiful, and you've done an amazing thing. I love it when I see girls that are committed to their goals.
African entrepreneurs deserve a global platform.
It's our time.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else at this point in time other than this beautiful, powerful continent of Africa. And now, ladies and gentlemen, giving them encouragement, showing them your love, showing them that from here, the end is not, but the beginning is. Please, as I mention their names, give them a wild, Rwandan, African, global welcome. Here to collect their plaques and their prizes for being part of the top 10 and now in the top 7. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to bring back on stage from Kilimu Fresh, Baraka. Please bring onto the stage from Supplied, Go Hard. Back onto the stage, Fortune Credits, Janet Kutelli. And now allow me to bring Waspito's Jean Lobe. It is a great honor that she joined the competition. She was the light. Dikams Dian Mukasaha. Please bring back onto the stage Lionso's Sini Samba. Last, definitely not the least, please warmly welcome Wycliffe Omondi from Bupas. A round of applause, a round of applause, a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Our powerful 7 is what I like to call them.
Powerful 7, if you could kindly join me center stage. Please give them a round of applause, joining me center stage. Thank you so much, thank you so much, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, in ABH, it is a policy. No one goes home empty-handed, empty-minded, or empty-hearted. Even if you don't make it the top 3, it is our absolute responsibility to ensure that ABH is part of the reason that you're able to pivot. And so each one of these illustrious 7 will go home with $100,000 US. They will also take their plaques with them. And ABH is not only a competition, it's also a community. So far beyond this competition and far beyond the stage, they will be part of that community, ensuring that other entrepreneurs are empowered. Please allow me to bring to the stage Diane Karusisi and, of course, Mr. Sun, who will be presenting the first 2 checks. Diane, please do us the honors. Mr. Lee Jun-sun, please join us. And if I may kindly get all the plaques and the checks ready. Please join us to the left. Diane, I know it's been a long, powerful, extraordinary day for you. Thank you very much. May I kindly now have for Baraka, who is the first in our top 7, and may I also have the plaque for Mr. Lee Jun-sun. Please come this way. Mr. Sun, you will do us the honors of giving away the plaque. Thank you very much. The check to Baraka. Baraka, take your money. Take it all. Can we have the next, please? The next check for Gohar. Oh, you can stand right there. Are you running away with the money? Don't go yet. Stand right there. Can we have the check for Gohar? Supplied. Now can we have the plaque, please? Can we have the 2 plaques kindly? Stand right here for me, please. Stand right here. Don't go too far away. Thank you very much. Can we have the 2 plaques, please? Thank you very much. I will ask the plaques to be given to our 7 heroes. Please do us the honors. Mr. Lee Jun-sun, give 1 to Barak, and then Madam Diane also give 1 to Gohar. Please go ahead and hand over the plaques. Thank you very much. A round of applause. Sir, thank you very much. Diane, after this, you get to sit down comfortably. Mr. Lee Jun-sun, you will stay with me. Thank you very much. Bringing onto the stage, Mr. Yang, Mr. Jerry Yang. I might as well add you to the top 10. You've been on stage the whole day. Come join us, please. Take your time. We have the check, first of all, for Janet. Please give that to Mr. Sun. Thank you very much. And can we have the next check ready as well, please, for Diane Mukasahaha? Thank you very much. Mr. Yang, do us the honors of giving Diane her check, please. Yes, Diane, in the black. And may we have the plaques, please. May we have the plaques, please? We've got 3 plaques. Mr. Yang, you get 1 plaque to give to Janet. Thank you. Mr. Yang, please do us the honors. And we have 1 more plaque, please. Thank you very much, madam. Mr. Lee Jin-sun, if you could do us the honors. Okay. And now, ladies and gentlemen, have we given away? We've got 1 more to give away. That would be for Sini Simba, please. If we can have a check for Sini Simba, going straight to make more baby food. Do us the honors, Mr. Yang, of giving this check to Sini Simba. Thank you very much. Go, Sydney! Mr. Lee Jin-sun, you stay with me. And Mr. Yang, you take your seat, please. Don't go too far. I'll be calling on you again. Mr. Jason Powell, please do us the honors of handing over the last 2 checks to Jean Lobe and to Wycliffe. Thank you, Mr. Sun. This check to Jean Lobe. Mr. Powell, this check to Wycliffe. Can I have the 2 plaques, please? You can give this plaque. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Mr. Powell, you've got 1 more plaque to give away. No, don't run. Take your time. We have all the time in the world. It's our time.
It's our time.
Please give this to Mr. Powell. Mr. Powell, this goes to Wycliffe.
All right.
Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, our grade 7, please, a round of applause for them. Mr. Powell, Mr. Sun, you can take a seat now. Thank you very much. Top 7, raise the money up so we can see. And each one of you, don't forget, when we had our first competition, you offered me a commission. Today, don't forget. Baraka, you were the first one. You said 0.00025 is mine. Will you do it? It looks like your face is changing. You can go backstage. Thank you very much. Another round of applause for our 7. Thank you so much. Another round of applause. Another round of applause. They have been extraordinary. Thank you so much. They have been extraordinary. Ladies and gentlemen, who in the house is for Abraham? Who in the house is for Diana? Who in the house is for Abraham? Adrian, pardon me. Adrian? Well, the reality is, I have no idea who's taking home the grand prize, but I do know that the top goes home with $300,000. The second will go home with $250,000, and the third will go home with $150,000. I think that even deserves a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a recap video for each one of our first top 3. But before that, allow me to bring the women and the men who have upheld their promise to the continent of Africa and who today we celebrate as being the ABH 2025 top 3. Please warmly welcome Abraham from Uza Point.
SMEs in Africa fail within the past 5 years. Every transaction is either in their books or in their head. That's why I built Uza Point, a bookkeeping software for Africa's SMEs. Uza Point has transformed more than 3,500 SMEs, unlocked more than 150,000, and powered more than $200 million in transaction volumes. Because to us, at Uza Point, SMEs are the real African business heroes, fueling families, communities, and economies. Thank you.
So much, Abraham. Diane, do us the honor. Ladies and gentlemen, Abraham from Uza Point takes his position as one of the top 3. Pressure. My brother, I can feel your heart beating from the floor you are standing on. Ladies and gentlemen, please now warmly welcome Adrian Kruger of Nuvatech.
We offer first of its kind in Africa, FDA and EU validated platforms to run clinical trials in a digital way. Over the past 2 years, we have a dedicated AI team. There is immense amounts of things, so much opportunity on the continent. We might not be a patient today, but we will all be a patient one day. So help us, and as we work to make Africa a leading destination for research. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Adrian Kruger from Nuvatech. Oh wow, Adrian, I don't know what kind of prayer you're praying or you've been praying, This being your second time, this is extraordinary. Last, definitely not the least, in the top 3, please warmly welcome Diana Orembe of NoFeed.
I found NoFeed to turn abundant food waste into single-cell, protein-rich fish feed. The fish feed was very expensive, imported, and reliant on fish meal. During the university, I realized over 70-60% of smallholders fish farmers in Tanzania face the same reality. Winning the prize today will be very transformational to our business. It will enable us to create 20 additional jobs, and we have the right team with the right skills, passion, and talent to take this business across the globe. Thank you.
Diana Orembe from Nuvatech. All right. So Diana, I hold your hand. Adrian, follow us. Abraham, follow us. Position yourself nicely. Adrian, come closer. Abraham, come closer. You've come this far. You can't be afraid of me now. Diana, too far. Come closer. Come closer. Diana, when you started your business, what was your biggest dream? And how close are you to that dream now that you're standing on the stage?
Anita, I told you to stop asking me questions in front of people. But just to go back to it, when I started my business, my biggest dream was to see the lives of smallholders farmers is changing. And trust me, I'm very close to that dream. Very close.
Adrian, anyone could have said, once you are rejected, forget it. You're not doing too badly, but why put yourself through the frustration of applying again? What did you say to yourself the second time you applied?
It was tough, but I must say, perseverance, resilience, and I think the past 24 hours is definitely, apart from my wonderful wife and my kids being born, probably the most amazing 24 hours, and I think all top 10 of us can attest to that, so I'm glad I did it.
All right. Abraham, the first time we spoke, you talked about how you observed your parents lose absolutely everything and how your family became the ridicule of your town. You're standing here bright in this beautiful light in front of the likes of Mr. Jack Ma and this wonderful organization, this wonderful place. What do you have to say to those people? Be nice.
So first things first, I just want to say this was a dream because growing up and experiencing what we experienced, I never thought that we could actually turn dreams into realities. But when you have people like Jack and the team here today, and they make that dream a reality, we are truly, truly grateful. And again, a message to every one of you, no matter the circumstance that you've gone through, you can actually change that circumstance. Just figure out a solution on how you can change that, and it's gonna work. So push harder, don't let your circumstances limit you, and go for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, your top 3. And now, the winner of the ABH 2025 Grand Prize is... Guys, you've got to wait. My production manager is saying, wait. Relax, I was just teasing them. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a beautiful, beautiful unveil the beautiful artwork created by a young Rwandan called Benjamin. A round of applause for these beautiful artworks. Please bring them up on stage. Heroes, I know your heart has entered goodness knows where, but relax, it is a process. All right, so this is Abraham. This goes to Adrian. No, that's Diana. Diana and they don't look alike. Here you go. There you go. And bring that one. Sister, when you look at this one and this one, listen, it happens in life. They're probably more nervous than the heroes themselves. A round of applause. Benjamin made these. You like it? You get to keep it. All right. And now, ladies and gentlemen, there are 3 young individuals, 2 from ALU, 1 from Kepler, who are going to be joining us on stage. They are the future ABH heroes. Please warmly welcome Ian, Brian, and Sharon. All right, where are our young entrepreneurs? Join us on stage. Let's go. Okay. Okay, I've been told to switch. Okay, are we okay? We've got the right one? Diana, come stand over here for me. Okay, you're okay? Okay. Are you okay? Or shall we play chess? Shall we play chess? Okay, I've been asked to switch. Shall I switch? Shall we play chess? Okay, Adrian, go to the other side and take your painting with you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Diana, come to this side. Let me carry your painting for you, my dear sister. Gender equality. No. I don't know what Abraham was doing. It's not like I hired him to be a stagehand. All right, guys. Woo! Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I think finally we are ready to go. Okay? I think we are ready to go. Are we? Okay. Team, if you're ready, we are ready. And now, my 3 young entrepreneurs, please join us on stage. Sharon, Ian, and Brian, please join us on stage. Give a round of applause to my young entrepreneurs who are doing great things themselves. Ian and Brian are manufacturers. They manufacture vendor machines right here in Kigali, and Sharon is into retail right here in Kigali. Ladies and gentlemen, we have played enough chess. We've moved things around. We have cried. We have laughed. Are you ready to finally see who takes home the crown? If you're ready, say, I'm ready. If you're ready, say, it is time. If you're ready, say, let's go. You are going to count down with me from 10. Is that okay? Ladies and gentlemen, in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of ABH 2025 is Diana Orembe! Yes! Diana Orembe of Nofeed will go home with $300,000 US. Abraham will go home with $250,000. And Adrian will go home with $150,000. Are you happy with this? Are you happy, Africa? Then give me the loudest scream for our ABH 2025 7th edition winner, Diana Orembe of Nofeed from Tanzania! Woo! I now understand the chess. Please warmly welcome to hand over the prizes, Mr. Jason Powell, who will hand over the 3rd prize to Adrian Kruger. And Adrian is going to go home with a beautiful $150,000 check. Mr. Jason Powell, please join us. Mr. Lee Jin Sun, please come back on stage for us, please. Let's go. Oh, I'm out of breath. Adrian Kruger to Mr. Powell, please. This one first. Yes, let's do this one first. To Adrian Kruger. Yeah, plus his plaque, please. The plaque goes to Mr. Lee Jin-sun, please. Hand it over to Adrian. Thank you so much. Jason, I'll ask you to take a seat after this. Dr. Karusisi, please join us on stage. Mr. Lee Jin-sun, you stayed with me as usual. Can we kindly have Mr. Lee Jin-sun giving away the second prize, $250,000 to Abraham of Uza Point. And the plaque, Diana, do us the honors. Thank you, Diana. You can give away the prize, the plaque to our wonderful man there, Abraham. Mr. Jerry Yang, if you could stand in readiness to hand over the 2025 grand prize check and award to our winner. Diana, you may take a seat. Mr. Lee Jin-sun, you will stay with me, and together you will hand over the $300,000 check to Diana. Oh, it's heavy. Plus her plaque, please. Thank you very much. Woo! Wow. What a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, we have crowned the 7th ABH Grand Prize winner, Diana Orembe from Tanzania, founding and leading the company called No Feed. Yes. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, a young 29-year-old lady who has spoken about everything under the sun. Adrian, that money, I'm coming for my share. Diana, I'll deal with you later. Abraham, congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for our top three. Before we go, I want each one of our winners to describe their experience in one word, just one word. Abraham, you're now holding $250,000 in your hand. One word for your ABH journey.
Amazing.
All right. Diana, I'll come back to you. Adrian, you're going home with $150,000 US. One word to describe your ABH journey.
Exhilarating.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure as a fellow African woman. Diana, yes, describe your ABH journey in 3 words.
Excellent, best one, full of grace. Those are 2 words.
It's a whole sentence, but never mind, you're a scientist. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for our top 3 and our ABH Grand Prize winner. And this brings us to the end of the 7th edition of Africa's Business Heroes from this powerful and pulsating city of Kigali. My name is Anita Erskine, the official host of Africa's Business Heroes. It's been an honor to serve you and an even bigger honor to be a daughter of Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll ask you one question. Give me the loudest answer. What time is it? Good night, everyone. Wow. It's now time for photos. You stay right there. You're going to be taking a lot of photos. Can we have our official photographer, Chris? Would you like them to come to the front? Come together, please. Thank you so much. After this, we would like to ask our VIPs to join our heroes. Thank you so much. Heroes, you will be now joined by our VIPs, our dear VIPs from the Jack Ma Foundation, from RDB, from Alibaba Philanthropy, please join our top 3. Please join our top 3. Join our winner. Dr. Karusisi, please join us. Thank you so much. Mr. Powell, please join us. Oh, you're there. All right, our photo. ABH team, please get ready. The fabulous, phenomenal ABH team, please get ready to join us. Chris is our official photographer. Please look at Chris. Please wave your hand, Chris. All right. Please take a look at Chris with his hand up. ABH team, please join us. Top 7, please join us. Top 7, please join us. VIPs, please stand. Top 7, quickly, please join us, kindly. Top 7, please join us. Top 7, please join us. You can go all the way to the back, kindly. Top 7, please join us. Let's create a second line. Thank you so much. ABH team, where are you? Top 7, go all the way down. Top 7. What did you say? Okay, good. All right, VIPs, you can now take your seats. VIPs, please feel free to take your seats. Top 7, let's take a photo with our top 3. Top 7, let's take our photos with the top 3. 2 lines, thank you so much. ABH team, join us please. ABH team, join us please. ABH team, where are you? ABH team, join us. You have to move forward a little bit. Yes, let's get compressed a little bit. Let's get compressed. Let's follow the photographer. All right. Fantastic. ABH team, where are you? ABH team, please join us. All right. Alibaba Philanthropy, RDB team, if you're here, please join us on stage as we celebrate our winners. All right. Now, if I can call the top